Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trilateral talks between Russia, Ukraine and the US take place in Geneva as North Korea honours its soldiers killed whilst fighting for Russia. Saudi Arabia's Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan meets with a US Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism on the sidelines of the Munich Security Conference. And as the T20 Cricket World Cup continues, so does the political rivalry on the pitch between India and Pakistan. Ukraine says its negotiators have left Kyiv for trilateral talks in Geneva as diplomatic efforts continue alongside ongoing fighting. The move comes as North Korean leader Kim Jong-un publicly honoured soldiers from North Korea who died fighting for Russia in Ukraine, describing them as martyrs. Meanwhile, at the Munich Security Conference, Western officials discussed new allegations surrounding the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. According to intelligence assessments, Navalny may have been killed using a toxin derived from a dart frog, an extremely rare and highly lethal substance. Let's continue this conversation with Sergei Markov, director of the Institute of Political Studies and former public spokesman for President Putin. Sergei, as always, thank you so much for your time. First of all, did Russia kill opposition leader Alexei Navalny with dark frog poison, as European countries claim, following an announcement at the Munich Security Conference?
Of course, Russia did not kill Alexei Navalny. And we know that those countries which blame Russia about this, they are lying every time. They're professional liar. The foreign minister, professional liar about Russia, about Ukraine, and they continue this lie during at least last 5 years. All the thesis is full lie. It's false. Secondly, I knew Alexei Navalny personally, and he was very bright, smart, and interesting politician. But his strategy that he became pro-American politician under the control of America. And Americans forced him not to support Crimea joining Russia in 2014. And 95% of the Russians support Crimea joining Russia. That's why Alexei Navalny popularity dropped out dramatically in 2014. And in fact, he was very much pro-American, and he was absolutely clear some kind of strong ally of Americans. And because of this, of course, he was hated absolutely majority of Russian people. That's why he has no any political threat to the Russian political system. It's a clear fact.
So Alexei Navalny was, of course, the opposition in Russia. He was critical of Vladimir Putin. He was also looking into corruption in the Kremlin. This is something that the Russian government didn't like. You say he was pro-America in his stance when it came to Crimea, but Alexei Navalny always said he wanted the truth for the Russian people. And European countries believe the Russian state had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to poison Navalny. Why is the Kremlin strongly rejecting this assessment? Because we can't forget that Navalny was the victim of a confirmed poisoning before, and that was in 2020 on a flight to Russia. German authorities who treated him said he had been poisoned with Novichok, a nerve agent then.
European countries lying both about poisoning of Alexei Navalny in 2024 and poisoning of Alexei Navalny in 2020 as well. And I should remember that Vladimir Putin, after a real poisoning of Alexei Navalny in 2020, Vladimir Putin gives the order to violate Russian regulations to save life of Alexei Navalny. Without any bureaucratic procedures, Alexei Navalny was allowed, relatives of Alexei Navalny have been allowed to take him immediately to the hospital, to the Germany, which probably saved his life. So it means that Vladimir Putin made a lot to save the life of Alexei Navalny in 2020. And I should repeat, that no any problems with Alexei Navalny for Russian political system could be because Alexei Navalny was 100% pro-American, and he Russians, Russia, people doesn't like America very much. America is enemy of Russia during last few years. That's why no reason of political support for such a politician as Alexei Navalny. He was artificially created as political star by Western media, but Western enemies of Russia and Western enemies of Vladimir Putin. But inside country, Alexei Navalny, after 2014, has almost zero support. Before 2014, Alexei Navalny took part in the Moscow mayor election. He was a little bit successful, but after Navalny did not support Crimea joining Russia, he became political zero.
So, Sergei, what I find interesting is you saying Navalny was supporting the US, and that's something that wasn't tolerated in Russia. But right now, we see Steve Witkoff coming to Russia to hold talks about ending the war in Ukraine. We also see trilateral talks on Ukraine are happening in Geneva, that is with Russia and US officials there too. So are you saying that Russia isn't going to make a deal with the US because they basically don't support them?
Russia wants to make deal with Trump because it looks like Donald Trump really want to stop this war. But Russia don't satisfy the condition. Frankly speaking, Donald Trump, United States, can stop the war very quick, simple. Just stop to give weaponry to Ukrainian regime and not to give so-called intelligence service information from American satellite group. But what does it mean specifically? It means that Ukrainian army using American artillery, American rocket missiles, and targeting on the Russian side and cities and Russian army by using American satellite group. And it's American officers who is taking part in the war against Russia. It's just matter of fact. Ukraine has no satellite group. I cannot.
But Sergei, the reason that the US
continue war against Russia.
The reason that US is giving weapons to Ukraine, like Europe is to protect borders, to protect European borders, to protect Ukraine. So their fear is that Russia will go deeper into Ukraine and then start trying to take other territory in Europe. So that is why the US...
No.
Okay.
No. It's lie. It's direct lie. Look at the fact, simple fact. Ukraine was in absolute security between 1991 and 2014. Ukraine had Donbass, Crimea. It was in absolute security situation. There's no problems with Russian security because Ukraine was democratic and neutral country. But after 2014, when Western countries made new colonial repressive regime who used direct, clear, absolutely clear terror against Ukrainian people, against Russian-speaking people, and so on, of course, Russia say, stop terror in Ukraine. Stop prohibition of Russian language. Stop terror against Orthodox Church. It's very Russian simple. Immediately, when Western countries say, okay, we agree to stop terror, let Ukraine back again to the neutrality and democracy. Russian army will stop same day.
Well, Russia hasn't stopped. We know that. And we know the US, Ukraine and Russia will be holding talks in Geneva, Sergei, and I hope that there will be some resolution. Do you think there'll be any agreement whatsoever? Is Russia ready to capitulate?
Russia capitulate? No capitulation. Russia demands very simple things. Neutrality and democracy in Ukraine. And it should be no threat from Ukrainian regime, neither to Ukrainian normal people, nor to Russia as a country. Now, no chance to reach the deal because Europe want to continue this war against Russia by using Ukrainian army as their proxy army.
Sergei Markov, I'm so sorry, we're out of time, but as always, good to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me. For more on this, I'm joined by Ukrainian MP Leigh Vasilenko, who is in Kyiv. Thank you so much for joining me this evening. I was just having a conversation there with Sergei Markov from Russia. But the UK and its European allies have said that Alexei Navalny was killed using a toxin from dart frogs. The Kremlin has strongly rejected this. What do you make of these accusations?
Good evening. First of all, I apologize for the slight noise you might be hearing in the background. Unfortunately, I am coming on air from a very much public space as we have a blackout in Kyiv right now, and it's impossible to find a space to connect on. As for the allegations about the murder of Navalny by Russian authorities, if we were talking about a democratic country where there's respect for human rights and for the rule of law, I would have said that, of course, we need to wait for the proper investigations of the authorities. But when we are dealing with Russia, which has for a long time now been an authoritarian, totalitarian regime even, under the rule of a dictator who has zero respect for human rights or human lives for that matter, I would be strongly inclined to believe that these allegations are very much true. The same as it has already been proven that Russia has poisoned
I do apologize. We just...
I apologize.
We've got you back.
I am back. Yes, the same as it is true when Russia has poisoned British citizens like Litvinenko, Skripal, like when Russia has led to the incarceration and death of Sergei Magnitsky and many, many others, political prisoners who have been killed by the Russian regime with their deliberate actions. Everything that has been said by the previous speaker, that this is a disinformation campaign led by the West, can be said by Russia and Russian authorities. On this day exactly 4 years ago, that is on the 16th of February 2022, Maria Zakharova, Russian MFA spokesperson, came out on air and publicly said that all the talks about Russia attacking Ukraine and preparing for an invasion of Ukraine were untrue and were a disinformation campaign led by the West. We all know what happened on the 24th of February 2022. Russia crossed across Ukrainian borders into Ukrainian territory, and Russia attacked, and we are all reaping the consequences of that, still to this day not knowing how to end to this war. So I'm just presenting some facts for your viewers who can make the conclusions themselves. Who is leading disinformation campaigns and who is the liar in the room?
Leigh, will these latest claims from European countries affect those trilateral talks on Ukraine happening in Geneva?
The thing is, Russia does not need a reason or outside circumstances to make excuses why they are unwilling to sign a peace deal, and especially why they are unwilling to take actions that could lead to peace. I mean, what is preventing Russia today and for so many months before that to conduct a full-on prisoner exchange? All for all. Ukraine is ready for that. All of the prisoners of war to be exchanged for all of the prisoners of war. Russia does not want that and has never agreed to an all-for-all prisoner exchange. There's nothing preventing them, but they are also always free to make up some facts and some reasons why they are unable to do it. The only thing to understand about Russia is that they have their own agenda in place, they have their own strategy, and whatever happens in the rest of the world, they are going to pursue that strategy. At the moment, the national strategy of Russia, and it's inscribed in their defense doctrine, it's inscribed in their foreign policy doctrine, it's to expand Russian presence and Russian influence across the world. That includes its immediate neighbors and the bordering countries, which means that Russia is on an expansionist trail that would involve getting hold of all of the territory of Ukraine and of other Eastern European and Central European territories as well. It's very clear, it's written out in black and white, it's so very often claimed by various Russian political leaders, including Vladimir Putin himself. So there should be no doubt about that.
And I just want to turn to focus on something more domestic that's happening right now in Ukraine. Why was Ukraine's former energy minister detained while trying to leave the country? And how does this corruption scandal impact President Volodymyr Zelensky's administration? Because we've seen this back in the headlines over the weekend.
So unlike Russia, Ukraine remains a democratic country, and we do know what the rule of law is. And Ukraine, despite fighting against the aggressor, Russia's troops, we are also fighting our internal enemies, which is corruption. And we are being very open and honest about it. And I think it actually shows the world that we are not deteriorating into the abyss and taking steps back on very crucial and important reforms. So the former energy minister, just to give an explanation, he has been implicated in certain corruption cases, which involved other members of the Ukrainian government. We have special institutions dedicated to investigating and fighting corruptions, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, for example. And this institution has conducted a full-on investigation and has issued a warrant of arrest to the energy minister. Because the said minister knew that this warrant would be issued, he tried to cross the border illegally. He was stopped, and now he has been brought back to Kyiv, where a restraining court order has been issued to him, and he is now waiting to undergo full-on trial. It will be a just trial according to the laws of Ukraine, and the people of Ukraine are now and as well as the media are now watching this very closely, because for us it's important that justice is served, and for us it's important that we continue building up a society that is based on the rule of law, that is based on human rights respects, and that is also just and fair, because this is exactly what our soldiers are fighting for on the front lines. They are fighting for justice and fairness, pushing back the aggressor and regaining Ukraine's borders. And here inside the country, we at the political level, as well as at the court, the judicial level, we are also fighting for the justice and making sure that the rule of law is respected.
Thank you so much for joining me, and thank you for going outside. We really appreciate it. As we know, there is a power outage in Ukraine, so stay safe. Thank you, Lucia.
Thank you very much.
Now, over the weekend, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio received a standing ovation at the Munich Security Conference. On Saturday, he seemed to reassure a nervous Europe by saying that Washington wanted to revitalize the transatlantic alliance. It comes after months of turmoil in US-European relations. For more on this, I'm joined by Arabiya English host of America Unfiltered, Ellie Cohanim, who's also the former US Deputy Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism. As always, Ellie, so good to have you on the show. Ellie, I just want to start off by how does Marco Rubio envision strengthening transatlantic ties between the US and Europe? And what role should Republicans play in shaping this alliance?
Leigh Ann, thank you so much for having me. It's always wonderful to join you in the studio. The speech that Secretary of State Marco Rubio delivered at the Munich Security Conference, to a standing ovation, I must note, has brought him here in the United States a lot of applaud, a lot of positive press coverage, so much so that people are now talking about Secretary Rubio's chances for running as president of the United States in the 2028 elections. So this speech by Rubio is considered historic right now. And to your question about how does this advance the U.S.-European, the transatlantic relationship, well, Leigh Ann, what's interesting to note is that even though Secretary Rubio did get all this applause, it was a tough love message because what he spoke about to the Europeans was that the United States is demanding that European countries, as an example, spend more financial resources on their own military preparedness, on their own defense budgets, and essentially to defend themselves in Europe. He also spoke about migration policies and how that might be undermining the European continent. And he spoke also about Western civilization. And that was the key part in what binds the United States and Europe together. Secretary Rubio spoke a lot about that shared heritage of Western civilization and also calling upon the Europeans to preserve that heritage. So again, what's interesting is that, as you mentioned, it does further the U.S. transatlantic relationship, but it was not an easy message to deliver. Secretary Rubio delivered it in such an eloquent way that he's really right now garnering a lot of praise in the United States for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything I've been reading and all the analysis coming out of the US is Marco Rubio's kind of the golden boy right now in the White House, as you did say, Ellie. But you also mentioned there Rubio raised criticisms about three key European policies. You mentioned some of them: immigration, trade, and climate policies. Why does the Trump administration see Europe as failing quite significantly in these areas?
Well, I would say this is kind of like the Trump doctrine, but that it was Secretary of State Rubio who delivered the message to our European allies. It's a call for a return of perhaps traditional values. You know, it's a call for defending the homeland, for maintaining your civilization, your heritage, and not pivoting to issues that in the United States are identified with the left, like climate change and so on. I'll also note that Secretary Rubio talked about, you know, what do armies, what do soldiers want to defend? And he was kind of making the argument that a soldier, when he goes out and fights for his country, he's defending the nation, the land, the language, the civilization, the culture, and that the United States is not interested in helping Europe manage decline. So again, it's a tough love message, but if America's European allies accept this message well, they will find a partner in the Trump administration who is willing to help them strengthen their own national security interests and really help move on to a post-World War II order, which is something that Secretary Rubio was also referencing. And I think, Leigh Ann, you know, at the end of the day, this speech was a rebuttal of the European Union, of Brussels, and it was a call upon European countries as nation states to join the Trump administration in reforming policies that the Trump administration sees as failures and really being prepared for what's ahead of us as the world moves on to a different phase in international relations.
Yeah, absolutely. But Ellie, after last year's more critical speech by J.D. Vance, which we all remember, it kind of shuddered European leaders. As you say, they responded way more positively to Rubio's remarks. He actually got a standing ovation, as you mentioned. The European Commission leader, Ursula von der Leyen, said she felt really reassured. Do you think that Europe is now finally getting the message? Because I do remember in President Donald Trump's first time, he saying clearly, Europe need to pay more for NATO. And he made that something that was pointed. Europe didn't. They lagged. And do you think now Europe are actually thinking, hold on, we need to listen here?
Exactly right, Leigh Ann. And I think in the context of what you just covered in your previous segment, the Russia-Ukraine war that is still raging on the European continent, I think that war has been a bit of a wake-up call for Europe. They understand that, as an example, when President Trump was telling the Germans to not rely on Russian oil, and he was so against the Nord Stream pipeline. And frankly, the Germans laughed it off. Well, today they're paying the price for that. And so I think the Europeans are also understanding that perhaps the Trump administration often has critical messages that they are sharing, and that the Trump administration, again, is not aligned with the EU, with globalism, with Brussels. But the Europeans are perhaps understanding that ultimately what the Trump administration is advising them and guiding them towards is actually in their own best interests, in their own national security interests.
Ellie Cohanim, as always, so good to have you on the show. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for having me.
Buildings have been damaged and power cut to homes in New Zealand after storms whipped across the country on Monday. Emergency crews are assessing the widespread damage following heavy rain, flash flooding and strong winds. Chris Gilbert reports.
New Zealand is yet again being slammed by summer storms and flash floods. Gusts up to nearly 200 kilometres an hour snapped power lines, cutting electricity to up to 30,000 properties on the country's North Island. 10,000 of them are in the capital city of Wellington, where flights were severely disrupted and ferry crossings to the country's South Island were cancelled. Several schools were closed. The wild weather is due to a low-pressure system off the east coast. North of the capital, high winds in Hunterville saw this tree smashed through a house with the owner still inside.
Looked like there was sort of dust and all that coming up the hallway, but it was still a bit dark. And the door was shut. And I thought, oh, that's good. It wasn't a tree through the house. The door was shut. That's what I saw. But I opened the door and that's what happened. The tree had come through the house.
At least one person has died after a car was submerged on a highway. Some highways have been closed and authorities are urging people to stay off the roads. North Islanders say it's the worst conditions they've experienced in 20 years.
I live rurally, so we've had trees down, we've lost an implement shed, and yeah, it was pretty horrific, yeah.
And it's becoming an annual event. Scientists say climate change is introducing a summer flooding season in the island nation after flash floods for the previous 3 years. The danger hasn't passed yet. The storm is moving across New Zealand, with the country's South Island next in its path. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Saudi Arabia's Foreign Minister, Prince Faisal bin Farhan, met with Yahida Koplan, who's the US Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism, on the sidelines of the Munich Security Conference on Saturday. During the meeting, the two officials reviewed efforts to promote dialogue and tolerance, combat extremism, and underscore the importance of fostering understanding and peaceful coexistence. Iran's foreign minister has arrived in Geneva ahead of a second round of negotiations with the United States. That's according to Iranian state television. According to Tehran, indirect Iran-US nuclear talks mediated by Oman will be held tomorrow. Meanwhile, as Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard began a series of military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz ahead of those planned talks. US forces have boarded and shut down another sanctioned oil tanker linked to Venezuela in the Indian Ocean. The Department of War said military personnel boarded the Veronica 3 and added the vessel trying to defy President Trump's quarantine, hoping to just slip away. Savannah Guthrie has issued another plea for the release of her 84-year-old mother 2 weeks after she disappeared. In her latest TV appeal, she said it's never too late to do the right thing and that Nancy's loved ones still have hope. It comes as investigators analyse DNA found on a glove they've recovered, which appears to match one that was worn by a suspect who appeared in doorbell camera footage taken the night she went missing. The historic cricket rivalry between India and Pakistan continued at the T20 World Cup when the captains did not shake hands during the toss, reaffirming India's long-standing no-handshake policy against Pakistan. India continued their dominance of Pakistan in the competition with a 61-run win victory in Colombo, securing them a place in the Super 8s stage. Let's get the latest with sports broadcaster and journalist Tasdeeq Din. Thank you so much for joining me. So the India and Pakistan cricket match went ahead despite Pakistan initially refusing to play the match. India, of course, won by 61 runs. But how significant was this cricket match between the two rivals, which haven't had a bilateral fixture for 14 years now?
Very insignificant indeed, Lee. You'd have to say that the ICC, the International Cricket Council, was certainly worried about the prospect of not having what would have been the standout fixture, certainly of the group stages taking place. The significance is viewed many-fold, lucratively, with regards to economics, obviously the viewing figures, and also the host nations. What the anticipation created there was also amplified around the world because, quite simply, it is the standout fixture because the ICC know that they normally place these two teams together for that very reason. So the fact that it went ahead was of great significance, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The ICC know that this is something that will attract the crowds, will make lots of money. So it's one of the ways to get them on the pitch. But how does the India-Pakistan T20 cricket rivalry really reflect broader political tensions between the two nuclear-armed countries? Because we always talk about politics and sport shouldn't be intertwined, but in this case it is.
Yes, sadly, it doesn't look like it's abating anytime soon. We have the two nuclear-armed rivals, cross-border rivals, and they unfortunately had a brief skirmish, one would call a short war in 2025, last year, May, when both sides accused each other of atrocities, and the US administration stepped in to soothe tensions. They seem to have been soothed by for now, but the upshot of it all was, and this led to the Asia Cup tournament, which Pakistan hold, where India refused to shake hands of the Pakistan team, and that seems to have gone on throughout this, narrative. Certainly with the ICC tournaments, there have been efforts to try to compromise in some way, shape, or form. But when you look at the two respective protagonists, the PCB, the Pakistan Cricket Board Chairman, Mohsin Naqvi, he's a minister, the interior minister of the Pakistan government, and Jay Shah, he's the chairman of the ICC. Now, his father, Amit Shah, is the BJP, the Narendra Modi government BJP Home Affairs Minister. So sadly, politics does become intertwined, and much more than we would want to believe as sports fans, because, we just want to see fixtures go ahead regardless. But as you've mentioned, politics and sports seem to be continually woven together when you could say a lot of the protagonists are former players. They get on very well. Indeed, when Jasprit Bumrah became a father, you saw Shaheen Shah Afridi, his rival Pakistan bowler, go and congratulate him and indeed give him a gift. Now, those scenes, certainly public scenes, are long gone, as the two countries, the two boards, seem to find some sort of logistical compromise. Unfortunately, we haven't got there yet.
And I guess that was leading on to my next question, because we talk about politics and sport, but cricket diplomacy is something that a lot of people talk about too. And in this match between India and Pakistan, I think there was a lot of hope. There could have been diplomacy, because as you say, there is a relationship between some of the players and they were brought together on a pitch. But do you think cricket diplomacy hasn't quite gone ahead in this case?
Well, the respective boards know the way the bread's buttered. And the truth is that if India pulls out of any of these organised events, they are the main draw in economics, in terms of power, certainly in terms of cricketing form, as we saw with the 61-run victory over Pakistan. They are the ace in the pack. They are the trump card, and they know that. So they dictate, and the other boards, the ECB, the English and Wales Cricket Board, the Australian ACB Cricket Board, they are the ones who kowtow, you could say, financially to where their finances are generated from. And certainly in this instance, there was a will beyond that for the fixture to go ahead, because the Sri Lankan Cricket Board, the co-host of Sri Lanka, and the Bangladesh Cricket Board, let's not forget, they were also part of the reason why Pakistan said they would not take part, because of Bangladesh's decision that they didn't feel safe in India. They wanted to relocate to Sri Lanka, which the request was denied, and we had this impasse that we got to now. But certainly the boards want to get on best they can. But until the impasse is sorted with the ICC, the finances are certainly skewed in terms of India, and the viewing figures, the economics certainly suggest that that will be the way, certainly for the foreseeable future.
And just any surprise India won? And who do you think will be the overall winners of the whole tournament? Because I've been watching this a little bit, only because I'm from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe's actually been doing pretty well. But what are your predictions?
Yeah, Zimbabwe had a great victory, didn't they, over Australia. Muzaffar Rabbani, a star bowler in that fixture. But you can't see beyond India, certainly. You can't see beyond India, certainly, getting to the final, indeed winning the tournament. Australia seemed to be out of form, no great shakes. You can certainly say India, they won today against Italy. England, they won today against Italy, would want their run to continue. But on home territory, you would not bet against India. You know, the chances of Pakistan getting involved seem to be limited, although we could go through the same impasse against it should Pakistan get to the semi-finals or the final. But as it stands, certainly the revenue streams, the economics, the viewing figures suggest that India are certainly the key attraction here. And when you have over 400 million viewing figures around the world, just to put that in context, the Super Bowl, recently concluded Super Bowl, only had 130 odd million viewers. You certainly know that they are playing to an audience that they want to satisfy. And it's a two-way street, because India are the powerhouse financially and certainly on the pitch as well.
It's always fascinating to me how many people tune in to watch these cricket matches. It's absolutely fantastic. Let's hope Zimbabwe gets another win under their belt. But let's see if India do win, because I'll hold you to that. Tasdeeq Din, brilliant to have you on. Thank you. Turning to other sports news now, and Team Great Britain's women curlers delivered a victory after beating Denmark 7-2 at the Winter Olympics. Now, in the 7th place, the squad need to break into the top 4 to secure a place in the semi-finals. World number 1 Carlos Alcaraz says he's working on his weaknesses as he returns to action at the Qatar Open, which is happening this week. The Spaniard goes against France's Arthur Riddicknish, a player he has beaten in all 4 of their previous meetings. A reminder of our top stories. Trilateral talks between Russia and Ukraine and the US take place in Geneva as North Korea honours its soldiers killed whilst fighting for Russia. Saudi Arabia's Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan meets with US Special Envoy to monitor and combat anti-Semitism on the sidelines of the Munich Security Conference. And as the T20 Cricket World Cup continues, so does the political rivalry on the pitch between India and Pakistan. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye, and as always, thank you so much for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Before his death, Jeffrey Epstein had a partner, and it wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell. Meet Karina Shuliak, the Belarusian woman he was reportedly planning to marry, and according to records, was Epstein's last phone call before his death in August 2019. Her name appears 45,000 times in the 3 million documents released by the U.S. Department of Justice on January 30th. Yet, she remains far less known than Maxwell. 2 days before his death, Epstein signed the 1953 trust, leaving Shuliak $100 million, including $50 million up front. The will also granted her a 33-carat diamond ring, 48 more diamonds, as well as various properties, including his New Mexico ranch, his Paris apartment on Avenue Foch, and the famous Little St. James Island. Maxwell, well, she was named too, but for only $10 million. However, Shuliak is unlikely to see that fortune. The U.S. government has frozen the Epstein estate to compensate victims who have already received over $121 million. Documents also show Epstein funded her Columbia University dental studies, helped her family move to the U.S., and supported her path to citizenship. But here's the big question. What did she know? Well, a whole lot, it seems. Documents describe Shuliak as a central figure in Epstein's inner circle, managing his schedule, handling high-profile contacts, having earned her the nickname the Inspector. While she has not been charged with any crime, her proximity to Epstein is now raising fresh scrutiny. Today, little is known about her exact whereabouts. She's believed to be living in New York City, and so far, prosecutors do not appear to be actively pursuing her, even as major questions about her role continue to linger.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Now, Formula E is the world's first all-electric world championship, bringing together high-speed racing and cutting-edge technology. Well, now in its 12th season, the series has just made history as the first sport ever to achieve B Corp certification, underlying its commitment to sustainability and innovation. Well, with the championship in Jeddah for the E-Prix, we're joined now by the CEO of E-Prix, Jeff Dodds, to talk about the future of electric racing and what it means for Saudi Arabia and the world. Jeff Dodds, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to ask you, first of all, what makes racing in Jeddah and in particular in Saudi Arabia so special for Formula E?
Tom, well, first of all, thank you for having me. Delighted to be on the show. We've raced in Saudi, I think, since 2018. So we've been coming here for a while, but we previously raced in Diriyah, Riyadh, and we only moved across to Jeddah last year. So even between those two locations in Saudi Arabia, it's been incredibly different. The kind of pure street circuit in Riyadh with the sand blowing across the track and making it very difficult for the cars, to this incredible purpose-built facility here in Jeddah on the Corniche. So we come here, the weather's perfect. It's always, the hospitality is always wonderful, and the setup here, the road circuit here, is incredibly fast and incredibly technical. So it's a real favourite of our drivers, and seems to set up very well for our style of electric racing, which is very close combat, very sharp elbowed, and yeah, always delivers a really exciting race. I think last year the winner in the second race here went on to win the World Championship. So it's also a good indicator of who's likely to do well across the season.
Okay, thanks for that, Jeff. I mean, how important is Saudi Arabia to Formula E and to your long-term growth prospects?
We've been racing here for a long time. The Saudi partners have been incredibly important to us. So we have sponsors that are Saudia, the airline, SABIC, the chemical company, and the PIF, the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. So we're well supported by not just the businesses in Saudi, but also by the Saudi government here, who allow us to come and race on this incredible circuit. So we've had many enjoyable years here, and our hope would be to have the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia as part of our race schedule for many, many years to come. So no, incredibly important part. It's also the first night race we do in every season. So we go from these kind of more traditional styles of Grand Prix, or E-Prix as we call them, to this first night race, which is two races on Friday and Saturday night in Saudi, at night with the drones and the fireworks and this incredible backdrop here. So it marks a real spectacle in the calendar for us.
Yeah, I mean, sort of made for television, isn't it? And you've got a night race in Tokyo coming up as well, haven't you?
Yeah, so Tokyo is a really interesting city, Tom. So Tokyo only ever closes the city for one other sporting event, which is the Tokyo Marathon. We're the only other sporting event they close the city for. And Tokyo, for me, when I think about Tokyo, and I've been there many, many times over the years, but when I think about it at night. I think about the big neon signs and the kind of the TDK neon sign that's very famous, and this wonderful kind of nightlife. So bringing a race to Tokyo and doing it at night is super exciting, because you're going to get to experience those cars racing around the city and get to see it at night with those beautiful neon lights around.
Yeah, I mean, with the beautiful Corniche in Jeddah and the nightlife and the lights of Tokyo by night, I mean, with all of that, I mean, that's some seriously impressive backdrops. And I'm just thinking to myself as you're talking there, I mean, why don't you consider something a bit like Drive to Survive, you know, that Netflix series which did a lot for the image of Formula One? Why don't you do something like that?
Yeah, well, we actually have one. So we have a series. It's on Amazon Prime Video. We've only had 2 series of it now. It's called Driver. So anyone that hasn't seen it, by all means, go and check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. But it's a slightly different style to Drive to Survive. So Drive to Survive is, it's slightly more soap opera-y in the way that it's designed. Ours is a bit more of an authentic look into the mind of a driver and what it takes to be a world championship driver. So we've started that journey ourselves, Tom, but obviously they're on Netflix, we're on Prime Video. Theirs is a slightly different take on the subject than ours, because there's no point just creating the same as them but for Formula E. So we do something slightly different.
Fair enough. Let's get back to Saudi Arabia, where you are right now in Jeddah. And, you know, we're talking about Formula E here, a sport that's still relatively new. A lot of people watching it there could be watching it for the first time. And I'm just wondering what you hope they will understand about Formula E.
We're in our 12th year, as you said earlier, and you know that would compare to someone like Formula One that's 75 years old or 76 years old this year. So we are comparatively a newbie when it comes to motorsport. If they were to come, though, and they like motorsport, the first thing is there's a lot of familiarity, right? You've got open-wheeled, single-seater racing cars screaming around here at incredible speed. The drivers will feel familiar to them. The setup will feel familiar to them. Maybe where the differences are, the first thing is we're all electric. So we're pure electric powertrain, which means 30% faster accelerating than a Formula One car. So they explode off of the line. Much more close combat racing. So the cars are much more tightly packed, which means you've got many more overtakes, much more sharper elbows. They don't reach quite the same top speed, but then they don't need to because we're on circuit layouts that are much more tightly packed together, much more challenging. So I think if you came to watch it, the other big difference, of course, which everybody will reference, some people love, some people don't, is the sound is very different. So these will sound more like fighter jets, that very different sound to a traditional roar of a combustion engine. So I say if you're coming to watch it for the first time with a family, actually you can watch the racing, enjoy the racing, still talk to the people with you, and maybe you go home with slightly less of a headache. But if you're more of a traditional motorsport fan, you are going to find that different.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about your sport, which is all electric, but F1 is kind of heading into your territory, isn't it? Because there's talk of hybrid engines with a 50-50 split between electric and combustion. How do you feel about that?
Well, so look, we're the only motorsport in the world that can race as a single-seater series, pure electric, as an FIA World Championship. So we are pure electric, 97% efficient powertrains, 100% electric. Formula One are, I mean, I use this word, but I don't use it in a particularly negative way, but it's true. They're kind of combining and compromising with two technologies together. So they have combustion engine technology, so a combustion engine, and then they'll have a powertrain and a battery to allow them to have an electric element. They're 50-50 at the moment, half the power coming from combustion, half the power coming from electric. As a result of making that change, the cars are actually a bit slower, or likely to be a bit slower this year than they were in the previous regulation. But I think that's probably as far as they go, because if they wish to add more electric, because they can't get rid of the combustion engine, they're likely just to get slower and slower over time. So I think this is probably about the right mix for them in their eyes. But yes, you're right in a sense that we started as a street racing championship, and Formula One have been adding street races to their setup, and we're a pure electric racing championship, and they're adding more electric to their infrastructure. So maybe we should be a little more flattered by that, but yeah, they're certainly moving more towards this direction.
Now, Jeff, I just want to ask you about something I was saying in the introduction, the fact that Formula E has just become the first sport to achieve B Corp certification. And I wondered, in simple terms, what does that mean and why does that matter?
So it matters because sport is a relatively low bar when it comes to environmental and social sustainability. Formula E was founded not just to be an amazing motorsport, but also to support the energy transition towards electric vehicles, but also to show that sports can also be sustainable properties. So under the old definition, we have been net zero from day zero. So the focus on sustainability here is built into the way that we run a business. When I arrived just under 3 years ago, my challenge to the team was we were talking about being the most sustainable sport in the world and the most socially, number one ESG sport in the world, but sport shouldn't be our benchmark because sport notoriously is not that high in terms of its watermark. So to become a B Corp, and there's only 9,000 companies in the world that are B Corps, you really have to go through an incredibly intensive audit process, and it looks at every facet of your business, not just the core business, but how you work with your staff, how you treat your fans or your customers. It looks at every part of it. So to achieve that status and that certification is incredibly hard, but it's a very good discipline to go through for a business that prides itself on being sustainable. So we rewarded it very recently. We announced it just a few weeks ago, and it's an incredible testament to every member of the team here that makes sure everything we do in this business is as sustainable as possible.
Okay, now, Jeff, just picking up on what you were saying there, I mean, it echoes something else you've said, which is that Formula E it's a bit like a living laboratory. And I just want to know whether, what happens on the racetrack. Does it really affect electric cars, the cars that people drive in the real world? And have you had any sort of energy storage or other kind of breakthroughs as part of all of that?
Yeah, so look, because we're relatively new technology, so the combustion technology is roughly 130 years old. So it's been in cars for a very, very long time. So any real benefits that can come out of that technology have largely been extracted. Battery electric vehicle technology is really only about 15 years old in terms of being on the road. So we're still unlocking benefits to that technology very, very, particularly in things like batteries. So the stories are not ours, but the stories belong to the individual manufacturer teams that are in this championship. So whether it's Porsche or Jaguar or Nissan or Stellantis, it's Mahindra, it's them that are unlocking the benefits. And you could talk to someone like Jaguar. Jaguar tell a lovely story of they discovered something in the way that the software worked between the battery and the powertrain on the racetrack, that they were able to update their road cars over the air with that upgrade in the software. And almost overnight, I think you had, it unlocked kind of 20, 30 kilometers more battery availability and range from something they learnt on the racing track. If you look at the new Porsche Cayenne, for example, the new all-electric Cayenne, it is stuffed full of incredible technology, a lot of which has been developed here in their racing program. So yeah, we're very much still seeing tech move its way from the racetrack into the road cars of our manufacturers.
Okay, let's talk a bit about Saudi Arabia as a venue and a place to stage an event like this. I mean, what's it like organising something in the kingdom as opposed to in Europe or the US, especially when it comes to regulation?
Well, all I can say is from our side, it's very straightforward, but that's possibly because we work with a local business here called CBX. They've been running motorsport events for many years. They're very established here in the kingdom, and they've worked with us for a number of years, and they do just an amazing job. So for us, my team would tell you it's probably one of the easiest races they do all year because you've got a state-of-the-art facility here. You've got a brilliant local partner that does a lot of the organising and makes it work smoothly. But look, for me, you arrive on the e-visa system into Saudi Arabia, incredibly hospitable welcome. We get to the racetrack, everything's set up for us, and it runs like clockwork. So, yeah, I have to say, if every race around the world was like this, and my team would find their work a little bit easier.
And just tell us, what do people usually tell you at an event like the one you're at there in Jeddah, especially if they're watching Formula E for the first time? What usually surprises people?
So they're blown away by the acceleration of the car. So I think they are absolutely shocked when they see these cars take off the line and just how fast they are. They're also surprised just how close the cars are racing and the gaps. So, you will split the entire field in qualifying by much less than a second. These cars are so closely matched and they race so closely together. So I think the things that would surprise them are the raw acceleration and then how combative the racing is and how closely matched it is.
Okay, Jeff, I want to ask you briefly about the Evo sessions that are being held there in Jeddah. You're bringing some global content creators to drive these Gen 3 Evo cars. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, so look, we're always looking for ways to bring the sport to a new audience. We did the first Evo sessions last year with Mr. Beast in Miami and a number of other content creators, Brooklyn Beckham, Amelia Hartford, Yuka, just this kind of cool group of very highly followed individuals. It was very successful last year. Obviously, we learned a lot, and we will do the second Evo sessions here in Jeddah because the format worked, the facility here is great, but it's a very different group of content creators this year. So it's the Sidemen and special guests. Kabi Lame, the very famous, I think the most followed TikToker in the world. Amelia Hartford's coming back for a second go. She loved it so much the first time round. But yeah, different group of creators, and they will take this product to their fan base, to their followership, and hopefully it brings us a new group of fans as a result of it. That's exactly what happened last year. And for us, it's quite an exciting way of engaging with a new community of fans.
Okay, Jeff, and just lastly, to wrap up this conversation, what sort of general direction is Formula E heading in? And where do you see it moving ahead and positioning itself within the wider world of global motorsport?
So we're a sports entertainment product. That's the first thing. So we're of course a world champion sport, a very serious sport, but we recognise sport and entertainment do not need to be different things. They're not mutually exclusive. Each generation of our car gets faster and faster. So the Gen 4 car, which will be launched later this calendar year, will be 70% more powerful than the current car, much higher top speed, much lower lap times. So the direction of travel around the car is to get faster and faster. Obviously, we're looking to continue growing fan base and media audience, and to attract new fans, new manufacturers, new teams over time. So look, we're on a very steep upward trajectory. I think we're the second most successful sport launch this century, after the IPL, the Indian Premier League, the cricket league, obviously massively popular in India. But we're riding the tailwind of electrification. So we also expect, I think there'll be between 15 and 20 electric vehicles sold this year around the world. By 2030, the forecasts say that should be between 30 and 40 million. So we ride this tailwind of electrification.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us on what's been a very busy weekend for you. Jeff Dodd, CEO of Formula E, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Okay, and thank you very much indeed to you for joining us for this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Arabiya English. Do stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Well, US President Donald Trump has called it one of the most consequential bodies ever created in the history of the world. His Board of Peace has been officially launched, promising not only stability in the Middle East, but also an avenue for broader global conflict resolution. For more insight on the role the board will play, we're joined by US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Ambassador Huckabee, thank you for your time and welcome back to Counterpoints.
I appreciate it, Melinda. It's great to be back with you.
Let's start with the Board of Peace. Why do you think that this particular board can be a stabilising force in the Middle East where other groups and other institutions may have failed?
Well, this is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive that brings together people from across the political and even geographical spectrum. It's historic and epic in its very makeup. It's even more historic in its ambition, in the idea that you're going to bring all of these nations together who are going to collaborate on something that is uniquely focused on a region that has been the centerpiece of international attention for the past 2.5 years, and that has been the centerpiece of a very, very difficult war, difficult for the Israelis, difficult for many people who have watched it from afar, and unfortunately, especially difficult for those who forget why the war even happened. And it seems like a lot of people talk about what the future of Gaza is. That's the appropriate thing. But I hope we never forget what initiated it. And that was the October 7th slaughter of over 1,200 people and the taking of over 250 hostages.
Ambassador, there has been some concern from some politicians, from some commentators who are worried that the term Gaza isn't even mentioned in the Charter. Are you concerned, as the ambassador for Israel, that this will be too internationally focused and that the region that it was set up to stabilise may be forgotten in broader ambitions?
I think it may be a fair concern just looking at it from a distance, but I can assure you that everyone that is involved in it understands exactly why this was created. Maybe it's because there's hope that the model of the Board of Peace can serve as a model for other places around the globe where there have been similar conflicts, similar injustices, similar instances in which a lot of people have been caught up in a war. And so I wouldn't worry too much about what isn't mentioned. I would focus more on what is mentioned, and that is that there has got to be now a real effort to try to disarm Hamas, get the last hostage back, then move very quickly to phase 2 and start building a better future for the people who choose to remain there.
Can you see a situation where the Board of Peace, chaired by the President himself, gives a deadline to Hamas to disarm, gives a deadline to Israel to withdraw their troops? Do you think the Board of Peace will go that far?
Whether it's the Board of Peace officially or whether it's President Trump, I not only can foresee it, I would almost be assured of it. President Trump is a lot of things, but being patient with people who signed an agreement and don't keep it, well, that's not something he's really that patient with. Hamas signed the agreement. Let's never let them forget that. They agreed to disarm. They agreed that they would not have a future in the role of governing Gaza. So for them to violate that, and then to violate the return of all hostages, which they, to their credit, they at least let all the living hostages go, and most of it is ceased, but there's still a remaining deceased hostage that's being held. That too was something they agreed to. So they're the clear violators of the ceasefire agreement, and they've signed on to say they would do it. I think you can count on the fact that President Trump will hold them to that.
So you can foresee the President putting a deadline, in 2 weeks, on this date, they must disarm?
Yeah, I don't know what that's going to be, and only he could answer that, so I'm not going to try to speculate. Is it weeks? Is it a month? What is that deadline? I don't know. He will certainly tell us. As you know, the president's pretty good about expressing himself. He's not ambiguous when it comes to saying things out loud that he really believes and things that he sticks by. And I think it's one of the reasons that Hamas should pay attention, because he said consistently since he was sworn in just over a year ago that Hamas has no future there and they've got to disarm. And that was before the ceasefire agreement. He's never wavered from that, never even an iota. So the idea that they're going to somehow wait him out, it's not a good calculation on their part.
Seeing as we're talking about the president, let me put this to you. He sits at the head of the Board of Peace, and he alone has full veto power. Is that fair, that the veto rests with one person?
I would ask this: is there anyone else in the world who could lead this effort and bring it to where it already is? I would say the answer to that is an emphatic no. I can't think of anyone leading any nation, any organization, who has the moxie to pull off what he has already pulled off. The agreement at Sharm el-Sheikh itself was something that I think maybe went beyond what people would have ever expected. And that is, when you have the entire Arab world all signing that agreement, Israel signing the agreement, even Hamas signing the agreement, no one but President Donald J. Trump could have pulled that off. So I would just simply say, if anyone questions why should he be the head of the Board of Peace, you tell me who should. And I think you're going to have a hard time giving me a name of anybody who would be better suited to serve in that role than he would.
Here on Counterpoints, we've had some very experienced political commentators say to us that this board could eventually kill the United Nations. Do you think that that's a possibility?
I personally couldn't answer that. I don't think that that's the intent of the Board of Peace. In fact, I can say categorically that's never been discussed. No one has ever said, hey, if we really work this right, we'll replace it.
Of course, and the president in his address at Davos said that he will work in conjunction, but he has been very critical of the UN. Can you foresee a time where it rivals, threatens the UN?
I think if the UN is threatened or rivaled, it'll be because of its own incompetence. It won't be because of something that President Trump does. He's willing to work with the UN. He's gone to speak there. He's been very open about that. But he's also recognized that there are UN-affiliated organizations like UNRWA that were collaborators with Hamas. Even on October 7th itself, there's a lot of heartburn, I think, among many Americans and other nations of the world about some of the ways in which the UN conducts itself. So it's the UN that needs to reform. It it's the UN that needs to make some serious changes to regain credibility in the world. But when you have let's say a Human Rights Council, and you take advice from Russia or North Korea, you just strain the credibility of the organization. So no, I don't think the Board of Peace was ever intended to be a replacement or to be a rival. It's intended to do what it's stated its intentions are, and that is to bring a global awareness and participation in bringing not only an end to a war, but a real rebuilding beyond it.
Well, you raise Russia there. But eyebrows were certainly raised when invitations were extended to Russia, to Belarus, to join the Board of Peace. Given what you've just said, is it appropriate that Presidents Putin and President Lukashenko are invited to sit on a Board of Peace?
I think, again, the president wants to bring as many people together as he possibly can, hoping that if they are a part of the Board of Peace, that it will have long-reaching implications and maybe lead to points of peace in other theaters, including Russia, Ukraine. Let's hope so. We all want to see that one end as well.
Would you like to see President Putin accept the invitation?
Not up for me. Look, I'm keeping my eyes on the portfolio of being U.S. ambassador to Israel, and I have great respect and genuine sense of confidence in the president's decisions. So far, even when people think they're wrong, they turn out to be right. And this has been my observation for many, many years of knowing him. I often, sometimes even will say, I wonder what he was thinking or what did he do? And then in a few days or a few weeks later, it's like, that was brilliant. What I love about President Trump is that he does not approach things in a conventional and in a traditional political calculation. He asks two questions of pretty much everything before him. Will it work, and will it make things better? He is the ultimate pragmatist. He is not an ideologue. And I tell my friends in the U.S. all the time who want to peg him left or right, I say, you're missing the point. That's not who he is. If he makes a decision, it's going to be based on will it work and will it make it better? If that lands a little left of center, that's not a big calculation. Most political figures are going to start and end within the box of their ideology. So if they're conservative, they're going to say everything we do has to start and end within the center to right horizontal line. He just doesn't think like that, and it's why he's been so successful, because he thinks beyond the expectations of a traditional political figure.
Well, Israel is concerned that this Board of Peace will make things better. It's raised worries about the invitations, for example, of Turkey and Qatar on the Board of Peace. Former National Security Advisor Yaakov Amidror to Israel said that it's a strategic error that would strengthen Hamas. Do you share Israel's concerns about their invitation to the board?
One of the things that was made very clear, and President Trump has said it, as have the envoys, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, is that there's an expectation that there will be a difference of opinion in who's on the board and how it's conducting its business. Every member always has the basic right to exit if they choose that it's not going to work for them. But I think the bigger picture is that President Trump is bringing together people that ordinarily wouldn't be together, but the goals are simple. And as it relates to particularly the disarming of those who started this in the first place, and I don't want the world ever to forget, this was not created because Israel did something. This was created because Hamas did something on October the 7th that was an atrocity so unspeakable that had it happened in the United States, it would have been the equivalent of over 40,000 Americans, not just murdered, but massacred and slaughtered. So I think it's one of those moments where Israel looks at this perhaps differently than anybody else in the world. President Trump understands that. He's made that clear. Everyone will make their own decisions about their future role in this.
Mm-hmm. Let's turn our attention slightly away from Israel and Gaza towards other parts of your region. President Trump has told reporters on Air Force One that the US has an armada heading towards Iran. What's he preparing for?
I think Iran will find out when it's time for them to know. The one thing he has said to the Ayatollah that he's continually made clear to Iran, last summer he made clear to them, you're not going to have enriched uranium and you're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They didn't believe him. He proved that he meant it. If he's saying to them, quit killing the protesters, quit slaughtering your own people who believe that they should be having food and water and an economy that works rather than one that gives all of its resources to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, then the supreme leader, or sometimes I call him the extreme leader, should pay attention to that. Melinda, where I come from, we have a statement, a colloquial comment that says there is no education in the second kick of a mule. Well, what that simply means is that the mule kicks you the first time because you stood behind him, not understanding what the mule could do, and you go and you stand behind him again, you're probably not going to have much education in the second kick of the mule because you didn't get much out of the first one. I would say to the Iranian leadership, you got kicked pretty hard last summer, and President Trump did exactly what he said he was going to do. He's saying to you again, you can choose a better course. I would strongly suggest that the Iranian leaders do that.
Is there underlying in that, you know, when you say Iran will find out when it's time for them to know, is the underlying sentiment then that perhaps President Trump isn't convinced when the Iranian authorities say that they aren't executing the protesters and that they have restored calm order?
I think President Trump is a person who is naturally skeptical when people have a long history of murdering their own people, that he's going to just believe that they've had a change of heart. So he's going to want evidence of that. If he doesn't get it, then I think that will be one of the bases upon which he will make whatever decision he will make. But he alone will make that decision. It won't be made by me, won't be made by anyone here in Israel. It will be made by the President of the United States. And when he makes that decision, it will be one that it will be carried out. But I don't know when, I don't know what. I just know that anyone who does not believe that President Trump makes promises that he keeps, they haven't been paying attention.
Do you think then that people in your region should be preparing seriously for another US intervention?
You know, I don't know that I would say that people ought to be preparing like they ought to be stocking up on water and bread and canned goods right now. I don't think we feel a sense of imminent threat. I'm not sensing that here in Israel. But look, we live in a part of the world that is volatile. There's a fragility, if you will, about what peace looks like on any given day. I think most Israelis went to bed on October the 6th, 2023, thinking life is good. Tomorrow's a religious holiday. It's going to be a wonderful day. Everything changed within a few hours. So people expect that you're prepared for anything. You hope for the best. Nobody's sitting around curled up in a fetal position right now, thinking that the opening salvos of Armageddon are about to happen. People are always on alert, and I think that's just being smart.
Let's, as we wrap up our interview, let's circle back to where we started with the Board of Peace, because part of that announcement, part of that official launch on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos included Jared Kushner presenting a reconstruction plan for Gaza. And in that, it suggested not just stable and economically prosperous Gaza, but a Gaza governed and controlled by Palestinians. Do you think that that sits comfortably with the people of Israel?
As long as there's going to be serious reform within the Palestinian culture and mindset, that's going to be a real key. But that's been true within the Palestinian Authority governed regions in Judea and Samaria. So will they change their textbooks and make it so that children are not taught that it's a wonderful thing to kill a Jew? That's going to be a part of it. Will they stop paying people who are terrorists for having murdered people who are Jewish and conducting all kinds of acts of terrorism? And if they die, will their families stop getting pensions for that? That's a part of the reforms that really need to happen, and I think the expectation is that it will. Let's hope that there's a massive reformation. There is a very different kind of culture that takes root in Gaza, and that, as the fairy tales say, let's hope that we all live happily ever after. That's the hope and the goal. But it's in the hands of the people who will have to make it in order for that to be true.
Well, on that, as we wrap up, one last question to you. If we are to live in that fairy tale of all living happily ever after, what is the first thing you would like to see the Board of Peace do? I know that you don't sit at the head, but if you could advise President Trump on day one, this is the first thing, what would you like that to be?
Well, I'm not sure that President Trump needs my advice. I think all of us, and the president has made this clear, we all want to see Hamas fade from the scene, a disarmed, demilitarized Hamas. They're the ones who are the root of this evil, and it really can't go forward as long as they are still holding weapons and as long as they're still holding the hate and the animosity in their heart toward the people who are so close to them.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, it's always a pleasure to have your analysis and insight here on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Melinda. It's always a pleasure to be with you, and I appreciate the conversation.
Now, King Abdulaziz International Airport is a major international airport serving the cities of Jeddah and Mecca, and the airport has been reporting some unprecedented traffic milestones since the start of 2026. In January, the airport saw its busiest ever operational week, and on the 17th of January, its busiest ever day. 195,300 travellers passed through the airport's terminal on that day alone. Well, for the month as a whole, the airport handled 29,200 flights and 5.45 million passengers. That is up 7.3% versus January of last year. Well, Flyadeal is a Saudi Arabian low-cost airline headquartered there at Jeddah's King Abdulaziz International. Well, also happens to be the fastest growing airline in the Middle East. We're joined now by the Flyadeal CEO, Stephen Greenway. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us, Stephen.
Thanks for having me, Tom.
Your airline isn't quite 10 years old, is it? And yet you carried more than 10 million passengers last year. That's a first. 10.7 million to be precise. And just looking at those January numbers that I was just talking about in the introduction there, I mean, it does look, doesn't it, like 2026 is off to a flying start.
Absolutely. We just turned 8 years old back in September of last year, so we should be 10 in 2027. But in terms of January, yeah, I'd like to think we actually contributed to some of that. So our capacity for January was up 37% year on year, which is huge. You know, we're not a small airline. We're not a huge airline, but we're not a small one either. We've had 44 aircraft. Our 45th arrives on Monday next week. Just to give you a comparison, that was 300,000 extra seats year on year just for the month of January alone that we were flying that we didn't fly last year. So it is booming. And Jeddah is it's interesting. It's the second airport, you know, of Riyadh's the primary airport, but it's actually bigger than Riyadh. And a lot of it has to do with traffic mix. We have a lot of pilgrims coming into Jeddah, and that boosts the numbers up over Riyadh.
OK, so huge numbers of passengers, notably at Jeddah, as we were saying there. You're managing very well on the OTP, 92%, so almost all of your planes are leaving and arriving on time. In fact, I think you're the world's most punctual airline. But can the airport facilities really manage that volume of passengers?
Absolutely. So in terms of, we really speak of Jeddah and Riyadh, and there are constraints. I mean, the government admits as much. They're building new runways, so we're getting a third runway in Riyadh as an example. We're also doing some terminal moves this month in February because I've just opened up Terminal 2 after a refurbishment. So Riyadh has got a pathway to be able to lift capacity, and Jeddah is very much the same. They're shutting down the North Terminal and renovating that, and also expanding other facilities as well. So they are investing, and we do desperately need that because there are going to be constraints over the next couple of years without that investment. So we're looking forward to, hopefully, no constraints over the next couple of years.
OK, so that's the infrastructure. Let's talk about the people. Have you got enough people? And what's your preferred recruitment mix? Are you mostly local? Are you more international? How does that work?
About 60% local. The foreigners, most of them are either our captains or our cabin crew. All of our first officers are Saudi, and there's a Saudization program that is linked to 2030. And we have deep recruitment pools within the kingdom. So we have a cadet pilot program for our first officers. We've already trained 50 in the last year. We're doing another 100 this year. So that is a great supply of first officers for our growth. And we also have a lot of departments and a lot of team members who are Saudi. We have the finance team and the HR team. They're all Saudi. So we really do have good local talent, great universities, and there are schemes and subsidies and scholarships that the government participates in to be able to train people up, either at a technical vocation or pilot or what have you.
OK, so you've got that cadet training program in Saudi Arabia. I mean, that does suggest, doesn't it, and everyone talks about a shortage of pilots in the open market. Is that something you're struggling with? Is it difficult to recruit pilots?
It's real for the rest of the world. It's not for me. I get asked quite a lot, and we don't have a shortage at all. So as I said, we have quite a good pipeline of first officers coming in who are have a commercial pilot's license. They need to be type rated onto our aircraft. We have a program with the Ministry of Education to do that in Spain. So that's really supplying that through. And it's also, Saudi Arabia has now become very, very attractive to live in. So when we do require foreigners, particularly for our captains, we don't have a problem or a challenge to be able to bring them into the kingdom.
OK, talk us about the training that you offer your people. What sort of training, refresher courses do you offer people over and above what is mandated by the industry?
For pilots and cabin crew? Or?
All throughout the flyer deal.
Well, for pilots and cabin crew, we have a partnership with Prince Sultan Academy, and that's actually owned by the Saudia Group. So this is where the group comes into play. Saudia Group is actually 9 companies. One of them is the training company, Prince Sultan Academy. And we work with them in terms of training a lot of our people, particularly our cabin crew and pilots. We also work with Airbus. We actually train some of our crew here in Dubai, and we also train our crew in terms of our first officers overseas in Spain to get their type rating as well. In terms of our own personnel, in terms of head office and so forth, there are many schemes that we can participate in terms of government schemes that actually improve and enhance their capabilities in terms of skills training.
And you've got a program, haven't you, I read, that is to train cabin crew to become officially registered tour guides. What's the rationale there?
Well, it's a partnership with Saudia Tourism, and anyone who's been on the ground in the kingdom will tell you how proud the Saudis are, and they want to shift the narrative in terms of the country. They want people to come and visit Saudi Arabia and see with their own eyes how beautiful the country is, how dynamic the country is. And then that partnership was structured with Saudia Tourism that we thought our best advocates are our cabin crew. And we've trained up some of our Saudi cabin crew as an initial batch of 10 to be able to impart knowledge. So if someone's travelling to Alula, as an example, on one of our aircraft, they can give recommendations and tips in terms of what they should do on the ground.
OK, you're in a challenging industry. We've already talked about the difficulty of finding pilots, although you're saying that's not a particular challenge for Flyer Deal.
No.
One of the other big problems for airlines is finding aeroplanes. And there are a lot of reports circulating about some pretty major orders in the pipeline in Saudi Arabia, not necessarily Flyer Deal ones, but at the moment, you've got 44 aircraft, I think, at the moment.
Yes,
is that right?
Yeah.
What's on order, and what are your plans to grow the fleet?
So I think the kingdom has something like 600 or so aircraft on order over the next 4 to 5 years. Now, part of that is our order book. We have 44 aircraft at the moment. 45th arrives in a couple of days. And we have an expansion plan over the next 3 to 4 years that gets us to just shy of 100 aircraft, actually 98. And that is a mix of short haul in terms of our 320s and 321s, and also now long haul in terms of our A330s, which will allow us to do give us true global reach, I suppose. So in a very, very short amount of time, we're going to be more than doubling in size, but also capability in terms of being able to stretch our network further.
OK. Talk us about the diversity of your fleet. You've erred on the side of A320s up until now.
Yes.
10 A330s on order. What's the ideal mix? I mean, wouldn't it have been better to just stay with A320s?
Yeah, absolutely. But you've got the A320s, which just punt. We punt around the GCC and so forth, and they're fantastic aircraft, and they fly domestically. 321s are coming on board, through 240 seats, a little bit longer range. They can get us down to India and Pakistan really, really economically, and our unit cost decreases by about 18%. The 330s is one of those decisions we had to make. Do we want to make our business complex, or do we really want to be able to stretch our capability? And that came about because in its singularity, the kingdom is quite different from many other operating markets. Number one is we have a lot of labour traffic coming into the kingdom, people who build buildings, clean the streets, etc., from all around the world. That's a huge, high volume but low yield market, which is perfectly suited for us. The second is religious traffic. I hinted on that in terms of Jeddah. But you've got 2 billion Muslims around the world, and obviously we're at the centre point of the Muslim religion in terms of Mecca, and bringing those individuals into the country so they can have a pilgrimage. So again, another core target market that's quite specific to Saudi Arabia, and therefore that tilted us in terms of making that decision. It does bring in a little bit of complexity into the business for sure, I accept, in terms of having a second aircraft type. But the volumes are so large, we can't ignore it. If we didn't do it, someone else would.
Right, a lot of airlines facing order delays. I mean, has that impacted you, and is that part of the rationale behind diversifying the fleet? No, I mean, if we would go with another supplier, I suppose. We're with Airbus. We have doubled down on Airbus with the Airbus 330 that we've ordered as well. We did have issues last year. We had 4 of our aircraft actually quite delayed, missing seats, missing engines, and so forth, and delayed production. The last 4 aircraft in the second half of the year actually were delivered on time, so I have to acknowledge that. I actually sat with Airbus here in Dubai only recently, past 2 days ago, and it looks like our order book is holding firm at this moment in time, but anything can happen. It is very... The supply chain is very, very constrained at this moment in time, and I suppose, all you need to do is have the wind blow a little bit and all of a sudden you've got a delay. However, our orders for this year, the 45th aircraft, which I've spoken about, is on time. But I also have to put a footline in that and a caveat. When I say on time, it's already on the back of a number of delays already. And unfortunately, we had our 321s delayed, which were meant to be starting to deliver this year. We have 39 on the order book. Unfortunately, they're not coming until 2027 now. So that was a bit of a difficult pill to swallow. OK, let's talk about destinations for a moment.
Yeah.
43 destinations as things currently stand. They all seem to be short, medium haul.
Yeah.
For now, and you've got 5 new destinations in Pakistan that you're serving. Syria is a market that's opened up for you in the last year or so. Where are you going to focus next?
I love opening up new markets. Syria is an interesting one for me. We're into Damascus from both Jeddah and Riyadh, and we hope, if we get security clearance in literally the next 2 weeks, we can open up Aleppo, which is the second largest city in Syria. So with the civil war now done, or out of the way, hopefully, the country is now back opening up, and there's a lot of Syrians in the kingdom. There's 2 million Syrians living and working in the kingdom, so there's this huge opportunity in terms of market share. Our backyard, we still don't fly to a lot of places in the GCC. Bahrain, Doha is an example. So there's some easy ones there that we'll focus on over the next couple of years. You mentioned Pakistan, 5 cities in the past year alone. We've just celebrated our first anniversary there. And we've also been speaking about India for this year. So we want to open up India probably in the second half of the year. So that's our immediate term. And then we want to push as far as Malaysia, Indonesia and Bangladesh and so forth with our new A330s next year. So we really are stretching the model.
OK, and any plans to sort of take it long haul?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Malaysia.
That is long haul, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's 12 hours. 12 hour sectors from Jeddah, so it's long haul. So our typical sectors are 2 hours, so we really are stretching the model over the next 48 months.
OK. Now, your product is an all-economy cabin.
Yes.
How are you going to diversify the product? Will you diversify the product offering?
So on the 320s and 321s, no. We have 186 seats on our 320s and 240 on the 321 when they arrive next year. High density, but it brings our costs down, keeps our unit costs low, and allows us to be able to deliver a cheap fare to consumers. And that's what we're all about. With the 330, because it's just a bigger plane, we're able to do more things. We will have a small premium cabin on board, and we will have different seating products down the back as well that people can choose from. Just simply because the plane's much larger, you can offer different seating types and so forth on the aircraft.
OK, what do you think is better for Flyadeal? Is it thickening up the route with additional services on existing destinations, or boosting frequency on those, or adding new destinations? What do you err towards?
All of the above. We've got such a big order book that we can do both. So if you have a look at, say, Jeddah Riyadh, we have 25 flights a day each way on Jeddah Riyadh. And we will continue adding flights. I wouldn't be surprised in the next 12 months we'll be up to 30. So literally more than 1 flight every hour of the day. And our competitors are doing the same. So we always look first and foremost as where we can thicken up, where we can double up, triple up, etc., because you want that network depth. That said, though, there's a limit to that, obviously, in terms of saturation. And we look for new routes. And most of our new routes are coming from international. So those 321s that I spoke of for next year and so forth, they really allow us to do very economical flying to the subcontinent, as an example. We can get up to southeastern Europe. For example, it's only 4 hours away from Jeddah. So there's a lot of options on the table. But first and foremost, absolutely right, we want to really go deep on the routes that we currently have. But even then, you've got to be careful of saturation. And we also want to expand internationally. Our international footprint is only about 25% of our total capacity at the moment. We want to get it to 50% in the next 2 to 3 years.
Now, you are partners with Al Fursan, which is, of course, the mileage program of your sister carrier, Saudia. But why do you think in the past, traditionally, low-cost carriers have tended to keep away from offering their passengers loyalty programs? I'm a loyalty freak. I love the whole theory of loyalty and started a loyalty program in Hong Kong and sold it to Cathay Pacific many years ago. But for me, I don't have an answer to that. I actually think LCCs should have a loyalty program because, I mean, the revenue that you can generate off the sale of points, the ecosystem you can build, the stickiness to your brand that you can construct. In this instance, though, we didn't need to. We actually had a loyalty program that was very, very strong in the kingdom in terms of Al Fursan, which is part of the Saudia group, you know, millions of members. So we automatically tapped into that. I'll give you one number as an example. From June of last year alone, we have had 30,000 people redeem on Flyer Deals. So people with their points redeeming on us, purchasing tickets with their points and flying on us. At 30,000 out of nothing, you know. So that in itself, you know, I think underscores the importance of the program to us. And also, I'm just a big believer of loyalty programs because they're very different from frequent flyer programs. You want to have a loyalty program that is a lifestyle program where, yes, travel is the cornerstone of the product, but you can do many, many other things with your points and your loyalty membership and so forth. And that's what Al Fursan does. Okay, and you've signed up with Amadeus. That's your first agreement with a GDS, a global distribution system. I mean, you are veering away a little bit, aren't you, here, from the classic LCC business model? We are long-haul, loyalty, GDS, absolutely, but it's absolute necessity. If we want to distribute our product internationally effectively, particularly in markets where we have very little market presence, to be honest, like Europe, at this moment in time, we need to put our product on more shelves. We can't just rely on direct sales. We just simply cannot. We don't have the scale of a Ryanair in Europe. But equally, we're tapping up new markets. So the GDS allows us to get into corporate travel. And that's really, really key, like Amex corporate travel and so forth. So we're opening up new market segments to us that are highly profitable and allowing people to travel. We also have now, we're only the second carrier to do it in the kingdom, a link with Expro, and that is the government travel portal. And so now government employees in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia can now travel us, whereas they only had one choice previously, which was Saudia. So we're giving the government a low-cost option for their employees to be able to travel around the countryside, and also people who are hospitalised, and they may need to go, say, do chemotherapy at a hospital in Riyadh, but they live in Jeddah. We move them around cost-effectively for the nation. So that is another customer segment that we now have that we didn't have only 12 months ago. It does change the model a little bit, but there's a lot of business there. So either I leave the money on the table for someone else or we go after it ourselves. Okay. Now, you've invested a lot of money in IT infrastructure, I'm told, and you probably get asked this all the time, and when we talk about, we bring AI into everything. But in what areas of Flyer Deals management is AI proving to be most useful and boosting efficiency? I mean, I can think of yield management for one, but what else?
First, I would say there's a lot of noise about AI. There's a lot of vendors out there purporting to have solutions that somehow can revolutionise how you operate and so forth. Do I believe that AI is the next industrial revolution? I do. But it's still in its infancy in many areas. And don't also forget that we are regulated heavily. So as an example, we have AI solutions being pitched to us about operations and weight and balance of aircraft. Yeah, but you can't really implement that because it's actually, you have to have trained, registered people with the authorities that actually make that decision. You can't rely on AI to do that for you. So what we're looking at is a range of solutions across the company, everything from recruitment to our operations control centre to fuel savings and so forth. We augment the decision making. We use AI to help us streamline our decision making, disrupt management. We'll throw in an AI model in terms of, well, okay, if the weather front comes into Jeddah, what do you think we we should do? How do you think we should modify our network? And does that correlate with actually the human thinking in terms of what, which is based on decades of experience? And then we fine-tune our activities. So at the moment, what we're trying to do is cut through all the noise, number one, and find solutions that are actually meaningful. And number two is actually then use those as augmenting our own decision-making by our own people.
Okay, we're coming to the end. I mean, on this program, we've talked a lot about the rapid transformation of the aviation sector in Saudi Arabia. We've spoken to you, we've spoken to your sister airline Saudia, we've spoken to Riyadh Air. Where and how do you see Flyadeal playing a part with Vision 2030?
I think there's really three business models in the market at the moment. One is the premium, and that is Saudia at the moment, but soon to be Riyadh Air. You have a hybrid, which is FlyNAS, our biggest competitor. So they're a bit mixed. They have a business class cabin. They also have an LCC cabin down the back. And then we're a pure play. And I say it unromantically, we're a bus. We get people from A to B safely, on time, we do not cancel, and we're cheap. And as long as we stick to that proposition, I think we've got a winner. Because people know, even if they only paid 100 SAR, they know that we've got reliability. They know they're going to get from A to B on time, et cetera, et cetera. And that is a really, really valuable proposition. And don't forget, Saudi Arabia is a big country. They need air travel, and we want to be able to take our Saudi Arabians to the world, and we want to bring the world to Saudi Arabia. And so we are that mass market travel option in terms of air travel option, and we'll continue to play that in the years to come.
Okay, so you play very neatly into the Vision 2030 ambitions and goals.
Absolutely, we're a key enabler. I mean, if they want the 130 million tourists a year, et cetera, we have to. We're part of that mix. We're absolutely part of that mix because we provide that mass form of travel, be it pilgrims, be it worker traffic, or be it leisure traffic, or VFR. We are the solution to that.
Okay, well, they're very close to that number now, aren't they?
They are.
Thank you very much indeed. Really nice talking to you, Stephen Greenaway, the CEO of Flyadeal. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks very much, Tom.
A diplomatic standoff inches towards crisis. Iran has drawn a firm red line, declaring its ballistic missile capabilities non-negotiable in talks with the United States, a position that hasn't gone down very well in Jerusalem. As Washington and Tehran prepare for further negotiations, Israel is pushing the U.S. to broaden the agenda, including missiles and regional proxies. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is in Washington to press that case. With the U.S. beefing up its military presence in the region and no breakthrough yet in sight, the question hanging is, can diplomacy succeed, or is the region on the brink of a bigger confrontation? Coming up next on Counterpoints. As Washington flirts with the idea of a narrow nuclear deal with Tehran, alarm bells are ringing in Jerusalem. For Israel, an agreement that caps uranium enrichment but ignores Iran's ballistic missile program and leaves untouched its support for armed groups across the region isn't diplomacy, it's déjà vu. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is expected to carry that warning straight to the White House on Wednesday, pressing Donald Trump not to settle for what Israel sees as a dangerously incomplete bargain. Iran sees any limitations on its missile program as an existential risk, given it has no other means to deter Israel from attacking the country without them. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll discuss whether Israel is trying to persuade the U.S. to take military action, whether Iran is weaker or stronger than it appears at this stage, and what exactly is causing an impasse in negotiations. And will there be a new deal? Joining us for tonight's discussion is Leigh Ann Gerrans, strategic consultant and former advisor at the Prime Minister Netanyahu's office and the Israeli National Security Council, Brandon Weichert, senior national security editor at 1945, and finally Kieran Andrew, political commentator and doctor of political economy. Welcome to Counterpoints. So Iran says its missile program is non-negotiable. Israel says missiles must be part of any deal. Negotiations continue, and now the Israeli Prime Minister is in Washington. Let's go straight to it. Leigh Ann, we're going to start with you. Why is Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the U.S. right now? Is he trying to persuade President Donald Trump into a wider regional war?
Well, if a good deal was possible, then that would have been the ideal outcome. But unfortunately, this is probably not the case. President Trump still wants to get to a deal. He's, on one hand, laying out a credible military option on the table with all of the armada that has been sent over surrounding Iran. So that is on one hand. But on the other hand, he leaves still some flexibility or room for negotiation about a deal. He's a deal maker. He likes deals. He believes in deals. And potentially this is still on the table. But Netanyahu is bringing in the realistic perspective, which is it is highly unlikely that Iran will actually agree to a deal that not only Israel, but the entire Western world, I would say, and even the region can agree with. And that means that basically Netanyahu is there to both draw red lines, but also to think about what's next. What happens if the negotiation table fails? What does that actually mean? What is the flexibility that is there for all sides involved? And how do we prepare for that deal to fall, which is likely to be the case?
What do you think, Kieran? Do you think there's no prospects for a good deal here, that it's going to fall through?
I think we should cut right to the chase. This is a war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu, trying to plead with somebody who, let's be honest, let's cut the crap. Somebody who is trying to distract the American public from the fact that he is mentioned in lots and lots of files for cavorting with, at a moment in time in the past, a convicted paedophile. It is a war criminal consorting with a president, distracting from that, and attempting to create more conflagration in the region that has already experienced so much dislocation and violence because of the state of Israel. Iran is a country of 92 million people. It's a country that doesn't have a nuclear program. And it's being besieged by two countries that do have nuclear programs, one of which, Israel, doesn't confess to the world that it has a nuclear program. It's the only country in the world with a secret nuclear weapons program. It doesn't even have the backbone to fess up to it. So the idea that Iran, that this is somehow, we've come to the end of the road with negotiations and Iran must, either completely put up or shut up and accept bombing, it's a very, very, it's for the birds, and I think it's a very, very disquieting thesis. And I think, again, it comes from an individual who is responsible for war crimes, and an individual who is trying to distract his public with any dust he can kick up in any direction at any time. And I think that anybody who thinks Israel and the United States are fair arbiters in this particular quarrel in the region need to get their head examined, frankly.
Brandon, I see you smiling there. What do you have to say?
Well, I appreciate the honesty. I think that ultimately the fact of the matter is I don't believe these negotiations were ever real. I think this was all a ruse. I know for a fact on January 15th, the president was prepared to initiate bombardment of Iran, and he was pulled back by the Saudis and the Qataris and the Turks because they said, hey, we're not going to be involved. If the Iranians unleash a missile barrage of epic proportions, which Iran will, at both U.S. bases in the region and Israel, we will not use our air defense systems to knock those missiles out. And that stayed Trump's hand. Then again, 2 weekends ago, I know for a fact Trump was ready to pull the trigger again. And it was his own Joint Chiefs of Staff who quietly said, Mr. President, the Chinese are ranging the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln with their Yaogan satellite constellation. Iran's anti-ship ballistic missiles are not to be laughed at. They're very serious threats to the carrier. We shouldn't go ahead. And now here we are with talk about another aircraft carrier coming in. You've got the largest buildup of C-17 logistics transport planes coming in. We haven't seen this kind of buildup since before Desert Storm in 91. I believe fully that the Trump administration long ago decided they were going to open up on Iran. I think Israel's coming in to seal the deal. I don't believe for a second that these negotiations are real. And I just think it's very unfortunate, not because I'm pro-Iran. I'm not pro-Iran's government. But it's because the Iranians have built up a very, very, very serious missile capability, hypersonic weapons capability, and drone capability that can and will overwhelm the air defenses of the region, notably if the Arab countries don't intervene. And more importantly, Israel cannot take that kind of missile attack. Their economy is already teetering after the last year's missile attack, and that was a preview of what Iran will do, especially because Iran fully knows that this is not going to be like last summer where the Trump administration did pinprick strikes on nuclear sites. This is going to be a comprehensive regime change mission by another name, and the Iranians will go for broke to basically either stop that from happening or to just as a big FU to the region, because if they're going to go down, they're going to take their enemies down with them.
Before going on to my next question, I want to remind our three guests that if you want to jump in and piggyback on other people's guest responses,
so please allow me to do that if you don't mind.
Of course.
I have to say, regardless of what you may think of Netanyahu and your criticism with regards to his policies and the way that the war was managed in Gaza, this has nothing to do whatsoever with the fact that Iran is not just a threat on Netanyahu himself or on Israel. It is a threat to the region, it is a threat to the world, and it is a threat to its own people. So Trump himself has given a commitment to the Iranian people that help is on the way. Why? Because the Iranian regime is slaughtering its own people. Tens of thousands of people have been slaughtered over the past few weeks, and President Trump has given them a commitment that he's going to help them. So, and nuclear Iran is completely is not a Netanyahu problem, and nuclear Iran is a global and regional problem, and this regime is a problem to its own people. So this is why this claim is completely irrelevant. And
no, it's not irrelevant. You don't need to. You don't need to do with it. Yeah. I'll just quickly come in on that. Fair enough that you say that. You don't need to love the Iranian regime to understand that what you just said is geopolitically nonsense, frankly. I know where you sit, people think that, but in the rest of the world, most people unaffiliated maybe with their governments and government institutions, thinks that Israel is the biggest threat in the region. They see that the way that the Israeli government has conducted its genocide in Gaza is completely and utterly at odds with international law. They see that Israel attacks its neighbors very, very routinely, almost perfectly in lockstep with election cycles, that it is tied to political careers and to the election cycle, particularly of Netanyahu. You say it's not a Netanyahu problem. Netanyahu has been the political figure par excellence in Israel over the past 25, 30 years. That's how long he's been more or less in situ, with a couple of breaks, of course. And so it is, of course, it's time. I mean, you're always telling us it's related. You're always telling us, well, we have to bomb Iran, because even if Iran doesn't directly attack other countries, it has its proxies with Hamas and with Hezbollah. So which is it? Either it's related or it isn't. And actually, what you did in Gaza is considered by international institutions, and as I say, by a majority of international civil society, to be at best a heinous war crime and probably genocide. So I think what you're saying is increasingly hollow in the corridors of power and among audiences internationally. I would just say this as well. Whatever you might think about a nuclear Iran, it doesn't exist. And actually, I don't know what our other guests think or what our other guest thinks about the Obama deal. There are a lot of things I dislike Barack Obama on. I think that deal was a perfectly good, a perfectly reasonable piece of statecraft in the region. It capped Iran, more or less, and it meant that there was none of this kind of wargaming that we see going on at the moment, which is terrible for the region and terrible for people in both Iran and indeed in Palestine and in Israel.
So what do our guests think?
The only thing that Iran violated this deal all the time and lied to the international community about it. So, you know, it was a perfect deal. It was simply not really enforced, and it wasn't
what happened was Trump took.
Look,
what happened was
the fact that you
let's
are
just have
ignoring,
a little bit of
the fact
Shall
that
we just
you are
fact check
ignoring
quickly?
the Iranian regime and
I'm not ignoring it. I'm not.
Gerrans, we'll let Leigh Ann finish.
And to the region is beyond me.
I'm not ignoring it. I'll just briefly say one thing. First of all, actually, it was Trump tearing up that deal that led to the Iranians, the deal lapsing, and then the Iranians going off and doing their own thing, of course, because the deal was torn up. That's the first thing. The second thing is I'm not ignoring what the Iranian regime does. I don't like protesters being killed either. But there has to be a modicum of realpolitik here. You can't just say, oh, I don't like what that regime's doing. It's people, let's go and bomb a country with 92 million people in it after we've already created massive refugee crises across the region.
Let's hug them, and then maybe they will stop killing their own people and pose a threat on the world.
Nonsense. They will fight back. As our other guest said, they will
Let's
fight
bring
back.
Brandon in. Brandon, what do you think? Are we heading towards an escalation, and is this the wise thing to do, or should Washington keep pressuring for a negotiation?
I don't think negotiations can work because there's no consensus among the three parties involved. And the reason I say that is it's not even over the nuclear issue, because I have an entire book about, the Iranian regime and the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat. The big issue here is the ballistic missiles. And Iran doesn't really have a conventional air force worth noting. They have put all of their efforts into building out their ballistic missile capabilities, their hypersonic weapons, against which we have no active defense, by the way, and advanced drone swarms. We want them to give that up, and the Iranians are understandably, and I say this is not a fan of the regime, but understandably the Iranians are saying, hey, if we give up those ballistic missiles, then there's nothing to stop Israel and the United States from hitting us again like they did in the 12-day war. And those ballistic missiles are the problem. They're very deeply buried right now in missile cities underground. We tried to hit them, as did the Israelis in the 12-day war. That was ineffective, and the reason it was ineffective is because the Israelis have hardened the geology around those facilities. They will bring those missiles up to bear the minute that we begin dropping bombs. U.S. service members will be harmed, will be killed in those bases, and the Israelis, the cities like Tel Aviv, economic hubs, beautiful, amazing cities, will be rocked by these missiles. It will be utterly damaging. And I just want to make something very clear. This is not necessary at this point in time. This is a war of choice, and it doesn't make any sense politically for President Trump to be doing this right now at a time when he is set to lose the midterms because he's been focused way too much on foreign policy issues and not on fixing our economy.
Leigh Ann, I do want your Israel perspective here, because if talks do move forward without missile restrictions and Trump focuses more on the nuclear talks, would Israel actually accept that, or would it move on its own in the region?
So Israel would have to sustain flexibility to act upon existential threats, and ballistic missiles with such significant scope are indeed existential threats. We cannot allow that to happen. And so it's not only about what happens in a deal, it's also what happens after a deal and how much flexibility Israel sustains in order to deal with threats that are indeed existential. Now, we cannot also afford the proxy system to be revitalized. The proxy system that Iran has built for many years had only one single goal: to promote its own radical ideology and to suffocate Israel to the extent that it would be exterminated. We cannot allow that to happen. And our military
proxy system has been vastly
in Gaza,
degraded.
in Lebanon,
That
in
proxy
Syria,
system has been
cannot go
degraded. There's
back.
no reason to do this now.
So, Brandon, what is going to happen with, because they also want to negotiate the proxy system. So what do you think is going to be reached in a negotiation when it comes to that?
Well, like I said, I don't think these negotiations are serious. I don't think there can be a negotiation because of these issues. Ultimately, I'm going to speak from the American perspective. I understand Israel and Netanyahu have their perspective, and they're going to do what's in their national interest, as are the Iranians, as are the Saudis and the Arabs. I can tell you right now, it is not in America's national interest to initiate what will become a full-bore regional war in the Middle East. We are not in a good position right now. Our stockpiles are drastically depleted. Thank you, Mr. Zelensky. We are not able to resupply. We are stretched thin right now. We've got issues going on in Latin America. We've got China doing stuff in their part of the world, which is much more important to us than the Middle East. And oh, by the way, we couldn't defeat the Houthis or the Taliban. What makes anybody think that our military right now, in its present condition, is able to effectively effect regime change, especially without boots on the ground? And we are not going to have boots on the ground. So all this is going to do is it's going to kick over a hornet's nest. It's going to cause instability and chaos all over the Middle East, and it's not going to resolve well for anybody, not the Arab states, not Israel, certainly not the Iranian people. My recommendation is go back to the Abraham Accords. We have abandoned the Abraham Accords. We need to be rekindling those. That was Trump's great coup de grace diplomatically in his first term, and we've shredded it with all of this excess and this militarism. Go back to that. My personal opinion on the Iranian front, I don't think America should be involved in negotiations at all. It's not our neighborhood. We should be pulling our forces out, drastically reducing, and telling the locals, sort your own mess out. It's not our problem.
If you look at this from the Iranian perspective, which I know people often don't in the West, it's very simple. As you mentioned there, Steve, they're going to look at it from their national interest, and the prism of their national interest dictates, does it not, that they would be utterly insane to be giving up ballistic missiles. They would be utterly insane when they have such jingoistic neighbours that openly talk day in, day out, obsessively about bombing them, about regime change. Why on earth would they want to give up any weapons? No regime on earth would. No country on earth would, according to any rational principles. We all know that. We're not allowed to say it sometimes because the people are our official enemies or they're not our allies. But we all know it on this call. They would be insane if they gave up their weapons, and they would be insane, frankly. And listen, I want to live in a nuclear-free world, but let's be realistic about this. Regimes with nuclear weapons survive. Regimes without nuclear weapons, they get toppled. Look at Saddam. You know, that's just a reality. And so what your militarism, by your, I mean Israel's, militarism, of violence and jingoism and constant war addiction in the region, what it means is that the signal is given to other regimes and other world leaders very, very clearly. If you don't develop nuclear weapons, you could be in the firing line. You could be in the sniper line next. And why would anybody with half a brain cell want that?
I want to make something really clear.
Please.
Israel is not looking to overthrow or change the Iranian regime. It is not our business to do it. It is not, and it's not something that has been declared as a goal. It is for the Iranians to decide on their own regime. The regime simply poses a threat. It simply has decided that its goal is to eradicate Israel, and this is why it has been seen as an existential threat. Because if you combine this extremist view with nuclear power and ballistic missiles, this poses a threat on Israel's national interest. Beyond that, supporting the Iranian regime in their struggles, it's not something that is our business. But I want to go back to the Abraham Accords because I think this is a key point. I agree with you. The Abraham Accords are a key factor and need to be expanded and need to be deepened. And Saudi Arabia and Israel normalization is key for the region. And this is why the
but it won't
UAE
happen
and
under
Saudi
these
Arabia
conditions.
Tensions, the UAE and Saudi Arabia tensions cannot be in the way of us bringing all the moderate forces together in the region to build a stable region that is built on cooperation, that is built on trust, that is built on security, that is built on prosperity. So I completely agree with that point.
And Brandon, I have a question for you.
Okay.
Let's go to Brandon.
Brandon.
Well, I was just going to say real quick, then the solution now is not escalation with rolling the dice. The United States military does not have the staying power to do whatever Netanyahu and Trump think it has. And I know for a fact Trump has been briefed on this, and yet he's still fixated on the military option, which is a mistake. The solution is de-escalate. De-escalate everywhere. We have to go back to our neutral corners here because that's the only way the Abraham Accords can go forward. Because right now the Arab states are looking around going, why would we deal with Israel according to the Abraham Accords if they're going to kick over our neighbor in Iran and it's going to have chaos and refugee flows and insanity coming over? You've got to de-escalate right now. There has to be mass de-escalation. The American people want out of the region too, by the way. This is not sustainable, this policy. It's not.
Brandon, another question.
There is footage.
We'll go to Kieran.
There is footage of Benjamin Netanyahu in 2003 begging the Americans to topple Saddam. Now, I know you say we're not interested in regime change. Yeah, but I mean, you're obviously funding a lot of proxy things going on there. But regardless, you're interested in weakening the regime. Now, I don't love the regime. But again, if you're the regime, you will obviously read all of this as, no, excuse me, well, you're defending genocide. I mean, you defend the genocidal country and the genocidal leader, so let's not go there because it won't end well for you. But let me just say, no, you're not going to derail me. I'm going to make my point. I'm not going to be sidetracked by your stupid red herring. I do not have any time for any regimes that kill their own people. But I, unlike you, am capable, first of all, of not supporting genocide, and two, of seeing things through the lens of realpolitik, of understanding that you might object to something happening in the innenpolitik, the civil society of a country, but also understand that, as Brandon has been saying, it might create huge regional instability. Right? Those are two things that you ought to be able to hold simultaneously in your head. And that's what I'm trying to do. Israel clearly has been an aggressor to many of its neighbors. In 2003, you had Benjamin Netanyahu on television in front of the Senate, everywhere you can imagine, begging the Americans to invade Iraq, saying that democracy, liberal democracy will flourish. You can find this on YouTube. History is repeating itself so easily because people like you go on television and beg other countries to help you join in on your regional wars. You're desperate for other countries to fight to the last drop of their service people's blood because you're a country completely and utterly addicted to war and knee-deep in a genocide. It is disgusting, and everybody can see through it.
I'm not even going to respect everything that came out of your mouth with the response.
Because you don't have anything to say. That's why.
I will only say this.
Because you don't have anything to say.
The only reason why now Syria, Lebanon, Gaza, and the Palestinians as a whole stand a chance of moving away from becoming an Iranian proxy and having a chance of having a new future is due to the military achievements of Israel. Now they need to be translated into sustainable solutions. But this is the only reason why Syria now stands a chance, why Lebanon now stands a chance, why Gaza now stands a chance. And so
you're saying
realpolitik, ignoring the realities on the ground in the Middle East and understanding the dynamics and what Iran has built here for years. Its proxy system is like completely detached.
You're living in a fantasy land. I know you believe that, but you ought to know that nobody, more or less nobody, who isn't directly affiliated or being paid for by the Israeli government in the rest of the world believes that any longer. Maybe they did in the 1990s and the 2000s. No one does anymore. So you're talking to yourself.
Brandon, I have one last question for you.
I would just like to also... Yeah,
exactly. Before moving on, my question to you was, you have Leigh Ann and Kieran next to you. Also, you could say whatever you had to say. But my question is also, do you think, is there any space for compromise?
In which way? Between the Iranian
Between
and
both
the Israeli
negotiation, Iran, Israel, and Donald Trump and the U.S. How can everyone be satisfied?
No, I think I think President Trump has decided he's going in militarily. It's a question of when, not if. I think the negotiations are a ruse. I think that, I saw an image last night of Witkoff and Kushner meeting with Netanyahu in the White House, and that looked to me that indicates that they're moving forward. They may not say it out loud. Mm-hmm. They may drag Netanyahu publicly for political purposes, but I fundamentally believe that the decision has been made, and it's going to take a miracle to get off the off-ramp here. And I just want to say two other things. There's something that I think somebody mentioned Syria right before I started talking. I don't know how anybody could look at Syria as a success story. We handed that country over to an ISIS commander who killed U.S. troops. He killed U.S. troops in the Iraq War by the dozens. So it's, for me, that is not a success. And I don't know how putting ISIS or an al-Qaeda-like commander in charge of next door Syria is going to be good for Israel in the long run. I don't believe it will. I think there's another national security crisis for Israel now.
I just said that Syria now stands a chance.
Okay, I apologize. I couldn't hear everything.
No, but
yeah.
No, but the
okay, and then
also Syria stands a chance. Sorry.
As Iran marks the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, state media reported millions in the streets, waving flags, burning American banners, and chanting "Death to America." A show of unity and defiance, yet beyond the cameras, another soundtrack echoed through the Capitol. From apartment windows and rooftops, voices could be heard chanting "Death to the dictator." So the question is, are these rallies genuine expressions of national solidarity or a staged display of force masking deep unrest and regional tension? So, Kieran, we're going to go to you here. What do we know? Is Iran weakened enough that any type of military strike could actually be successful?
I don't think so, for the reasons that Brandon has talked on the military hardware front. But I also think that it's far more complex than that. Now, I think that it's pretty clear that the regime has spent a lot of its political capital, any political capital that it had in 1979, and it had a lot in 1979 because of the nature of the prior regime. Whatever political capital it had, it has spent. And clearly, it still has its coalitions within Iranian civil society, but they've shrunk. They've massively shrunk. And what I would urge any people around the world who are genuinely concerned about how Iranians are treated by their regime, dissident or otherwise, is to allow that to play out, allow Iranians to organize, allow them to form coalitions in civil society through the economy, because remember, there's always an economic component to this. In Iran, it's that the merchant class has been screwed over by certain taxes on merchant trade and all the rest of it. The merchant class was historically one of the major bulwarks of the regime, of the Islamic Republic. They've been screwed over, and much like the Arab Spring, people forget about the Arab Spring, what an enormous economic component there was to all of the conflagration that we saw in Tunisia, Algeria, and elsewhere. There's, basically speaking, large numbers of people in the economy started to lose. And the same thing has happened in Iran. So when Leigh Ann says, oh, it sounds like you love a regime, I hope that what I've just said shows that I'm far more nuanced than that. I have an understanding of what's going on inside the country. And I know that to some extent, they're probably on borrowed time. But I also know that when you bomb a country with a powerful figurehead and a class or a caste that's been in power since 1979, and there is no viable alternative. There is no power base that is homogenous enough to compete with that. You create not regime change, you create massive political vacuum. And in that political vacuum, often you get monsters. You get monsters filling the void, right? And, you know, what Brandon said a moment ago about Syria. Exactly, right? We're on the set. What you said about Syria, look where we are with that. And by the way, saying, oh, I wasn't saying that the new leader of Syria is great, but the subtext of saying the IDF has given Syria a chance is that the new leadership is hopeful and positive. And as Brandon rightly pointed out, he murdered American service people in the war in Iraq in 2003 and beyond. He is a jihadist. He's an Islamic fundamentalist. So I think that's just a small illustration of what happens when you take out regimes that have, over long periods of time, created their power bases, fossilized their institutions so that they're very embedded, very path dependent. If you nuke those, if you dissolve those institutions, you don't get a spontaneous upspring or upsurge of democracy. You get utter chaos.
Brandon, what do you think?
I have to say that I agree with that complexity. I agree with that complexity. It is not something that there's a recipe for toppling a regime and getting a better regime afterwards. There is risks of chaos. There is risk of vacuum. And nobody here thinks that just toppling the Iranian regime will get us necessarily to a right track. But there is also the element of what the Iranian regime poses in terms of the threat, both internally and externally. And to that, again, this is not an Israeli issue. There is a reason why, for example, the European Union has decided to sanction Iran. It's not just on the basis of the fact that
because they go along with.
They simply think that the Iranian regime should be supported. The Iranian regime poses a threat to the world, and this is why sanctions are coming from different angles, from different sides of the world. So there is no easy recipe here, but there needs to be consistent pressure on the regime. And the regime cannot be allowed to hold kinds of weapons that pose existential threats to democratic countries in the region.
Brandon, I'd love your thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, there's much in there to agree with. I certainly, again, I don't trust the regime in Iran. I don't think they have our best interests at heart. I don't think they have their own people's best interests at heart. But at the end of the day, we're talking about capabilities and intentions. The Iranians, with these ballistic missiles that they have actually proven that the only time they're going to pop them off at us is if we start poking them. And so I think there's an off-ramp here. I'm not saying they're going to be always reasonable, but I do think it can buy time for cooler heads to prevail. Clearly, the Iranians understand that if they really go full bore, that's probably the end of their regime. That is inherently a deterrent, factor here. So I think there's much to build on diplomatically. You mentioned the EU, but remember, the EU was also getting trashed 10 years ago because they were the first ones to open up business ties with the Iranians once JCPOA, the Iran nuke deal, went forward. So I don't really know what holding them up is really going to do. I mean, they're a completely gelded, geopolitical entity in Europe, completely useless. If I were able to have any influence over the diplomatic track, I think you have very strong support in the Arab community, notably in Saudi Arabia. I think you have very strong support for not only doing some kind of a negotiated settlement, but also the Arabs fully understand that the Iranian regime is not their friend. I think you have a way to rehabilitate the Abraham Accords by getting a deal going and seriously going and negotiating with the Arabs and the Israelis. Bring the Russians in as well. Both Iran and Israel have very good relations with Moscow right now. We don't in the United States. Moscow could be a very interesting interlocutor, as could Turkey. There is a pathway forward. It will not be easy to get everybody to de-escalate, but it just seems like Trump and Mr. Netanyahu, and I understand Netanyahu has his own objectives here. He's a national leader. He's going to do what he has to do for his perceived national interest. I understand that. But I'm telling you from the American perspective, it is not in America's national interest to go to war right now, even if it's a limited air war. We will get sucked in to the geopolitical quicksand of the Middle East. China's just moved a Type 55 destroyer into the region. This has carrier-killing capabilities. The Chinese are signaling to Washington, if you knock out Iran, we're going to do something nasty to you. And I suspect it's going to be related to Taiwan. And right now, the United States cannot win a war over Taiwan any more than we can win a war over Iran. So this is leading to a very destructive place for the Western alliance if we do what's being proposed. We have to find an off-ramp. We have to bring these other parties in, and we're going to have to understand that we don't want nukes in Iran, but at the same time, the Iranians are limited in what they can develop right now. What's more, those missiles are the problem. They're not going to get rid of them, but they haven't launched them preemptively. So there's a chance here we can actually work towards something, and those sanctions are leverage. We could use those sanctions as leverage.
Leigh Ann, what do you say? It's very nice to hear an American speaking like this. And you know, we don't have to all go into
Unfortunately, I'm not
Israel's...
listened to in the administration.
Yeah, I wish you were. I wish you were. We don't all have to follow Israel into its quagmires, you know, and Israel is, as I mentioned before, in my reckoning, and I think the empirical record bears it out, a war junkie. And I think that the reasons it's a war junkie inhere in the nature of the logic of the state of Israel right as it exists in 2026. You know, and the colonization of Palestinian land, the destruction of Palestinian life. You say the IDF did favors for the Palestinians. Come on. That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Palestinians, and everybody else for that matter, knows that what the IDF is doing is systematically eradicating the Palestinians. Now, of course, you're going to say that's not true. It's because of Hamas and so on. We can all see it. We can all see it. So it's very nice to hear. I think that the world will be a much better place if Israel were told no more often.
What do you think, Leigh Ann?
I think that the fact, we're simply ignoring the fact that Israel was attacked on 7 fronts during the past 2.5 years, and we fought for our own existence. This is what happened here. Now, through that fighting, new opportunities came about. Some of them were not even intentional. Like, for example, Syria was not intentional. Whether it's a success, we don't know yet. Right now, I'm suspicious as you. But there are changes and shifts that are happening in the region. And what we need to, as a result of the last 2.5 years, that was triggered, again, by an attack on Israel from 7 fronts. But now what we need to do is we need to work together, all the moderate forces in the region, with the U.S. leadership, and we need to call it very straight, right from wrong. Iran and its proxy system cannot be revitalized. A Muslim Brotherhood type of proxy system cannot be built on the backbone of the previous axis. We need to bring all the moderate forces together. We need to isolate and weaken the Iranian regime. Can we do it through a deal? I wish. I hope so. I hope so. If there was, I can tell you, if there is a good deal that comes in out of the meetings, out of the negotiations over the next couple of days, I will be the first one to support it. I just don't see it coming. This is the only issue.
In what world? Well, it can't right now because it's too extreme.
Brandon, we'll hear what you say, and then we move on to Kieran.
Yeah, in what world?
Oh, I was just going to say, it can't. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say, it can't. You can't get a negotiation, though, because everybody is in these extreme positions, and the Israeli-American side is taking such an intractable position on the ballistic missiles. Iran can't negotiate. Now, I'm not saying that we can trust them, but I'm saying clearly they know the stakes, so they're going to want to negotiate rather than go to war, jaw over war. But the thing here is also that we have to remember, you're talking about moderate voices, and I'm right with you. This is why I've been such a loud, outspoken proponent of the Abraham Accords. But I'm telling you, you're driving those moderate voices into the darkness with everything that's gone on in the last 1.5 years. Whether you believe what's going on in Gaza is national self-defense, and I agree after 10/7, Israel was justified to seek retribution against Hamas. I agree with you. But let's face it, Israel kept expanding the war in multiple areas. Sometimes they were attacked, sometimes they were expanding it. But the point is, now you've gone from being the victim to appearing as the aggressor, and those moderate voices in the Arab world, they're not speaking out because they can't. It's not politically tenable because the imagery out of Gaza is so horrific that now Israel's in a position where it's being isolated. And it doesn't have to be. There's a chance here to get some kind of de-escalation. De-escalation is key. And the way forward is what I'm saying. It's not by blowing up Iran. We're not going to be able to bomb anybody into democracy. It never worked before. It won't work now. It's going to make everything worse, especially for Israel.
Kieran, what do you think? You don't think we can all work together here?
Democracy as well.
Yeah, what I think very clearly is that in what world does Israel get to claim that it is part of moderate forces or moderate parties when it's committing genocide in Gaza? It's an apartheid state. Well, I can see people sort of groaning, but the reality is Palestinians are people. They exist. Yeah, and they might not have power.
I agree. I agree. I'm just.
Okay.
It's not.
Okay.
But this isn't really helpful to the conversation, in my opinion.
Well, but it is.
Bringing up the emotional.
Well, it is.
We are
it's not
talking
emotional.
about
I tell
Iran
you why.
and
I tell you why.
We're talking about.
I tell you why. I tell you why. I tell you why.
Let's let Leigh Ann speak, and then we're going to wrap.
I can talk over you two, and then nobody can hear anything.
The only thing that
Do you want to just keep talking over each other, and then neither of us can hear anything, and the audience can't either? Right. I'll talk, then you can talk. I'll tell you why it's relevant. Because Israel manages to shapeshift and create this amazing situation in which it reconstitutes itself as a reasonable party in the region. So it's a country that commits genocide by most reckoning, or it's violating international law at the very, very least. It has wanted war criminals as a prime minister and a former defense minister. It's bombing neighbors. Sometimes it's expanding. You know, you use the language of the policy world. That's fine. But I'm trying to use the language of international law as well, so that it's not just cold, hard realpolitik and capabilities. Though I did do international relations as my undergrad, I also think it's important to retain a bit of that. The other thing to say is that Israel is now desperate to bomb Iran, and is asking the rest of the world to join it in that bombing campaign. But Israel is.
May I remind
Leigh Ann, your final words on the matter, please.
Regime.
Leigh Ann.
Where is the controversy there? There's no controversy. It's not emotional. Israel has created an ethnocratic state. It's created an apartheid system. Why does that get to count? Or why does it get to count itself as moderate? It is the theatre of the absurd, and I will not go along with it simply because Israel has a preponderance of power. I've talked about realpolitik. I think we ought to be respectful of realpolitik and use it as a lens through which we regard the judiciousness or otherwise of bombing neighbouring countries with ballistic missiles and 92 million people living there. But I will not simply sweep away an entire people and say it's purely emotive if you talk about genocide against a group of people. I mean, it's an important thing to consider. And I think...
Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for the thoughts. You're a passionate guest.
To be honest, I thought I was invited to a panel that talked about Iran, and it seems like this panel has been overtaken by the Palestinian
Let's let Leigh Ann speak.
We can talk about it maybe in another panel. But here, talking about Iran, look, if a deal can be achieved, I think that I personally would support it, and a lot of Israelis would. The last thing that Israelis want to see happening right now is yet another war. We have been in shelters. My personal family,
it's rubbish.
My personal family's house has been completely ruined by the last round with Iran, and my family lost their own home. And thank God they survived it because they were in the shelter. A lot of people have lost a lot during the past 2.5 years. The last thing we want to see here is yet another war. But we need to make sure that in the regional dynamic, Iran does not pose an existential threat, not just on Israel, but on the region. This is not Israel's task. This is something that the U.S., as the leader of the free world, should lead on, and that the moderate forces, both in the West and in the region, should align with Trump's leadership. That's all.
That's all we have time for, I'm afraid. Thank you to all our guests for joining us today, and we hope we can have you on again as further developments take course. Thank you so much for all the passion coming out of this panel. So joining us for the discussion was Leigh Ann David, strategic consultant and former advisor at the Prime Minister Netanyahu's office and the Israeli National Security Council, Kieran Andrew, political commentator and doctor of political economy, and Brandon Weichert, senior national security editor at 1945. Thank you all for joining us here at Counterpoints. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. To keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews, be sure to subscribe to Arabiya English on YouTube. And don't forget to follow us on X and TikTok. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, a delegation from the International Monetary Fund is in Beirut for talks on how to address Lebanon's economic crisis. Their message has been consistent and clear. No financial assistance without major reforms. We'll ask the Lebanese Finance Minister Yassin Jaber how the talks are going and whether his country has turned the corner. Plus, as Iran marks the 47th anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, President Trump repeats his warning. Make a deal with the United States or face, quote, something very tough. We'll examine how events might unfold and ask how might the visiting Israeli Prime Minister influence his hosts in Washington today. Hello and welcome to the programme. Technical discussions are underway at the Ministry of Finance in Beirut between the Lebanese government and the International Monetary Fund. This as the IMF weighs up how to help the country address its economic crisis, which has seen poverty levels amongst the Lebanese people shooting up. Well, the IMF has previously been very clear with its messaging: no financial assistance without reform, significant economic reform. Well, one of the IMF demands is that Lebanon tackles corruption. But in the latest Corruption Perceptions Index, that's a report by Transparency International, Lebanon ranks 153rd out of 182 countries, suggesting that a lot still needs to be done. Well, let's find out more now about how the talks with the IMF are going and what progress has been made with regards to the Lebanese economy. We can speak now to Lebanon's Minister of Finance, Yassin Jaber, who joins us from Beirut. Minister, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. You've been in office since February of last year. You're part of Prime Minister Nawaf Salam's Reform and Rescue government. And we've reached a really key moment, haven't we? Because the IMF is there in Beirut. How are the talks going?
Well, quite well, quite well. It's not the first time here. They've been here a
few times since we took over, and actually they are present in Beirut permanently because they do have an office in Beirut, a permanent office, and we're constantly in touch with them. We just don't wait for a few months to meet them, We're constantly in touch with them, either through their office in Beirut or virtually, or we have met them in Davos, we've met them in Dubai, in Washington. So the relationship is ongoing, and these meetings and negotiations are ongoing. Now they're here for a visit for the week, and they have been visiting, various departments in the Ministry of Finance, in the Banque de Liban, Central Bank of Lebanon, and they also meet the private sector. And I could say that, we're making progress, as we go on with our reforms, and as we go on with getting a better fiscal discipline and getting things in order. We've managed this year in 2025 to achieve a primary surplus in our budget, which is a good indication of the reforms that are taking place. So the final meetings with them on the higher level will be starting tomorrow and Friday. But the staff meetings are ongoing all the time.
Okay, so it sounds like the Lebanese economy...
We met actually also, may I add, sorry?
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I said we also met in Davos, Mrs. Georgieva, the chair of the IMF. It was a good meeting, and she had a small interview a couple of days ago, and she also indicated that things are moving forward quite nicely.
It sounds as though the Lebanese economy has started to turn the corner, I think it's fair to say, judging from what you're saying and looking at the latest indicators. But you've been quoted as saying this IMF delegation visit comes at a critical time. And there have been lots of critical moments for Lebanon. Why is this such a critical time?
Because we are hoping to come to a conclusion. We have to come to the beginning of an agreement. So it's critical because it's very important to make every effort to make this visit successful. And also, as you know, I say these things not only for international reasons. I say them also for local reasons, because also, as you know, there's a lot of demands for wage increase, for more expenditure. And I always say, listen, guys, we are moving forward, we are improving our revenues, etc. But we have to be very careful on the decisions we take. We cannot, make any fast decisions or quick decisions without really calculating very well what are the consequences. So just from the point of view of making people aware of that we are actually as you said about to turn a corner. So we want to make sure we turn it positively, and we turn it carefully.
Okay, so it sounds like there's been a fragile recovery. I think that's how some economists are describing what's happened since the technocratic government came to power at the beginning of last year. What sort of growth are you expecting for 2026, and which sectors of the economy are showing most promise?
Well, actually, before talking about that, I just want to remind everybody, your audience, and that you have to always look at from a point of view of where did Lebanon come from since 6 years. We have had 6 years in hell. We've had a banking crisis, we've had a default on our foreign debt, we've had an explosion that wrecked, the center of the city of Beirut in the port. We've had COVID like everyone else, but then we were followed by political vacuum, and then we had the war. Well, we're hoping that it will be a good year, around 4 or 5% growth. I think the industrial sector is doing well. Tourism is doing well. The Lebanese diaspora, they're sending remittances back home. They're visiting. There's a lot of possibilities of new investment. Construction is also doing well. And we are starting a program of private-public partnerships. So we're starting with some assets, public assets like an airport in the north, which has just been announced as a PPP project, and it drew quite good interest. We had about 27 companies, showing interest to take part of that project. There's a lot of projects lined up. We're also starting to pump money in some parts of reconstruction in the infrastructure in parts of the country that were, kind of either destroyed or damaged by the recent attacks last year and the year before. So there is actually good prospects for the coming year, 2026.
That's good to hear, because it's been a horrendous time for the Lebanese people. Large swathes of the population have been plunged into poverty. And for many savers, they've not been able to access their bank deposits for more than 6 years. Now, draft legislation is on the table to try to change that situation. A very basic question: when will the first of the small depositors be able to access their money in the bank?
Most of these, depositors for the past years have been getting some money out, up to, they can get, they started with $400, now they're getting up to $1,000 and so on. But this is not a solution. So this government decided to really put a permanent solution for this crisis that has happened, as you said, 6 years ago. So we introduced this draft of the law that will provide a roadmap of how to get off the mess we got ourselves into in 2019. So the important issue in actually what we want to do is, first of all, try to get rid of the cash economy, which became normal because of the banking crisis. So we want the banks to be back in the economy, operating and trusted by the public. We are going to be providing, a solution through the central bank for the depositors. In the first 4 years, all depositors, all accounts under $100,000 will be paid in full, and that's about 85% of the depositors will be getting their money back in full in 4 years. And then there's a roadmap for the rest. Those over 100,000, they will get their first 100,000 with others, and then the rest will be paid in installments between 5 up to 20 years, depending on the amount. But they will be provided with asset-backed securities from the Central Bank of Lebanon. So they will be in a much better state than they are at the moment, because at the moment, a depositor doesn't know what's the state of his bank. We are going to be auditing all the banks, we're going to be auditing the central bank, and we are going to be requiring all the banks to really recapitalize, and those who can't recapitalize will have to either merge or call it a day. So the law, hopefully when it comes out, will help, start putting things on track to get out of the mess we got ourselves into back in 2019.
Now, in terms of the talks that are taking place with the IMF and that delegation that's in town, the timing is interesting because we've just got the latest Corruption Perceptions Index figures, which are published by Transparency International. Lebanon ranks 153rd out of 182 countries, indicating severe public sector corruption. How is that going to be stamped out, Minister?
And it's... if we weren't in that place, do you think we will have such a crisis? I mean, yeah, there was a lot of corruption that took place, and that corruption helped Lebanon get into the mess it got itself into. Of course, I mean, this government took over exactly almost a year, on the 8th of February, 2025. During this year, a lot of changes are taking place. And I think if you ask anybody in Lebanon, he can assure you that this year there was a lot of improvement in the environment of doing business and trying to eliminate corruption. There will be more and more effort. Plus, the judiciary is now starting to move on to open the files of corruption. There are ex-ministers who are now being charged with corruption and asked to pay millions of dollars back for things that they have done. There's one of the ministers went to jail, the other flew the country. So there is an effort to really make sure that things do change. We are also, sending, dealing with tax evasion. I'm sending them to court. There's a lot of effort now in every part of doing business in Lebanon. In customs, for example, we're stamping on. A lot of people are going to jail if they prove to be corrupt. So there's a big effort at the moment, and we hope, fingers crossed, that things can move forward and make things much better. Hopefully, I hope that in the coming year or two, we will be much up on the scale that you just mentioned.
Okay, we look forward to seeing that. Now, you've been quoted as saying that Lebanon needs stability in order to attract investment. Now, that stability is contingent on your neighbor Israel. It's contingent on Hezbollah. Now, the United States wants to see progress with regards to disarming Hezbollah and cutting off funding for Hezbollah. And yet, a new gold exchange, a gold exchange has been identified by the Americans. It's called Jud Sal. It's part of the Al-Qard Al-Hassan, which is suspected of facilitating Iranian financial assistance to Hezbollah. What is the Lebanese government doing to ensure that all mechanisms of this kind are fully cut off?
Well, as you know, the central bank is introducing a lot of KYC measures on all financial institutions. Yes, I agree with you that we need stability. And unfortunately, the perception, as I said in the beginning of my interview, the perception abroad is that Lebanon still has kind of instability, especially in the south of the country.
Okay, we appear to have had a bit of trouble with the line there, but we'd like to thank Lebanon's Minister of Finance, Yassin Jaber, for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trilateral talks between Russia, Ukraine and the US take place in Geneva as North Korea honors its soldiers killed fighting for Russia. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister prepares for talks with the United States as its military carrier is spotted near the coast of Oman. And as the T20 Cricket World Cup continues, so does the political rivalry between India versus Pakistan. Now, Ukraine says its negotiators have left Kyiv for trilateral talks in Geneva as diplomatic efforts continue alongside ongoing fighting. The move comes as North Korean leader Kim Jong-un publicly honoured soldiers from North Korea who died fighting for Russia in Ukraine, describing them as martyrs. Meanwhile, at the Munich Security Conference, Western officials discussed new allegations surrounding the death of Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny. According to intelligence assessments, Navalny may have been killed using a toxin derived from dart frogs, an extremely rare and highly lethal substance. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by broadcaster Jono Hayes and senior presenter at Al Arabiya English, Rawiya Alami. Rawiya and Jono, great to have you on the show with me. So, Jono, this was making headlines the whole weekend. Really, it was the centrepiece of the Munich Security Conference. What more do we know about this dart frog toxin that allegedly was used to kill Alexei Navalny, of course, the opposition leader once in Russia?
So it does seem like something directly out of a storybook. The entire allegation centres around this toxin, which, as you said, is derived from poisoned dart frogs, but specifically the compound is similar to Bactria natosin, which is one of the most deadly and most potent neurotoxins that we know about. So it is found in South American frogs, and it works by basically locking sodium channels in nerve cells completely open, which renders you, within hours, as someone who is likely to have died. In simple terms, it overwhelms the nervous system, leads to paralysis. Cardiac arrest is most likely what follows from this as well. And the allies of Navalny have said that there's traces of this, and this is what we've heard. Traces of this rare toxin were identified, and you might think this is really difficult because it's a very sophisticated method. It's extremely difficult to detect something like this quickly, which is why we've had to wait so long. And the key point politically isn't just the science, it is the symbolism here as well. If it's true, then this means it's a very highly specialised toxic agent that has reinforced that long-standing, as we know, the accusations of the use of exotic poisons in Russian political cases. We've heard about this before many times. There's no independently verified public confirmation of this exact substance just yet. And of course, Russia and the Kremlin have vehemently denied that any such thing has happened. But weirdly, Russian scientists published a paper in 2013 which actually described synthesizing this epibaptine, which is similar to what the toxin is that's used there. So the scientists that are employed work at the State Research Institute of Organic Chemistry and Toxicology and Technology. And they're the same company the same research institute who developed the Novichok toxin, which we know is, of course, one of the most toxic agents that is out there before the breakup of the Soviet Union. So to find it in humans, very, very difficult. It's a very specialised toxicology screening. It's not like some of the rest of the very, very well-known ones like arsenic. It won't just show up. It can be sent to a handful of laboratories around the world who will then specifically test for this toxin, screen for it, and if they discover it, then they can return it back, which means that the tissue samples were taken. We don't know exactly how, but we do know the tissue samples were taken out of Russia and sent to either the US or the UK for this specific toxicology screening.
And it's going to be really interesting when we find out how those tissue samples were taken out of Russia. We know Alexei Navalny, of course, died there. But as you say, the Kremlin is strongly rejecting the European assessment. Navalny died of poisoning. But we also have to look historically back when it comes to Navalny, because he was also on a flight to Russia. He went down very ill. He went to Germany for specialist treatment. It was an emergency, felt very sick on this plane and had Novichok poisoning. So he survived that poisoning. Russia always denied it. We also have the Skripals who were in England. Novichok again, once again traced back to the Russians. So it's not the first time that these accusations have been...
And they've always denied it. I mean, as you said, this is not the first time that they've been accused of poisoning opposers opposers to the regime and to Vladimir Putin. Yet they always deny it and always, especially in this case, at least with Navalny, they say there's no proof. And of course there wouldn't be any proof because they basically hold the evidence. They hold the body. Navalny died in Russia. He was buried in Russia. And obviously they hold all the evidence. So it is quite interesting, as you said, how were the tissue taken out of Russia?
Yeah.
And now after 2 years of him being dead, so...
I mean, they may have checked for
legitimate
every
questions.
possible option. You would have had looking, again, any tox screen will check for arsenic or for an opioid or a cyanide, but specifically, and this is a very, very difficult thing to do, is to check specifically for that.
Yeah.
It would have taken some time. They may have run through 15, 20 other different toxins with those tissue samples first before they were able to, and it's a spectrometry which has to happen before they can figure out what it is. It's an incredibly deep case to try and dig into.
And also very interesting that the Europeans and their allies obviously announced this at the Munich Security Conference. Navalny's wife was there, and it's all quite symbolic at that time, especially at the conference. But also, if we have a look right now, we can't forget that even though we have these allegations levelled at Russia at the moment, there's trilateral talks happening. Of course, you know, we're seeing Russia, the US and Ukraine all meeting to discuss the end of the war, which is still ongoing. And we can't forget Ukraine is having its own problems when it comes to this corruption scandal that keeps on bubbling up. We keep on hearing about it, Ralia.
Absolutely. Now, for 15 months, there is talk about this corruption scandal in Ukraine. Now, the latest about this is that the former energy minister, apparently, his name is German Galoshenko, was detained as he was trying to leave the country by train. So this is the latest development. Of course, this is all part of a major anti-corruption investigation called Operation Midas. It started 15 months ago. And the investigators, they alleged that about $100 million were embezzled from the energy sector in Ukraine. They're saying that all the companies that were working with Ukrainian Energoatom company were required to pay bribes. These bribes were reaching up to 10 or 15% of the value of the actual contract. And of course, all the money was channeled to specific officials in this corruption scandal, and also the money was laundered and moved out of Ukraine. Even there's talk that it was moved to Russia. So these are the details of this so far. Yet, I mean, there was a lot of pressure on President Zelensky to deal with this issue. With the corruption issue from the West, especially from President Donald Trump. There were demands that there should be general elections held in Ukraine. And if you remember, at the time, President Zelensky said, yes, I'm ready and prepared to do these elections only if the Constitution allows it, which the Constitution doesn't allow it because it is the time of their
And
time
interesting.
of war.
When his right-hand man had to leave the job,
yes,
all wrapped up in the same corruption scandal.
True, even though he was not sort of, there was no evidence linking him to this corruption scandal.
I found it quite interesting because once again, elections were mentioned there, and Zelensky also said, well, Russia will have to have a ceasefire if that's going to happen, because people need to be safe when they go to the voting booths. But it is so interesting because I watched a lot of analysis on Ukraine this weekend, and a lot of Ukrainian MPs are saying, no, we actually don't want elections. We feel like this corruption scandal has been handled well. He's now been detained. He's going to fight he's going to have the justice system, which is what Ukrainians are looking for. So I guess it's two swords, isn't it?
And I guess Ukraine right now is focusing, like Ralia said, on the war effort more than anything else. Zelensky, in terms of being a wartime leader, has done a pretty good job. And Ukrainians overall, although his satisfaction rating, and we spoke about this, I think, in October, it had dipped down again. I don't know where it's currently at, but the general populace seemed unsatisfied by him. But his own, in terms of real politics within the firm, so to speak, that is Ukrainian government, he seems to have held his own at the moment, which I think is something that he needed. But again, right now where they're at, and we can see Korea getting involved in the front line, it is a wild time for Europe specifically. I think need to be very concerned right now. Ukraine need to be concerned. I mean, is that really who you want coming to the fore right now and to be on the front line? We're hearing reports of up to 6,000 North Korean troops who've either been killed or who have been injured on the front line. And we've seen Kim Jong-un come out and say, by the way, guys, I'd like to, spare a moment for those troops as well. So that Russian-North Korean link that is going on at the moment should be a real source of concern for everyone in Europe, especially for Ukraine right now, because who knows how that's going to pan out. 6,000 troops is the mere tip of the iceberg in terms of what North Korea could send to the front line in Russia.
No, absolutely. And it will be interesting to see how these trilateral talks go. Obviously, they've yielded no positive results as of yet, but once again, trying to look for some form of breakthrough. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And the US aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln has been spotted in the Arabian Sea off the coast of Oman. Meanwhile, Iran has responded as their Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps begins military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz. Action from both sides comes as Iran's foreign minister arrives in Geneva for a second round of talks with the US tomorrow, with Washington continuing to put pressure on Tehran over its nuclear program. What are we expecting from the second round of talks, and what deals are potentially on the table? Because we haven't really got to the nitty-gritty of anything, have we?
Yes, well, we'll get to the deals, whether it be politically or even economically. But, I mean, the expectations of these talks, they are definitely expected to be more serious, more technical, and more detailed. We shouldn't expect major breakthroughs, yet maybe some form of a partial deal might start to formulate, nuclear restraint from Iran in exchange for real or even partial lifting of sanctions. But there are definitely signals that these talks are becoming more serious and more positive. I mean, we've heard from the Iranians, first of all, they've sent a very high-profile official, the foreign minister, for these talks. Abbas Araghchi is also met Rafael Grossi, the Director General of IAEA. We have to note also that this all comes, or this meeting at least, comes after months of strained cooperation between Iran and the UN nuclear watchdog. Deputy Foreign Minister also in Iran signaled that Iran is ready to compromise on its nuclear program in return for sanctions relief. He said that to the BBC. Then you have another senior official who was talking about that Iran is ready to agree to dilute its highly enriched uranium, maybe to cap enrichment as well. So we are looking at slightly different talks than what we've used to, at least, or maybe they have matured enough to reach this level of possibly reaching some kind of a formalization,
And the US delegation is going to be Steve Witkoff and Jared
the
Kushner,
usual,
so also,
the usual. It's high profile also. Yeah, but when we talk about deals, if we're talking politically, as I said, there could be a partial nuclear for sanctions deal, as I said, to lower the enrichment or compromise on the enrichment from the Iranian side for sanctions relief from the American side. Or we could have freeze for freeze. They freeze the enrichment, freeze future or additional sanctions. Or we can have also the economic side of it. Now, we've also heard from the Iranians saying that any deal should be lucrative and beneficial economically to both sides, the American side and the Iranian side, especially in oil, in aviation, in mineral investment. So we might see, maybe during these talks, more details are going to be hammered out regarding these deals. Maybe we'll start hearing about them in the next few days.
And Marco Rubio said over the weekend, he was at the Munich Security Conference giving a lot of sideline chats too, said Donald Trump prefers diplomacy when it comes to these talks with Iran. But we can't forget the military buildup that we're seeing in the region. It's not small. It's nothing. It's huge.
No, it is huge. The USS Abraham Lincoln in the Arabian Sea is a big deal as well, alongside other US carriers. That is a classic. That's a classic power projection more than anything else as well. That's a symbol of deterrence, and I think that's the key message that we're hearing here. Rubio said it. Trump has said it previously as well. Not just that, though, those guided missile destroyers in the region. There's combat ships. There's the Fifth Fleet, which operates out of Bahrain, which have made their way to the region as well. And Gerald R. Ford, that is also on the way, so we'll have 2 aircraft carriers in the region. That is a serious show of defence. And if that's something that Iran is looking at now, thinking, OK, we're going to go to the table, mainly because 150 miles off our coastline, these ships are ready and waiting, and they are within our reach, and they can do whatever we want. Keeping in mind that their enrichment, and this is a pre-2025, when we know that a lot of that nuclear capability was taken out. At that time, we were looking at 9,500 kgs. That's 9.5 to 10 tons of enriched uranium. And they reckon hundreds of more tons that are sitting there that are close to enrichment at 60%, which is terrifying to think that. But the carriers are not just symbolic. These are strike aircraft. That's what they're there for. They're missile defence systems that are in there as well. They're rapid response systems. It's pressure diplomacy is what we're seeing from Washington right now. I think it will work because, as Rawi said, Iran's going to come to the table. They might roll back on their enrichment program. We know that it suffered a devastating blow to their enrichment program last year when they were attacked. But Washington is saying, look, we want to have a deal. We prefer that. But we would be prepared for escalation if it's needed.
And what I find fascinating, you know, back in 2015, Donald Trump withdrew from that US-Iran agreement, which did keep the enrichment at a level where they could still enrich uranium, but they couldn't produce a nuclear weapon. Donald Trump walked away from that agreement, agreed by Barack Obama.
They increased the enrichment.
The IAEA inspectors couldn't go in to keep a check on how much the grade uranium was being enriched at. And now, like you just explained, it's at these super high levels, and Donald Trump's almost going to have to make the same
deal. But that's the whole point, though. He pulled out of an agreement he didn't make, and he doesn't take credit for. Now he's trying to make a deal, probably as it's exactly the same deal as the nuclear deal in 2015, probably even less. But he will be the one who has done this deal and therefore claim the credit for it. But I think if we go back to the military presence in the region, I think the American signaling or the message is deterrence and readiness. But then again, the Iranian message is exactly the same. Deterrence and readiness.
Because the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is doing some military exercises in the Strait of Hormuz today. And we see all of this happening. It's kind of gesturing from both sides ahead of the talks. But absolutely fascinating, because this is so much happening in the region. And let's see how those talks go. Donald Trump, I think, wants to walk away with a win.
With a deal.
However, let's put it that way. Thanks for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And Savannah Guthrie has issued another plea for her mother's release 2 weeks after she disappeared. The US TV anchor spoke directly to the person or people involved, telling them it was never too late to do the right thing. Take a listen.
It's been 2 weeks since our mom was taken, and I just wanted to come on and say that we still have hope, and we still believe. To whoever has her or knows where she is, it's never too late. And you're not lost or alone. And we believe in the essential goodness of every human being.
Jono, I watched that video and it's absolutely heartbreaking.
It is.
You can just see the devastation on her face. And as we say, 2 weeks gone by and we don't see him any closer.
The family haven't given up hope, which I think is good. It seems like they've just said, right, let's do this public plea again. Let's humanise Nancy again as a person to the people who are responsible for this. Let's show you the victim and the victim's family. Keep the pressure on whoever is responsible in the hope that they might give way. Unfortunately, though, statistically speaking at least, the whole message, it's never too late to do the right thing. we're talking about a woman who's 85 years of age, who is known to have a chronic heart condition, who is on medication on a daily basis in order to maintain that heart condition as well. And we've had no proof of life being sent through, which has given you that level of hope for the family. 2 weeks is a very critical time, and I think in a missing person case of this level as well, families will cling on to any possible lead that they can, of which we've had a few, but nothing concrete that they've said, right, we can find her and she's still alive. And that, I think, is the issue. Most missing persons are recovered between the first couple of days is most crucial, and then you're kind of at a cap between day 10 and day 14, which is very, very unfortunate. But in the first 14 days, that's the most critical time. Aside and safe for any that are people who've run away themselves or people who are kids who've been taken, you know, by their parents or by some other family member. But when it's an adult who's a missing person case, we're kind of at that critical window right now, which is devastating news for the family. But I feel that this perhaps is not going to end the way they would like it to end, unfortunately.
And I think that is such a scary thing because obviously, as we say, it's entering the third week now, this missing persons case. The FBI have been, of course, looking for leads, doing the best they can. They got that camera footage, which was so chilling. It was absolutely chilling, yeah, that camera footage. But they still haven't got a suspect. And also one thing I find fascinating, wow, yet no motive. So all seems to be quite a difficult picture that people are trying to piece together right now.
Yeah, because what makes sense, if it's a kidnapping, you would hear from the kidnappers. What do they want? I mean, why was there a kidnapping in the first place? If they want money, they want whatever it is. But it doesn't seem to be that there is any motive. But I mean, that chilling scene that you talked about, we've seen it a while ago, is of the doorbell camera. You know, it shows the suspect with he was masked with a backpack on his back, with gloves. But these gloves are now the latest development in the investigation. Apparently, they have found a pair of gloves. They have sent the gloves for testing. They have found genetic material, or at least the DNA, basically, profile. They are doing DNA profiling, and they're waiting for their results, apparently. If the confirmation comes back with the genetic profile, then they will upload it to the FBI database for DNA samples to compare it to other samples that they have from, people who have been convicted or arrestees, or even different DNA samples that they found on crime scenes. So far, this is the most important development in this case. This glove, actually, when they found it, it was very strange because it was like finding a needle in a haystack, because they have found 16 other pairs of gloves in the area. But apparently, after investigation, it turned out that they are for people who have been searching for the missing lady. Yet they have, discarded these gloves in the vicinity of the area as well.
But I also find this fascinating. So I've been watching quite a lot of this story as it's unfolded. And you mentioned there, 16 gloves just disposed. They found a needle in the haystack with the one glove that matched that chilling CC footage we can see right now.
Yes, exactly this one.
What has been going on? Because it seems like every time there's so many camera crews at the house. People have just been walking over the property. It didn't have a police seal. You can go to the front door. Do you think that they just thought it was a kidnapping and they never actually... Was this just underestimated how serious this was?
Even if it's a kidnapping, surely the level of seriousness of this from the very get-go on this, I mean, from the very start of February when we spoke about this, it seemed like something was amiss with this entire story. And it feels that way. It still feels like there's something that doesn't quite make sense with all of this. You take an 85-year-old woman, you send a ransom video that's sent through, or a ransom note that's sent through to TMZ and to the station Susanna worked for. The whole thing just from the very start snowballed into something that was not a normal case. You would then think that FBI would go and do their due diligence to make sure that that crime scene was preserved to within an inch of where it had been when she disappeared. And that very much was not the case. But there just seems to be so many facets to this that we're still 2 weeks down the line with no real developments. And now we're thinking, well, what was the initial Bitcoin ransom request all about? Have we heard anything more about that? Do we know if there was any legitimacy? Was there any proof of life whatsoever 2 weeks later? And it seems that it is snowballed into this story where I don't see what the outcome's going to be here. I really don't. And it's gone on wild different theories at the moment that I can't figure out.
We might know more details within 24 hours because apparently after they upload the genetic profile that they found on these gloves, it takes about 24 hours, to check if it matches any of the information they have on their system.
And I do know over the weekend there were a few searches of houses in the area next to Nancy's home. A car was impounded, but those people were released. And I was thinking, why wasn't that done in the first sort of 48 hours? Kind of looks like they're working backwards. But, of course, they might know a lot more than they're letting on. And that's normally the case. Yeah. So thank you so much for your thoughts. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the historic cricket rivalry between India and Pakistan continued at the T20 World Cup when the captains did not shake hands during the toss, continuing India's no handshake policy against Pakistan. India continued their dominance of Pakistan in the competition with a 61-run victory in Colombo, securing them a place in the Super 8 stage. Actually, I'm going to admit, I feel like this is a pretty incredible story. They actually played each other. India won by 61 runs. I think people were celebrating that all weekend. But we can't talk about this story, India and Pakistan playing cricket, without knowing what the background is to the story. Politically, it's a big, deep, long background.
Well, definitely. I mean, the India-Pakistan cricket rivalry has become so politicized that you almost cannot separate it from the 7-decade hostilities between the two countries. But it all started in 1947 with the traumatic partition of British India. Of course, that created the two sovereign states, India and Pakistan. Yet there was so much violence. There was a lot of also the largest mass migration recorded in history happened because of that separation, and therefore there was a lot of lasting scars because of it. Since 1947 until today, they fought 3 wars against each other.
And had a little skirmish, you remember, last year.
They had many
always, little skirmishes.
Exactly. They're like standoffs, military standoffs at the border. But they fought 3 wars, 65, in 71, and in 1999. So, they have a long history of rivalry and, political tension between them. And it has always been reflecting in sports as well, even though they keep playing each other, and they probably will keep playing each other. I mean, can you imagine a World Cup in football without Argentina or Brazil? It's the same thing for cricket when it comes to India and Pakistan.
Yeah. And their love for cricket. The nations absolutely love cricket. I think we cannot underestimate that cricket is an absolute obsession there. But it's not only the fact that they won't stop playing cricket against each other. It's the fact that the ICC,
wouldn't let them.
Of course, the International Cricket Council, it's their biggest commercial revenue. It brings in sponsors, it brings in viewership, it brings in everything. Why are they going to say, oh, we'll put them on the different side of the draw? Of course they're not going to do that.
We're talking about $250 million they would generate in revenue for one World Cup match between the two countries. $250 million.
Way more than the likes of the Super Bowl.
In terms of viewership, you would have 350 million people tuning in to watch this cricket match between the two countries, which is more than double the Super Bowl. The Super Bowl was 155 million. So we're talking about there's a lot of pressure from these international cricket governing bodies that, of course, they're not going to give up all of that revenue. And they're going to find a way to make these two teams play. And they did. I mean, they did put some regulations in. They will play on neutral ground. There will be extra security. There will be crowd control. They will put the two, teams in different accommodation, different transportation to try and segregate them as much as possible until they meet each other on the field. So, they'll definitely keep playing each other.
And, Jono, we've just been talking about it, how hard it is to separate sports from politics,
well,
because...
I think theoretically you can't.
Yeah.
That's the issue, isn't it? But people love to see a match of things where they just think, oh, this is... And the ICC, fully aware of that, and say, right, sport is symbolic. Sport is about a stack of things, but when you break it down, it's about emotions, because people get very riled up about sport. And it's about nationalism, or nationalistic feelings within the fans. And I think that's the important thing here. But it's not just the ICC. I mean, if you look at Six Nations, will historically and traditionally always put an England versus Ireland game as close to possible as St. Patrick's Day, because they know that that is going to get the fans riled up. We see it again. We've seen it. I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily the same with UEFA, but UEFA will also plan out matches where they just think, this one's going to be controversial. Let's put the two of these together and see if this creates a bit of a reaction. We get attention, like for the UEFA Nations League. I mean, not unheard of, but certainly down the ranks when it comes to footing in terms of how much people care about it. And then they put on Ireland versus Israel. It kicks off massively because they were, we're not going to play them here. We want it on neutral ground. And it just created this massive drama. Now, all of a sudden, everyone knows that the UEFA Nations League is, which I don't think many people did before that. I think that is what it is. Same applies with Mike Tyson and Jake Paul. You put the two of them in it's creating this drama about it. That is what makes the ICC go, right, let's do it again. And the fans...
love it.
They love it.
They love it.
And they're wild. Yeah, absolutely.
They're wild.
Olympic boycotts.
Absolutely wild.
Russia suspension, symbolic gestures like Ukraine do when they're playing matches as well. We see it, and I think it goes hand in hand. You cannot separate church and state when it comes to sport. It simply doesn't work. The two are intertwined.
But then we must remember something, that sport can be very unifying. I think, you know, if you look at the World Cup that was held in South Africa in 1997, there's been movies on it called Invictus. Nelson Mandela became the first black president of South Africa. It was the end of apartheid. Francois Pienaar was the captain of the Springboks. They went on to win the Rugby World Cup, and that said to have unified a rainbow nation. That was a very symbolic moment. And cricket diplomacy, we never know what that could yield either. And my producer, Lucy, is Scottish, and she said, I don't know, you might know this, Jono, they play Braveheart at the beginning of a rugby match.
I think for the Scottish fans, but much like we don't
Oh,
play...
night before.
Oh, the night before. I mean, for Ireland...
seriously? The movie.
Ireland is both north and the south that will play for the Ireland team, so they'll play Ireland's call, not the actual Aron the V in the national anthem when they play a rugby match, because we have both sides of the country will play. But I think, you said it's unifying. I think it's also...
so unifying.
It's a showmanship. It is, again... it's very divisive, but it can be very unifying as something.
But we must also remember that a lot of these sportsmen actually get on off the pitch. You'll probably find that some of them historically do have relationships, even though they come from rival groups. And they would have grown up in some teams together. You know, there's always a camaraderie-ship in sport.
To be honest, I've read an interesting story now, the names escape me, of two players, and they used to play cricket before the separation in India in 1947. And they learned to play cricket together. And then when the separation happens, they both became the stars, one for India and the other one for Pakistan, because one of them was Indian and the other one was Pakistani, or Muslim and Hindu. And it said that it basically, you know, politics through sports can actually break friendships as well. And they, you know, the two guys who grew up together, learned the sport together, didn't talk to each other and probably didn't play against each other.
And again, but with tennis, and you'd mentioned this earlier, there's no love lost between a lot of international tennis players who won't shake hands on the tennis court, and that doesn't make international headlines. But you don't have the level of, I think it's the fans that create the level of drama that we're experiencing here as well, and they're not going into each other with seven shades, you know, so that's going to be the difference between the two.
Absolutely, and it's normally Ukrainian and Russian or Ukrainian and Belarusian tennis opponents who choose not to shake each other's hands. It was a bit controversial, but I think now people have got more and more used to it happening, because it's been happening for almost 4 years now. But very interesting. I love how sports always brings politics into the show, but thank you so much. Now, it's that time of the show where Jono and Raria have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day, and I might just say they're both about pets. Let's start with yours.
So you're very happy.
Yeah, I love it. Let's start with yours. So we both have dogs, of course, Jono, and some say they would donate a kidney to their dog. Would you? Should we?
That depends on which one. No.
Which dog?
Which dog? 16% of us would give up our kidney for 2 more years with our dog. And I think if it was physically possible, I think 2 more years is...
The question, are you from the 16%? Or
I think,
are you?
I got to be honest, I think I would be.
Yeah.
But the amount of people, and this is, I think we're in this, almost half of us say they worry more about their pet's health than their own. 30% said their dog offers them more unconditional love than any of their family members, including their spouse.
That is true.
Yeah, I think
Amazing.
that's so true. Because I think, my dog's always come before my boyfriend. Oh, yeah, for sure. He knows that anyway. But I think what's absolutely fascinating, we talk about donating a kidney for our dogs, hypothetically, and I probably would do it. But also, before I got dogs, if someone told me the amount of money I would spend to save my dog or to make my dog well, I would never believe them.
No,
but it is the love you
and I think, I do think, I always say that vets play up on this because the first sign of even a microscopic vomit, I'm immediately at the vets. Yeah. And I think if it's a child or if it's human or if it's your wife or it's your husband, you're just thinking, oh, they'll be fine by the morning. When it's the dog, you're at the vets. And that's why we think more about our dogs.
Vet on speed dial.
We spent 4 months, the last 4 months of our dog's life, just caring for the dog, trying to avoid to, put him to sleep in whichever way we can. But yeah, the amount of money, the amount of effort, the time that you put in, you'd be surprised, definitely.
Yeah, we're putting thought and effort, I think. And I think it's post-pandemic as well. That's been one of the things that we took away from it that was a positive, is that we've now built up this companionship that's taken on a deeper psychological role within our lives. And I think
with dogs,
100%
seriously.
pets fill that gap. And any vet who ever says, and has said to me about a cat or a dog, now is the time to put them to sleep. I keep thinking, if it was my grandmother, I'd probably not. So I'm not going to do it with a dog or a cat because they're a family member.
And I feel the same way. Like, I feel like I've had my little dog, one of them, for 12 years, and I couldn't imagine my life without them, Yeah, I must admit, would our dogs give a kidney for us, though?
Absolutely not. Trade you for a treat.
Yeah.
Done.
My one dog would trade me. My other one definitely would keep me. And Raya, we're going to stick with the animal theme. Yes. And yours is about the UK's chief mouser. Oh,
I love
That's
that
Larry.
Term. Yes, yeah. I love the way the cat has been described. The little mouse, the chief mouser.
There he
so
is.
He is the leader of the other cats that chase mice at 10 Downing Street, apparently. He's been there for 15 years, and he was adopted in 2011. And basically, there was a tribute with different pictures, dating back to 15 years, throughout the 15 years of Larry in 10 Downing Street, sometimes greeting delegations, sometimes just lounging in the sun or in the spotlight on the window, as we can see from all the pictures. But my favorite was a picture of Larry, I think it's from the indoors, from inside 10 Downing Street, just looking out the window, and the pose of that cat, honestly, it was fit for presidents and prime ministers.
Well, I used to do quite a lot of reporting outside of 10 Downing Street, and the best part of it was Larry. Oh, that's all. Literally, I waited for a prime minister to resign and walk out of 10 Downing Street, but everyone was taking pictures of Larry.
Yes.
Yeah.
He lived through 6 prime ministers.
I mean, he's had a bit of a run because they've had a run of prime ministers. But he's had, allegiances to some and not to others.
Oh, yeah, he didn't.
Theresa May wasn't a fan.
Boris Johnson tried to pick him up, wasn't a fan.
Seriously?
So I don't know, is he Labour? Is he a Green Party? Do we know where
his political stance?
I don't have any idea. What is he? Well, I think he's just like, feed me, isn't he? Doesn't care as long as you're in there. Look at him. But how many followers do you think Larry has on social media? Because he's got a Twitter account and he's got the whole
I didn't know he was on social.
881,000 followers.
Oh my God! Oh my!
Larry. He'll probably win the election.
Wow!
To be fair,
I know.
And do a good job. Let's be honest.
Do a good job. Yes.
He's done a good job at keeping the mice under control at Downing
Not the rats, though.
And that's
not the rats.
And that's why he's the chief mouser.
He's the chief mouser.
I love the term, chief mouser.
Look at him. Isn't he beautiful?
Very cute. Very cute. Oh. But I must say, I used to be a cat person. After having dogs, I've turned.
So guess what? I think you can be a both.
You can. You
I
can,
don't know.
100%.
It can be a both.
There's
cat.
Larry proving it. 15's good innings for a cat, by the way, as well. So.
Yeah, very.
And he's an outdoor cat, so
But
that's
he
good.
was, I think, rescued when they reckon he was around 4 years old from Battersea Dogs and Cats Home.
And he's now 15 years doing the job, so he's a 19-year-old
Yeah.
cat.
I like that doing the job, 15
there's not
on the
been
job. For
anyone
15
in Downing
years.
Street for that length of time since Thatcher. It's impressive.
I know, it is impressive.
That's Larry for you.
There we are, Larry, the longest-lasting Downing Street member ever. Thanks to our guest today, broadcaster John O'Hayes and senior presenter Rauya Alami. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. GNT will be coming up next. Goodbye and good evening.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, we assess the chances of two sets of talks in Geneva, one with a view to brokering a deal between the US and Iran to reduce tensions. The other set of talks, the latest efforts by the Trump administration to broker peace between Russia and Ukraine. Plus, now that the Munich Security Conference has wrapped up, we assess the health of transatlantic ties. Hello and welcome to the programme. All eyes are on Tuesday's talks between the United States and Iran. Well, the Iranian foreign minister has arrived in Geneva ahead of those talks, and he's been meeting with the head of the world nuclear watchdog, the IAEA. Meanwhile, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has made it clear that a deal between the Iranians will be tough, but he said that the US will try. Well, the talks come in the context of a continued military build-up. The world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, has been ordered to sail to the Middle East. That's according to US officials. And it's also been reported today that Iran's Revolutionary Guards have been carrying out live-round military drills in the Strait of Hormuz. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Bernard Heikel, who is a professor of Near Eastern Studies at Princeton University. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Professor Heikel. Lots is happening in Geneva. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is there. He's been meeting today with Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the IAEA, meeting the US delegation tomorrow for a second round of talks. And I want to ask you, is diplomacy, in your opinion, the Trump administration's preferred path with Iran?
Well, thank you first for having me. I don't know if they're meeting directly with the Americans. I think they go through intermediaries. So the Iranians have, for many decades refused to meet face-to-face with Americans, which I personally find to be unacceptable as an American. And I think the Americans should refuse to engage with them unless they engage directly. The second point is, yes, I think the Trump administration would rather solve this through diplomatic channels and through mediation rather than resort to a strike on Iran. But I'm not hopeful that the Iranians will agree to the terms of the Trump administration, because frankly, those terms are indeed very hard. They want the Iranians to give up on their nuclear enrichment. They want them to give up on significantly reduce their ballistic missile program. And they also, the Americans also want the Iranians to stop funding and arming and training and supporting non-state actors around the Middle East. And all three conditions or all three demands are unacceptable to the Iranians.
Okay, and on the one hand, we're hearing the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying the US does want to deal with Iran. Then we've heard in the last few days President Trump saying that a change of leadership in Iran is the best thing that could possibly happen. I mean, what do you read as being Washington's desired outcome here?
Yeah, so President Trump, was critical of the regime change that the Bush administration conducted in 2003 in Iraq. So he has this new model, which let's call it the Venezuela model, which is essentially to get rid of the top leadership of a regime, but to keep the regime itself in place and to replace the leader with a new leader, and then to cut deals and to make agreements with this new regime, with this new leadership, rather, of the same regime. And what Trump is offering is basically a rehabilitation and a development of the Iranian oil and gas sector, telling the Iranians, you'll make a lot of money if you agree to our terms, and we can eventually remove all sanctions, and just behave like a normal state and let the oil and gas flow, and everything will be fine. That's essentially Trump's pitch to the Iranians. It means that the Iranians would have to give up on their ideological commitments, their revolutionary commitments, which have been there since 1979. Iran is a revisionist power that wants to see the destruction of Israel and the expulsion of the United States militarily, culturally, and economically from the Middle East. That's not going to happen.
Right. And, these last 18 months, we've seen various moments at which the leadership in Iran has looked extremely fragile. And a deal like the deal that, it appears the United States wants would obviously be a deal with the current leadership. We have to assume, unless you have any other thoughts on that. But wouldn't that give the leadership a new lease of life?
Well, it would give the regime a new lease of life, certainly, not the leadership. I think, as President Trump has said, he wants the Grand Ayatollah or Ayatollah Khamenei to be replaced with, say, a general from the Iran Revolutionary Guard Corps or some other element of the regime. So yes, it could give a new lease of life for this regime. And if the Americans decide to attack militarily, that could, in fact, destabilize the regime very significantly. Although I think that the Iranian regime is very well entrenched. It still has about 20% of the population on its side. It has an incredibly powerful repressive security apparatus, which kept held together during the latest demonstrations. And we saw that on January 8th and 9th, they were willing and able to kill tens of thousands of their own citizens. So this is not a regime, I think, that will fall easily.
Right, but if only 20% of the population supports, and there's 90 million people in Iran, if 20% of them support the leadership there, doesn't that suggest that there are fractures that could be exploited by the United States?
Potentially, but the problem is that the opposition to this regime, so the other 80% of the population, don't have united leadership. They're extremely segmented or fragmented. The opposition is not united. And that's a source of major weakness for the opposition and strength for the regime itself.
We were covering, Professor Heikel, last week, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the White House. And I just wonder whether, we assumed from talking to people last week that diplomacy perhaps wasn't Israel's preferred option at this particular moment. I don't know what your thoughts are there. Yes. Do you think that visit by Prime Minister Netanyahu changed anything?
Well, I think the Israelis actually want to attack the Iranians. They see the Iran regime is at its weakest point. They've destroyed its air defense capabilities in last June with the 12-day war, the so-called 12-day war. And they've clearly penetrated the regime almost entirely. The Israelis have. So I think the Israelis want to knock out this regime with another attack. And that's my reading is that Prime Minister Netanyahu was trying to pitch that to President Trump, and President Trump said, no, we're not going to attack. We're going to try negotiations first. And the way the Iranians have responded to this potential Israeli attack is to say to the Americans and to the Arab Gulf states that if we're attacked and if our regime is existentially threatened, we will launch an all-out attack with short-range and medium-range missiles, which they still have thousands of. against the oil facilities, the water desalination facilities, electricity generation facilities, and communication facilities. So basically all the vital facilities of countries like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Kuwait. So the Iranians are threatened to burn the whole region if they're attacked again, and that the regime risks falling.
So fair to say that leaders across the GCC have been steering President Trump towards restraint, therefore?
Yes, I think so. I think so because, they don't have effective defenses against these thousands of missiles and cruise missiles and drones that the Iranians have across the Gulf. So, yes, they don't want to see an escalation and an attack on their own territory. Also, I think the Gulf states have a very different perspective from that of the Israelis. I mean, Iran is a neighboring country with 90+ million people. If the regime topples and there's a civil war in Iran, God forbid, this could lead to massive refugee flows and incredible instability in the region. So countries like Saudi Arabia, have a long-term view of Iran, not a short-term one. Even though they despise the regime in power in Tehran, they don't want to see the country implode.
How divided would you say opinion is within Washington itself on how best to proceed? And do you think the divisions are purely along partisan lines?
No, I think there are also divisions. I mean, certainly the Democrats don't want a military attack on Iran, but also within the Republican Party, there's, I think, a division between, sort of the isolationists or what we call the restrainers versus the more hawkish types who would like to use force, although limited. So as I said earlier, there's this new model of the Venezuela model where the military strike is extremely limited in time and in what takes place, and so it's not a full-on invasion of the country. And Trump is not a restrainer; he's not an isolationist, but he also doesn't want war. I think what he sees in Iran is another country like Venezuela and this axis of resistance to America that is weak and that is also extremely oil and gas rich. President Trump is obsessed with having more oil and gas come onto the international market. He wants lower oil prices, and he thinks that if Venezuelan oil and Iranian oil were to flow, the prices would go down, and that would help with his prospects in the midterm, the Republican Party's prospects in the midterm elections next November.
All the while, and while we gather the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier is on its way to the region, making it the second US aircraft carrier to come to the region, the Revolutionary Guards are holding drills, live-fire drills, in the Straits of Hormuz. What message do you think they're trying to send, given that these overtures in Geneva are happening, tomorrow and as we speak?
Yeah, I think that this is all a kind of signaling from one side to the other that, the Americans are saying essentially, we have the firepower to destroy your country. And the Iranians are signaling that, we have sufficient capacity to block the Strait of Hormuz, which is where 20% of world's global oil is shipped through that strait. So that, if there's a clash and Hormuz were to be blocked, you would have a major global economic depression. I mean, the price of oil would spike, to well above $150 a barrel, and that would cause an instant recession, if not a depression, around the world.
Professor, one thing we hear from some of the analysts we speak to on this subject is that a US attack on Iran of pretty much any description could have the effect of strengthening the leadership in Iran. Do you subscribe to that?
No, I mean, I think the leadership in Iran is already quite strong in terms of its resilience and its ability to survive. I mean, this is also a leadership that has lost the trust and lost its legitimacy with 80% of the Iranian population. So I don't think an American attack is likely to change the opinion of 80% of the Iranian public. In other words, we're not going to see a rallying around the flag or some great nationalist movement in support of the mullahs, that is the clerics who rule Iran. I think they're hated by the vast majority of the population, no matter what America does. But they just don't have the capacity to do anything about changing the regime. So those who argue that, the mullahs are legitimate and they, and that an American attack, would strengthen them and so on, are basically, apologists for the regime. They're trying to defend the regime.
Okay, Professor, just to bring the conversation to a conclusion, turning our eye back to Geneva, where these talks are taking place over the course of the next couple of days. Supposing a deal is struck there, does such a deal, obviously it would depend on the deal, but does a deal in principle make the Middle East region, the Gulf, more stable? Or do you think it's just a delaying of what will eventually be a larger confrontation?
I mean, in the immediate term, it would make the Gulf more stable. Is there likely to be a confrontation longer term? I think so, especially between Israel and Iran, if the Iranians pursue their nuclear weaponization program, as well as if they continue to support, movements like Hezbollah and the Houthis and Hamas, whose aim is to destroy Israel. So Israel will, not tolerate that. And so the Middle East is riven between two kind of forces, if you like, or two camps. One camp wants to see a complete redrawing of the map of the region. And I would put the mullahs in Iran and also the extreme right-wing forces in Israel in that camp. I mean, obviously, they're two sides of the same coin, but they both want to see the region completely changed. And then you have the status quo camp, or the camp that wants stability, order, economic prosperity, and that would include Saudi, Kuwait, Egypt, and the UAE, of course.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you so much, Professor Bernard Heikel at Princeton University. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well, joining me now is Fred Fleitz, former Chief of Staff of the U.S. National Security Council under President Trump. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, as ever, here on Arabiya English. A pleasure having you. Does it look to you like diplomacy is the Trump administration's preferred path here with Iran?
Oh, yes. Diplomacy is always the first choice for President Trump. He wants to exhaust all tools of statecraft short of military force before he commits any kind of military power, the use of military troops. So we're going through the motions right now to see what can be done when Iran is so extremely weak. I have to say, I don't think the prospects for an agreement are very good, but the president is going to pursue this.
Right, and at the moment, the scope of the talks pretty much purely nuclear by the sounds of things. Do you think that if they don't discuss Iran's ballistic missile program and they don't discuss Iran's support for regional proxies, they'll be missing quite an important opportunity, won't they?
The Iranian regime is expert at creating the appearance that it is willing to negotiate, of creating the illusion that there is an agreement to be had, but there's not. The Iranian regime only wants to talk about its nuclear program, but will not give up uranium enrichment, which it is using to develop nuclear weapons. It won't talk about missiles. It won't talk about its proxies. It will not talk about halting the brutal assault on the Iranian people who are protesting for freedom. I understand as many as 36,000 have been murdered by this regime since January. President Trump thinks that is unacceptable. These four conditions at a minimum are necessary for a deal, and I don't see the Iranian regime willing to negotiate on them.
Okay. I mean, the leadership, as you alluded to in your first answer, has looked pretty fragile at several moments during the last 18 months or so. And I'm wondering whether you think there's a risk that by striking a deal with the current leadership in Iran, effectively, the United States will be giving them a new lease of life, won't they?
I don't see President Trump ever agreeing to that, but he is going to pursue this diplomatic track to see if an acceptable agreement along the lines I just outlined are possible. But there's another reason the U.S. is doing it. That's because our allies in the Middle East asked us to, especially Saudi Arabia. They want diplomacy tried. They want a good effort made to try to avoid a wider conflict. I think there's a concern by states in the region what this weakened Iran might do if it is attacked again.
OK, I mean, if the talks don't succeed, then what happens? Because Iran has threatened to strike US bases across the Middle East. Some are saying that a broader conflict will ensue. How broad do you think we could be talking here?
Look, Iranian leaders are always making threats, so I wouldn't give that too much credibility. And I think if Iran tried to strike American bases, the response by the United States and Israel would be devastating. The U.S. and Israel used a small proportion of their military power last June against Iranian missile and nuclear sites. I think it's possible that the Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters, maybe areas where ammunition, weapons are being kept that are being used against Iranian protesters, they may be taken out. But I also think that the administration is looking at a long-term plan to stand with the Iranian people, because I think it will be a long and difficult struggle to oust this bloody regime.
OK, I mean, we've heard from President Trump in the last couple of days saying that a change of government in Iran would be the best thing that could happen, or words to that effect. At the same time, we have these talks happening. We also have the USS Gerald Ford, the second US aircraft carrier to head to the Middle East in as many months. What do you think Washington's desired outcome is here?
Well, President Trump wants to see an end to the nuclear program, as I said, including enrichment, an agreement on missiles, agreement on proxies, and an agreement to stop the violence against Iranian protesters. And that also should include releasing all political protesters who have been imprisoned in some of Iran's incredibly inhumane prisons since January.
Do you think Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to Washington last week, a fairly last-minute visit he made to obviously convey a message to the president, and we can assume, you know, Israel prefers action rather than diplomacy. I don't know what you think of my assumptions here, but do you think that meeting changed anything?
I think your assumption is right. I don't think Netanyahu sees any point in diplomacy, but President Trump, his first inclination is to exhaust all options other than war. And I think they're actually both on the same page. I think both Netanyahu and Trump realize the chance of getting a deal may be close to zero, but Trump is still going to try.
Do people in the United States think this is perhaps the last chance for, and to strike while the iron is hot, so to speak, and bring about meaningful change there in Iran? Because there must be some people who are advising President Trump that if we don't do something now, we being the United States, it's now or never.
There are reasons to strike now, aside from the protests. Iran is rapidly rebuilding its missile program. There are underground facilities where it apparently is preparing to start rebuilding its nuclear weapons program. That's where Israel was talking last year about the need for another round of attacks. But if you're asking about the view of the American people, this issue is covered so badly in the American media. I don't think most Americans know enough about this subject to have an opinion.
What about on Capitol Hill? Are the opinions divided? Is that according to party lines? Or what's the sort of the general consensus?
I think there's general support for the route that President Trump is taking, but I couldn't tell you exactly.
In terms of US options at this stage, apart from the military option, are there other options that you can identify, perhaps some covert options?
Well, I think there should be large payments made available to encourage Iranian officials to defect, large payments to Iranian military officials who don't follow orders to kill or execute demonstrators and prisoners. I think that has to be made clear. I think it also should be made clear that any Iranian officials involved in these atrocities will be put on trial for war crimes one day. There's nowhere that they can hide. I also think we have to do more to improve communication within the country, to counter efforts by the Iranian regime to shut down the internet and stop the Iranian people from speaking to each other. Shutting down communication makes it very hard for a resistance movement to grow and to overcome the regime. So that should be a priority.
Right. And do you buy into any of the theories that are doing the rounds that, some analysts talking about the Venezuela model? We all know what that means nowadays. I mean, do you see any such model being applied here?
The Venezuela model was a unique model. It's not going to be used in Iran. I think it would be just unacceptably dangerous for American troops to try to do that. Also, the Venezuelan supposed president was not actually the president. He did not win the election last year, and he was arrested under indictments by Trump and Biden for being a narco-terrorist. It was a different situation.
Okay, just to wrap up this conversation, do you think a deal would make the region more stable, less stable, or do you think a deal simply delays the inevitable, which is eventually some sort of a confrontation?
A good deal that I outlined, I think, would make the region more stable. I just think the prospects of such a deal are almost zero, because the regime will only talk about nuclear and it won't make any serious concessions on nuclear. So I think we're going through the motions right now. These negotiations won't last long.
All right. Fred Fleitz, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir. Always a pleasure talking to you.
Good to be here.
Now, after the Iran talks in Geneva, the US President Donald Trump's top envoy, Steve Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, are also expected to take part in US-brokered talks between Russia and Ukraine. Well, according to the Kremlin, territory is going to be a key focus in those discussions. In other words, how much land Moscow believes Kyiv should give up. Well, we're expecting to get more clarity as those talks get underway. Well, joining me now is Ivan Uss, who is a chief consultant at the Center for Foreign Policy Research at the National Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Greetings to you, Tom. Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. It seems like territory is still the key outstanding item when it comes to bridging the two sides. Moscow wants all of the Donbass. Kyiv is saying not a chance. Under these circumstances, how can a deal be found, Ivan?
You know, Tom, of course, I understand that everyone now expects this deal. But let's be frank. Ukraine now in a situation where in the year of 1938 was Czechoslovakia, when a lot of people all over the world said one phrase: give Sudet region to Hitler and there will be no war. Now we hear the same practically statement: give Donbass to Putin and there will be stop of the war. But excuse me, the history said that after receiving Sudet by Hitler, he started the Second World War less than in a year, in 11 months. Because in Munich, like now it was Security Conference, that time it was a meeting between leaders of main countries of the world, at Europe at least, and they said that Hitler received a Soviet region and there will be over of the aggression of Nazi Germany. But this aggression was not over, sorry. And now, when Ukraine received statement to give Donbass to Putin, we understand that Putin needed with one reason, not for finishing this war, not for a final dot, but for serious improving his position, because if his position would be improved, it means that he can do what he failed to do 4 years ago when he thinks that he can control whole Ukraine. Right. Now, with better position, he could do that. That's why I don't think that the talks that tomorrow starts in Geneva give some other result except exchanging of the prisoners of war. Because all previous meetings in Istanbul, in Abu Dhabi, had to that result, exchange of prisoners of war. That's why that is my own expectation of this meeting. I don't expect something more. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, so it sounds like you don't think there will be a resolution. Maybe no one realistically thinks that a resolution will be found tomorrow alone. I mean, something may come out of this, as you say, an exchange of prisoners. There are reports, though, that Kyiv is under considerable pressure from the United States to agree to some sort of a deal. And I just want to ask you whether you think that sounds credible and whether you think that changes anything.
You know, Tom, of course, Ukraine under big pressure. And all previous time it was under big pressure. Frankly speaking, starting from the 20th of January 2025, when Donald Trump becomes the 47th president of the United States of America. Because he said that, Ukraine should sacrifice by their territory, Ukraine should forget about all crimes committed by Russians, and so on and so forth. That's why Kaja Kallas, the head of European Union diplomacy, said a very generous phrase in Munich several days ago that Russia want to achieve more by their diplomacy than they achieved for 4 years of full-scale war by their army. And it's not correct. That's why I think that on the one hand, we have this pressure from Donald Trump and his administration. On the other hand, even inside the United States of America, there are a lot of voices who said to Donald Trump that it's not correct, and voices not from Democrat camp, but from Republican camp. Lindsey Graham, for example, Mitch McConnell. I can set several names of top Republicans in the United States of America establishment who always repeat to Trump that it's not correct what you are doing. Furthermore, even really right political newspapers in the United States of America supporting Trump, supporting MAGA, now saying that, oh, you in game with Putin looks not serious, that we felt that we are a small doggy with big Putin. And I think that Ukraine, what is doing now, try to find the opportunity to talk with those people who can influence on Trump, and said that if you press on Ukraine for, frankly speaking, giving up, you play against the interests of the United States of America, and you should not do that. That's why I think that even that pressure that we hear, even all those threats that Donald Trump withdraw from the talks, we hear constantly them. Do he withdraw? No, because in interest of the United States of America wins this game. Or if he withdraw, okay, the other leaders, the United Kingdom, the European Union, I don't know, probably Turkey will play a more important role because they said that it's our region. It's as for Europe, Ukraine is a Europe. As for the United Kingdom, we have 100 years partnership deal. As for Turkey, we in the Black Sea region. So for all of those countries, they are ready, as for me, substitute US. Yes, it's hard, but nevertheless, it's the security of all of them. That's why United States of America understands that they should know, they should not be without this opportunity to influence on the process. And if they press on Ukraine more, quite possible that Ukraine said, okay, we will deal that question with others, but not with US. It will be hard, but who knows? We see that Donald Trump has a lot of problems inside the country, and we don't know what will be after midterm elections in this year. So one of the tasks for Ukraine is to survive till this midterm election in US. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about pressure on Ukraine, but there's also pressure on Russia and Russia's leadership. And I think you yourself are quoted in a recent article saying that the Russian economy is shifting from stagnation to decline. So clearly Russia is under pressure. Do you think Washington recognizes that pressure that Russia is under?
You're not on words. The White House, Donald Trump administration make more pressure on Ukraine, but on something that they do, I mean the sanctions against two main Russian oil companies, main state company Rosneft and main private company Lukoil, they press on Russian economy. Previous year, I wrote a book about which I titled, Russian economy, everything okay, but we're falling down, where I described the main problems inside Russian economy. Because, the inflation, for example, at the first month of this year, in January, was more than 2%, 2.11. They expected 4% for whole 12 months of this year, but they received more than 2% at the first months of this year. The situation with reserves is bad. Russia constantly increased their taxes. This January, they increased their value-added tax and some other taxes in this country. That's why the United States of America, they really make the serious problems to Russian economy because Donald Trump sure that Russia reacts on that. But the problem that Russia don't want to react on their economy. If we return to the First World War, Germany, that's not losing the First World War, and no one attacked Berlin. The military action was outside of the Germany, lost this war and decided to capitulate because they understand that their economy can collapse. Russia, practically in the situation of Germany at the time, but the difference that Russians don't want to stop. And the United States of America couldn't understand that you're losing your economy, but you want to be in this war. Even your Center of Macroeconomic Analysis and Short-Term Prognosis, headed by the brother of the Minister of Defense of Russia, they said that we're in recession, guys. But Russia say, oh, we don't want to pay attention to the economy. That's why I think that, of course, for years they are really surprised, and not only US, I think the whole world, who understands that economy is important. But when you don't think about the economy like Russia don't think, that's the problem that they're ready to fight. They like to say that they're in the war till the last Ukrainian, but I joke that they're in the war till the last Russian ruble in their economy. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, clearly international sanctions are having an effect. The Russian economy is feeling some of the effects. Oil prices are not doing the Russian economy any favors either. How would you advise the US negotiating team that's arriving in Geneva for these talks Tuesday, Wednesday, to use this dimension, this economic dimension, to pressure Russia into reaching some sort of an agreement? How can they use this?
You know, Tom, I think that, first of all, it should be clear to Russia that there will be no elimination of economic sanctions. Because Russia, on the one hand, want to receive some territories from what we start, but on the other hand, they want to elimination of all sanctions that the United States of America, the European Union, the United Kingdom, and some other countries imposed on them. But the US delegation should clearly say to Russia that if you don't want to see more sanctions that you have now, agree on the terms that this war will be frozen on the place where it stays. You should not demand for new territory. Because as you ask for new territories, we preserve sanctions and we will not actually eliminate those sanctions before you agree on the freezing of war. That's why I think that the main problem of the current US administration, that they on the one hand say that, oh, you should go on the freezing of the war. Donald Trump said that. But then they said, okay, we can discuss this question. So I don't think that it's a good position. The position of the United States of America should be as follows, that we propose you freeze the war, and that's all. There are no arguments from both sides, because Ukraine so don't want to freeze the war because it means that we're losing our territory annexed by Russia since 2014. But from Ukrainian side, it's concession that we agree on the Donald Trump actually proposition. But Donald Trump should, and US on these talks in Geneva should repeat to Russia that without the agreement of the freezing the war on the places where we stay, there will be no better situation in the sanction policy. Furthermore, it could be worsened. And the United States of America, of course, could present their drafts of more and more severe sanctions. Plus, they can say that they will not ask other partners to eliminate sanctions. The European Union, the United Kingdom, they can preserve their sanctions, and only if Russia agree to freeze, US can ask them to do something, but it doesn't mean that they agree. Nevertheless, I think that should be position of US delegation, that if you want elimination of sanctions, agree on the freezing of war on the terrorists that you control as of now. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, I mean, Washington has said there is a deadline in place now. The deadline is June to reach some sort of an agreement. I mean, how significant is that deadline, do you think, in the minds of the people gathered in Geneva? Do you think it changes anything? And what do you think happens after June if no deal is reached?
You know, Tom, how many deadlines we have? If we return to first days of Trump in office, he said that the war will over before I become the president. Then he said 24 hours, 48 hours, 3 months, and so on and so forth. That's why sometimes the United States of America say a phrase that we don't have any deadlines. Now another deadline appear. Before that actually was an interesting situation when US said that Ukraine should agree on all proposition till the 1st of January 2026. Now we in the 16th of February 2026, and everything goes as it was before the starting of this new year. So that's why I don't think that those time limits are actually exist. Because sometimes mass media said that, oh, US could do that. US politicians sometimes said that, oh, we create time limit, so everything should be till June or July or some other months. But I don't think that even those deadline is actually the last one. I think that we will see a lot of deadlines during this year, even next year, because unfortunately the war will go on, and now we have the 4th anniversary. Next year will be the 5th anniversary of this full-scale war. But I don't think that everything should be due before June, the new deadline, because in June we will hear about next deadline, the only thing that I expected from those deadlines. Thank you, Tom.
Okay, well, we thank you because we're out of time. But thank you very much, Ivan Uz, for taking the time to speak to us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much, Tom.
The Munich Security Conference has now wrapped up. From Friday to Sunday, that event brought together the top security leaders from the US and Europe. Well, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio delivered a closely watched speech which offered some reassurance to European allies, together with a degree of criticism. Well, some analysts say the messages echoed those of last year's gathering, but that the tone was less blunt. Well, President Trump's criticism of Europe, tariffs and threats to seize Greenland have prompted some European leaders to try to carve out a more independent path. Well, for more analysis, we can speak now to Daniel Dylan Bomer, who is a journalist from Berlin, who writes for Die Welt newspaper. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to start by asking you about the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio's address to the Munich Security Conference. Some saw it as a message of unity. What were your main takeaways from his speech?
Well, I would also say it was meant to be a message of unity, but unfortunately that was not quite how it was received. I think everybody listened to the speech with the speech of J.D. Vance last year in mind to compare Rubio's speech with the one we had heard. The one we had heard from Vance was one that actually declared a cultural war between America and Europe. And I think what Rubio tried to do is to say, no, it's not that bad. We are still friends. The Western alliance still exists. We have so much in common, even though we differ in a few points. And there he named security, where actually Europe has made big advances in the last year. And he also named migration. The way it was perceived by many German politicians, many European politicians, was that he was recurring again to the West as a cultural entity, as a Christian entity. He criticized migration because he saw foreigners endangering our culture, our civilization. And most of all, he didn't talk about an international rules-based order. And that's what the Europeans would have wanted to hear. So although it was meant to be a message of friendliness, I think many Europeans saw the points where he differed from the European view of things.
Okay, I mean, so what you're essentially saying is that the tone, at any rate, was markedly different. I mean, even someone who doesn't speak English would know the tone of what Marco Rubio said was very significantly different from the tone of J.D. Vance. So that's a fair point.
Right. Absolutely. It was a different tone. You could also hear in the way that he used jokes, for example, praising German beer, that he tried to create an atmosphere of unity and of friendliness. But Europeans don't have the feeling, at least modern Europeans living in societies that are also shaped by migration, don't feel that it's our Christian or Western culture that defines us against other cultures. And they have the feeling that what binds us, what unites us, are universal values, are values that are, in theory, open to everybody in the world, and that this was the binding factor. And you could also see in the following part of the conference, we had, for example, Mike Waltz, the former national security advisor of Donald Trump, and now UN ambassador, who also tried to give a friendly face. He was asked repeatedly, is the United States still ready to stick to international rules and norms that might limit its power? And Mike Waltz, after 3 questions, wasn't ready to say yes or even maybe in one of them. So that ideological rift is still there, even though we've received this message of friendliness.
Do you think between now and next year's Munich Security Conference, we're going to see a greater effort by European leaders to carve out really their own independent path? And in the meantime, do you expect us to hear European leaders sounding increasingly assertive when it comes to standing up to people from the Trump administration?
Well, I think that's very well possible. We already heard some messages of assertiveness even at this conference, where, for example, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said we have to go our rules-based way alone and have to make ourselves fit militarily for that. And Emmanuel Macron from France and Keir Starmer from the UK sort of went in the same direction. What could be the case next year is that the European defense industry will have developed much more strongly than it has today. Remember that within NATO and within the EU, funds amounting to 800 billion euros have been opened for defense spending in the near term. And this will be the business of the century for defense industry worldwide. And there are some types of ammunition where Europe today already produces more than the United States. So what could be the case is that you will see a Europe that is far more able to defend itself than it is the case today. And that could give some self-confidence at the next conference. The big question will be is what is the state of affair with Russia and Ukraine? Will the United States under Donald Trump have gone ready to exert real pressure on Vladimir Putin to reach a peaceful solution in Ukraine? If that is the case, that will be a point for the Europeans, and there are some indications that this is how it might happen, but we can't trust that. Donald Trump has reversed his course so often, and if the Europeans are left alone by America in the confrontation with Russia, then it will be a picture of dire weakness of the Europeans.
I just want to ask you, I mean, Marco Rubio, after the Munich Security Conference, went on to Slovakia, and his next stop after that is Hungary. Those are the 2 stops he chose as his next destinations after Munich. What do you read into those choices of destination?
Well, both of these countries are probably those countries that are the closest to the Russian mindset. Actually, in some instances, openly cooperating with Russia, even though the EU, of which they are parts and members of, is practically at war with Russia. And this particular phrasing of a Western identity, of a European identity based on culture, maybe also based on religion, which is aversive to alien cultures, this is the kind of, let's say, ultra-conservative, right-wing view of the world that Viktor Orban has placed his rule over Hungary on. And what Marco Rubio said during his visit in Hungary is really that Orban is the closest partner the United States have in Europe. It reminded me a bit of George W. Bush, who made a difference between the old Europe, which was Germany, France, and the UK, and the new Europe, which was the Eastern Europeans that he felt were closer to the American neoconservative thinking. And so we see again picking of favorites here, and in a way this underlines those concerns that European leaders had when they listened to Rubio's message of friendliness.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate you sharing that with us. Daniel Dylan Boehmer, journalist from Die Welt newspaper in Berlin. Thank you for your time, sir.
With great pleasure.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
This place might control the future. Welcome to Greenland. So what's hidden here that everyone wants? At first it looks empty, just ice, snow, nothing happening, but even the name is misleading. Greenland's around 80% covered in ice. Sources say it was named over 1,000 years ago by a Viking called Eric the Red, who wanted to attract settlers, so he called it Greenland to make it sound more appealing. Basically the world's first real estate marketing trick. But today, the real value isn't the name, it's what's under the ice. Greenland holds massive reserves of rare earth minerals, lithium, uranium, copper, and even iron. The same materials used in electric cars, smartphones, renewable energy, and modern weapons. In other words, Greenland isn't empty, it's a warehouse of the future. Now, here's the bigger question. What happens as the Arctic melts? New shipping routes are opening across the top of the world, linking Asia, Europe, and North America. Russia is already developing and using northern Arctic routes to move exports between Europe and Asia. And China is investing in Arctic trade with Russia to find shorter alternatives to traditional routes. That puts Greenland right in the middle of future global trade. Then there's politics. Greenland belongs to Denmark, but it governs itself and could one day become independent. The United States already have a major military base there used for missile detection and space surveillance. So what if the US controlled Greenland? It would control critical minerals. It would sit on the world's next trade highways, and it would gain a permanent military position between America, Europe, and Russia. So Greenland isn't just ice, it's resources, it's leverage, it's power. And that's why this frozen island might end up shaping the future of global politics. Greenland was never green with grass, it was green with value. Future may prove it was the most accurate name Eric the Red could have chosen.
Welcome to the Dressing Room podcast with Al Arabiya News. This is a bit of a special.
Why did you do it so slow? I was going to say,
nice and clear,
look
isn't
at my T-shirt.
That's a great T-shirt, Carly. Look at that. That's a great T-shirt.
Look at Bob.
You on, Bob?
Do you know what? I think he's one of my most favourite people of all time.
Yeah, mine too, I reckon.
I like his vibe.
Bob Marley, yeah?
Yeah.
I was having a debate the other day.
Go on.
With a Jamaican guy. Yeah?
Right.
And the Jamaican guy was saying, well, I wasn't saying anything.
Right.
But he was basically saying that who's a bigger artist?
Yeah.
Bob Marley.
Yeah.
Or Michael Jackson?
Ooh. I think... No.
See, it's debate. There's a debate there, isn't there?
No, I think...
I'd pick Bob.
I'd pick Bob, yeah. There's a lot of controversy around Michael Jackson, isn't there?
But not just that. No. Let's talk about its music.
All right, music.
I think Bob had more of a positive impact on the world.
I think Bob's.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Out of all my, Bob's the main man for me.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
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 Clean sweep.
Were you saying
I love
Jackson?
Michael Jackson. Come on, man. Like I grew up with Michael Jackson. Bad.
Yeah.
Dun, the moonwalk.
Yeah.
But I didn't say Michael Jackson. I was just listening, and I was thinking, do you know what? It has to be Bob, because when you're thinking,
I think Bob happened more organically.
King Charles plays Bob regularly.
Does he really?
Do you know that?
No.
Oh yeah, One Love and that. Yeah.
Go on.
So I'm saying, man. So
Go
Bob's
on,
got
Your Royal Highness.
Go on, Your Royal Highness. You know what I mean? Go on, Your Royal Highness.
Really?
But
Imagine him just bouncing around the palace, listening to a bit.
Why wouldn't you?
I reckon Bob gets played more than Michael, surely.
Do you reckon?
No, here's my thing, right? I think Bob Marley it's happened organically. It come from another realm, that music. I think Michael Jackson's music was like you hear about the stories about his dad.
Yeah.
And how they drove them into like him in the Jackson 5 drove, there's something a little bit sinister about that. Do you know what I mean? I think Bob was just a man on a beach, just getting the tunes coming from wherever they're coming from.
Spread the love.
It's just on a mission to spread love, yeah.
Okay.
So that's my...
So Bob's bigger.
Bob's bigger.
All right, then. Who's bigger? Here's my one to you. Elvis Presley or Bob Marley? Whoa!
No. Have you seen the Elvis Presley film, by the way? Have you seen the film? You have to watch it.
I've seen the film.
Oh,
good film.
mate,
yeah.
he's a G... Like, I'll put Bob above Elvis but the story of Elvis, right? So there's a documentary, please watch it. It's on one of the streaming sites. It talks about, right, so he was just corporatized within an inch of his life. He got so many people just making money from him, right? But when he was young, he he's all about the music, right? And he just lost his way, right? And then he made his comeback thing, and it's a concert, a famous concert in '68. He made his comeback. They made a documentary about his comeback, right? And it showed the backstage things where he was like nervous, right? And it was all going wrong. They were like cut, and he was the backing dancers and all that. And he was trying to do what everyone else was trying to do, and then he just went. He had a moment. He went, right, now I'm just going to sing and let it come through me, right? And he's just done this concert, mate. Blew my mind. Yeah. He just, and you've nobody seen like.
And he started growing in confidence during the show. You saw it,
mate. You see him just, yeah. So yeah, I still put Bob above Elvis, but
that's crazy. You know?
Everyone has different opinions, though, don't they?
Yeah,
but Elvis is there's nothing in it. Imagine them two together. Did they ever meet? I wonder if they ever met.
Probably.
If there's a picture of them out there. I just not. Like if I ever saw them both. And
I love Bob Marley anyway because he used to play football over at Battersea Park. Like that's crazy, isn't it? Him and all his mates.
Exactly right. I know. I walk past the house. I live in Chelsea now, and I walk past the house. They got the blue plaque.
Yeah.
And I just said to Carly, I want to buy that house. I would love. Imagine giving it that. If it ever comes, I've got a guy who buys houses. If it ever becomes available,
buy that house.
I want to buy that house.
Oh, that would be wicked.
Just strolling it.
Nice, the vibes in that house must be crazy. Just love in there, isn't it?
Just love. Yeah. Well, that was a strange start to a show.
This is a football podcast.
Yeah. But listen, it all ties in.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? All ties in. Listen, Joe. We've got to talk about some transfers.
Right, okay.
Yeah, transfer experiences. Yeah.
Okay, this is nice. What?
Like personal experiences.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Where do you want to go with this? Where should we start? Because you started at West Ham.
Yeah. Should we go our first transfers? Let's do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, me and Bridgie's first transfers were at the same time, weren't they, really?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, go on, tell me about yours. Because you were at Southampton.
Yeah.
We found out you broke the record of 113 games.
Yeah.
Absolute buffalo. Unstoppable. Unstoppable
Hero.
force that is Wayne Bridge.
Yeah.
And then, how did it come about? Like, what was the... Because people will want to know the whole process.
Yeah, well, obviously, sometimes I think, depending on your agent, do you really know the true ins and outs? So I think every transfer can go quite easy. The club don't want you, so it's easy to let you go. There's another club that wants you. I think for me it was obviously Gordon Strachan was manager. I had an agent who I ended up leaving just because of things which and in the end trust
ends up left them.
I think trust ends up getting lost really and realise you can't trust them. But I remember I was supposedly handing that transfer request, which do players actually really need to do that? I'm like, you're an agent, you should just be able to go and deal with that yourself. And where I was still quite young and probably you trust these people to look after you, I don't think that's really needed, is it?
No.
So like, I should have just said no, but just being young, I go in to see Gordon Strachan and, you know, say Chelsea have come into me.
Hold on, so your agent told you had to put a transfer request in because he was speaking to Chelsea.
Yeah, and probably Southampton.
And
Harry says. You don't
as well.
really know, do we?
So you don't know if Gordon. So you have
I don't
to go
even know
into...
what he said to Rupert Lowe. You don't actually really truly know when all trust is.
Yeah, players don't know, do they?
You don't really know.
You're advised.
So we're on.
That always happens.
Yeah, we're on pre-season, so I go and knock on Gordon Strachan's door, nervous as.
Yeah.
And just tell him about Chelsea apparently coming in. And then I can't remember exactly how the conversation went about me leaving. And I said about handing a transfer request, right?
Did you have a piece of paper?
No, but I kind of said it like, what's going to happen? And he just battered me. And then it was just, he told a story about when he did something with Alex Ferguson and that. Yeah. And he basically just threw it back in my face.
Wow.
As if to say, you ain't going nowhere, mate.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
And
but I got on really well with Gordon Strachan, do you know what I mean?
Right.
I understand where he was coming from. And to be honest...
Sorry, Bridgie, did he expect it? Like, or did you feel like he was shocked that you'd
been approached?
I don't think he was shocked, but it was basically like, he doesn't want to let me go.
Right.
You're his best player.
Yeah, of course.
And I had a partnership with Chris Marsden at the time who he just complimented me. He was a left midfielder that always tucked in, so I was constantly bombing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? We worked well. Worked well together. And he basically just said, "Well, I'll rip it up and throw it in the bin." That's about it. But when it
How did you feel about that at the time, though, when he said that?
Oh, do you know what, mate? It's really hard because I was so at home at Southampton, and I was so happy that the actual thinking about the change, it wasn't something that I was thinking, I want to go. In my head, it wasn't, I want to go.
No.
But I think in terms of football, it's like...
It's inevitable.
It's another step, and if you want to go and play for the best team, you've got to take that,
go and win things.
Step. Yeah. And it really, what it come down to is Southampton have always been a selling club, so it didn't matter what he said or whatever. It was
going to happen.
Rupert Lowe was like, yeah, we're getting money, you're going type thing. But it was an emotional day, but like I said, I don't really know what went on with my agent and the club or Chelsea or anything, but that was basically, that's how it just happened. A few days later, I was, going home. And
did you get a phone call saying they've accepted the bid
from my agent base saying, yeah, you're going? And then I had to go. Then I had to go and tell Gordon Strachan I'm going. I was like, oh, for Christ's sake!
I just had this conversation.
I had to go and speak to him, and he just basically said, I was basically doing everything I could to keep you.
Really?
Yeah, and he was obviously a bit gutted. And what he did do, we had one more training session. He said, "Well, you're still training."
Really?
Being probably like the little kid I felt like at the time. Went, oh, okay. And then he just run the hell out of me.
No way.
He run the hell out of the team, right? So all the team knew it was because of me. And they were going, "This is your fault. This is your fault." But I could run, couldn't I?
Yeah.
So basically, I was just getting abused by all the lads. And we did this thing where you're running in a circle, and then but then you're opposite people. So if you you're not allowed to catch them. And obviously, I'm thinking, what do I do? I can't let him catch me. And so I was catching people, and I was just like,
you're being the best.
I was just getting absolutely battered. And there was tears when I left, to be fair, because I was so close to everyone there, and I loved it there. But like I said, I think in the transfer, the way transfers are handled, you take advice from your agent.
Do you trust them?
Yeah.
But there are agents out there that I don't think
are trustworthy.
handle things the right way, I'd say.
Yeah, it's the role of an agent's funny because it's a sort of a necessary evil to allow protection around the players, but whether they've actually got the players in their heart is not. There needs to be something. If it's just left to the clubs, then you're down to like the American system where the players are going to be the bottom of the pile.
No, I get what you're saying.
What do you think?
No, because as you're saying, coming up with agents, and listen, agents are good agents out there, there are bad agents out there. It just depends what type of morals the agent's got. You know what I mean? And it's not just that. I just think it's. It was a little bit like the Jermaine Defoe scenario when he got told to put a transfer request in, when really and truly shouldn't need to be told to go and do that.
You shouldn't.
You would have been getting sold anyway because you just got relegated.
Yeah.
And it's just sometimes the wrong advice does shape up how people perceive you and see you in the future.
Yeah.
And then you're walking with that for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Because if it goes wrong, not even it goes wrong, people are willing for it to fail.
Yeah.
No one, you're not leaving with like anyone's blessing. So that's why sometimes when you're young, you just get kind of misled.
So I have to say it when it's on mine, so I forget. That same agent, when I broke my leg, so I dislocated the ankle, broke it in half, and broke my leg. They were telling me, "Don't worry, you'll still get a new contract."
Really?
Well, that ain't something you can tell to someone if they've done that. And then that's when I ended up changing agents not long afterwards, because then Chelsea were chatting with Ashley Cole.
Yeah.
And we had the same agent.
So you had the same agent
they had the
as
same
Ashley.
agent, but
so that's a conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest, but they said it never happened.
Right.
But then 2 weeks later they come along and go, "Oh, well, the meeting did happen." It's like, well, why did you lie?
Wow.
And then when they were telling me about getting a new contract, obviously I knew Big Stuff, who then become my agent. Why are they telling you that, mate? You're sat in a hospital bed with a broken leg.
The last one you want to
contract. You were like, you've got to like get back playing and
that's the
and
next
see
step
what
for you.
happens. And that's basically how I ended up changing agents. But then when I did move from Chelsea, the advice I got from Big Stuff about leaving was so different in terms of going to speak to the manager.
Right. What did he say?
Well, he was, why don't you just go and have a chat with the manager and see what he thinks?
Yeah.
Rather, like,
Rather
and
than
then
forcing it.
a chat with the club more about what they think. Like, do they want you? Would they rather sell you? Have a chat with them.
Dialogue.
Yeah, rather than go, I want to go.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Because it's a two-way thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really and truly. Because if you go in there with that attitude, that I want to go, sometimes they'll say, well, you're not going anywhere. We can afford to keep you.
Yeah.
So it's our terms, not your terms.
Yeah,
so we got to be the winners here. You know what I mean? And it goes against you, and then you're just ended up there twiddling your thumbs because you ain't gonna. They're just doing it out of spite now because you told them, listen, I want to leave. Trying to put player power on them. That's one thing clubs don't like.
Yeah.
When somebody's coming in, you're just a player.
It's a negotiation.
You've got to negotiate. Like if I'm surplus the requirements, then. And I feel that way. Then it's a conversation.
Yeah, but it's surplus to your requirements. You might be fulfilling the requirement of your role at the club. Like they might go, right, we're happy to have player A there because we only need him for 20, 30 games. You know what I mean? And we only have to pay him that. That's the whole thing. It's a negotiation between you personally, as your personal needs as a footballer, the club that wants to sign you and the club that you're at, and then the agent sits in the middle of all of that, and he's got needs. He's only needs I want to get paid mainly. You know, if he's a good agent and he does things right,
he'll have your best interest.
He goes, right, I've got these 10 players. I'm going to look after these 10 players as best as I can, right? But every player's got. There might be a player who goes, I just want to play my career and I just want to earn as much money as possible, and have a cool life. There might be one player who goes, I want to play for my country, or that's
ambitions.
There might be one, you know, and there might be one that sits in the middle. So he has to treat every different player differently. Do you know what I mean? Like he'll go and advise and guide
accordingly.
But unfortunately, the role of an agent attracts quite nefarious characters. Usually, in any case, you know what I mean?
I feel like there's loads have come out since, or near the back end of my career. It's like everyone wants to be a football agent.
Yeah, I know.
Like they've become loads.
Yeah, I know.
No, well, that's because they made it easier at a stage to become an agent.
And why do you think they make it easier?
Family members are allowed to, you know what I mean?
Well, why do you think they did that? Think about it. The federations.
Go on.
Sorry, I'll tell you why they did it.
He's asking you, but he's going to tell you, mate.
Go on, mate.
I'll tell you, right? Let me tell you, right?
You just set up your volley. Go on, then. Set up your overhead kick.
This is what it is. Right?
You're wrong.
What do they want?
I didn't even start to answer.
They want, right? The clubs want more control, right? The agency world was growing.
Yeah.
They become more powerful. They get more money.
Yeah.
The best thing to get control, if you let the families become agents, because listen, my dad was part of my agency.
Yeah.
He knew what his role was within that. He set it up and he was just looking there. If anyone robbed me, that's when he was coming on.
Yeah.
He knew what he was there for.
Enforcer.
But he just wasn't a football person and he wasn't a financial person, but he did a great job looking after me and putting the right people around me, right? But it's very, very family members becoming agents is very popular at the moment, and it's also you want to keep the money with your family and people, but then the emotions come in, they make bad decisions, and it rips families apart. It really does.
Yeah, money does.
Money rips families apart, right? So, but from the football clubs and the federations, they want families involved because they're easier to control. Yeah. They have less knowledge, less experience, and they
can be controlled.
They can be controlled. That's why they
manipulated.
I think they should make it harder to become a football agent. You need to should be stringent. It should be stringent, really stringent.
The tests apparently are like diabolical.
Really?
Yeah, it's so hard.
Good.
At the moment.
Good.
And I think it is harder. But there's a loophole. You just get one guy that's passed it.
Yeah.
And you just run everything through him.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And that's the way of getting around it.
Yeah.
You just give that guy that's got the certificate.
Yeah.
Some money out of a deal. So you tell him, I've got this player for you.
Yeah.
So, I didn't pass my test, but I've got the player.
Yeah.
I've told the player that I'm an agent.
Yeah.
But you go through, you know what I mean? So there's loopholes of everything in life. And look, not dissing agents, but it is as you say, it's a grey area job.
Yeah.
Where there's no you can change the dynamics of it to suit what you need. But at the same time, there are great, and I know some great agencies out there, and we're not going to just talk about agencies.
Yeah.
But I think I've had a bad experience you've had a bad experience with agents, and sometimes it is our own faults because we might be a bit naive as when we're younger.
No, what you don't know, Coley. It was like we know a little bit about your stuff
from,
and your stuff.
Well.
It's not 100%.
Well, I'm not a business
there
angel.
was always an older player in the team you were at. That would want to introduce you to their agent.
It's always that.
Always back in the day.
And it's still the same now.
Yeah, still the same now. And then, but you definitely not your faults because you're young men. What you don't know, you don't know. I was just so lucky to have the my old man had enough
top
smarts about him.
Yeah, because he knew
people around him.
He knew.
Yeah. He knew.
He's seen when someone's trying to be shafty. He knew when someone's trying to pull the wool over your eyes.
Yeah.
So how did your first one come about?
My first one come about. So we got relegated at West Ham, and we talked about it a few weeks ago. I said, you don't want to leave, really, do you know what I mean? I was sad to leave, but I knew we was about the same period of our life. We played for England, we'd gone to the World Cup, but we wasn't playing regularly for England, so we needed to make that next jump. So West Ham come to me, they needed to sell me, so they needed to get money, and so I knew that, so I didn't have any of that awkwardness. Do you know what I mean? It was like West Ham were like, we need to sell you. And I was like, well, I'm quite happy to go because I want to play for England and win things. So I didn't have that awkwardness with the manager. So, but I got to pre-season. You was at Chelsea before me.
Yeah.
You went before me. And I'm thinking like, Jono went to Chelsea. Bridgie went to Chelsea. Damien Duff went to Chelsea. And I'm thinking, I'm going to be left on the merry-go-round here. I'm getting ready to play in a championship. And I'm like, oh no. And it was Manchester United were interested, Arsenal and Chelsea, and Chelsea were new, weren't they, with all the money? And I was like, and it was just weird. Like I was going to training, and my agent just rung me one day and went, "You need to be at Stamford Bridge in an hour for like medical." So I just drove down there, and then I sat in the Bluebird Cafe on the King's Road, and had some breakfast, and I was just waiting for them to do the deal. It was like, your head's in a spin because you're like, what's going on here? Like, what's going on? So 4 hours, I had a couple of breakfasts. And then my dad rang me with my agent, David Geis, and said, the deal's been done. And I was like, but then my dad, smarts, he's gone, hold on. He said, he ain't even spoke to the manager. So we agreed the deal. And then I had to go and meet Claudio at a service station because they was playing, I think you lot were playing that night, a friendly somewhere. And I went, and my dad, well, why are you going to sign? Like, Chelsea want him, but does Claudio want him? So he said to me, go and speak to Claudio. And I was like, right, what am I going to ask him? Like, and then I went and met him at the service station, and he was just, Claudio, just like, what position he's going, you'll play here, and you'll play here, and and he, I think looking back now, I think Claudio didn't really know what was going on because he's bringing in so many players. So I think he's gone, it's like you or Veron. Yeah. And then, do you know what I mean? Yeah. And so I've gone. So anyway, it feels like you're in a bit of a film, and then you sort of, the next day I sign my contract, the press conference, Veron signs on the same day. So Veron is the big star,
fish.
Big fish.
Saying,
He's turned up in a suit. He looked like he had the mafia with him, like all these agents, about 4 agents.
He's a legend,
and I've just turned up in my baggy a baggy tracksuit, right?
You're looking.
My old man had like an Illuminous Ralph with jeans on, and we're walking in like I looked like I was there to do the tiling or something in the press conference. And Veron's turned up, right? And then we done the press conference.
I bet it was an Adidas tracksuit as well.
It was, yeah.
Another freebie.
Yeah, freebie. Veron's turned up, and I'm sitting at the press conference, right? And I'm just at the end of the press conference, and they're just asking Veron, like, you're Argentina's number 10. No questions, nothing's. I'm just sitting there at the edge of the table. No one's asked me one question.
Spare part.
And then Veron's gone. They asked him about like who's he looking forward to. He must have felt bad because they've not asked me. Yeah. And he's gone, who are you looking forward to playing with at Chelsea? Then I'm thinking he's gone. Oh yeah, I'm thinking Desailly or. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Good Johnson, Hasselbank, all that.
Yeah.
You go,
Cole.
He's gone. The most player I'm most looking forward to playing is Joe tomorrow. Like I know I've Played against him last year.
Yeah.
He's the best young player in England. And then I'm thinking, yeah.
Wow. No, ask me.
He's going, this is a top player. I want to
Really?
I'm thinking, right, so, and then I've gone, I'm like, you know, the chest puffing that, and then he just leaned into it. You owe me 50 quid for that.
Did he say that?
Yeah, you owe me 50 quid.
No, he did.
Yeah, I thought it's great banter, right? So I thought that. So he was a great geezer, wasn't he?
Yeah,
So-
he was a great geezer.
And then, and then I come in, met Bridgie and all the boys, and it was just all went. Do you know what I mean? That was my first experience. Yeah.
I was already at Charlton by then. I was
Yeah,
on
yeah,
loan.
yeah,
I was
yeah,
on
he was
loan,
on loan,
so I didn't
yeah.
get to see you on your first. I saw Bridgie, but then remember I went off.
Yeah.
Because I had the conversation I had to go on loan.
I didn't have a loan. Did you have a loan?
I had a loan when I was at
Yeah,
City.
but
At Chelsea,
at the start of your career.
No, at the start of my career, I didn't know.
You started your
I
career.
was made my debut just after my 18th birthday. Yeah.
So you had the start of your career. You had a loan.
Yeah, at the start, so I was a naughty boy.
Yeah.
Went out on loan.
What do you mean a naughty boy? What
I
like?
just kept on coming in late, Colin. And Claudio just had enough of me. First and foremost, I got in trouble because I'd done that Jesper Gronkiar thing.
Yeah, we need to talk about this.
No, we don't.
What Jesper Gronkiar thing?
What Jesper-
Never heard of it.
Explain it. Yeah.
Explain it. I don't know.
I'm not
You can't
doing
leave
that.
me out.
Nah.
This is going to be.
This one documented. Just type in Cole Jesper Gronkiar and it'll come up, all right, on YouTube. Or not YouTube, Google.
You made
whatever.
me say the balance.
Yeah, he didn't tell his story
So,
last
but I
week.
was already in trouble. Yeah, listen, okay, I punched him. All right.
To be fair, I think
the nicest man.
Was you there when I done that?
I remember being at Southampton, and it was one of them things. If someone was naughty, as he says,
I weren't naughty. I was a good
you
kid.
called yourself naughty a minute ago.
I done a naughty thing.
Naughty thing.
Yes.
If,
You're a good person that
I
does
remember
something
being
bad.
at Southampton, there was a
Yeah.
few people that had done some naughty things.
Yeah.
And they usually went out on loan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
That's what the remit was.
See,
isn't
that's
it?
happened a few times.
Nowadays, the loans used to like bolster the talent, the player, build them up. There's layers to it. We'll get into that later. You do that now, but back then you were saying you went out on loan because
Punishment.
of punishment.
Not just that, but I kept on coming in late as well, repetitively. And
It might have been used as a thing to kind of like sort your head out, mate.
Go and show us what you can do.
Yeah.
And then you'll be back type thing.
Yeah, well, it was supposed to be that. Then I got into. Then whilst on loan, I got into more trouble, didn't I? We won't get into that. Definitely not. But yeah, so I went on loan. Kind of
Alan Kirbishley.
with Alan Kirbishley, yeah.
Good guy, Kirby.
Yeah. It was, and then this is the same time Scott Parker. So it was the year before you came. Scott Parker.
He would have been still at Charlton, right?
Still there.
He was at Charlton at the time.
Yeah.
But that window,
year he went, January. Yeah.
He went. No, not January. In the summer.
No, he come in January. I'm sure he did.
It might have been.
did.
No, it was.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
yeah,
I played
yeah.
half a season. Sorry,
Yeah.
I played half a season with him.
Yeah.
And then in January,
Yeah.
he was. And then I remember him kicking up a stink. Actually,
Really?
like he wouldn't want to. Like obviously Chelsea come in for him, and I just remember I was like, hold on a minute, what's going on here?
Yeah.
And he wouldn't come out to train, and then he reluctantly come out to train that day that he was supposed to sign for Chelsea, but
Really?
he had to train with us. Yeah,
Right. Okay.
he was just walking around the pitch, and
Really?
just kicking balls away.
See, that's a
Kicking balls away, on the pitch. I was like, oh, this is very unprofessional.
Do you know what? Scotty would hate that because he's a manager
Yeah.
now.
Oh,
yeah,
Do
he's
you know what I
changed
mean?
that,
Like, do you know what I mean?
I
Like,
couldn't imagine Scotty doing that either.
no, nor can I.
No, mate, I saw that side of him.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't talk to Alan. I think he had a tear up with Alan Kirbishley
Yeah.
just before training. He's gone out, he's sulking and then
Yeah.
kicking balls away, whatever. And then he just got sent in.
Yeah. It's a mad
And
thing.
then after that, come off the after training, I think he got told he can go.
Right.
So he kind of fashioned that himself, and it was good. So I saw that part. But apparently, when we talk about agents, I was part of the deal.
Really?
Apparently, I was part of the deal for me to stay a second year.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't know. I wasn't.
You
none
ain't
the
agreed
wiser.
to it.
I didn't agree to it.
Yeah.
So come to the end of that season. Yeah, on loan. So I finished the season. I was quite injured a lot through that season. Weren't having a good time.
Yeah.
Things going on off the field. Bit turbulent for me. Because I was like 19.
Yeah.
I was just doing too much. Like I wasn't focusing on my football. But it got to the end of the season, and then I was like, I need to get out of London
Yeah,
I'm going to go out on loan again. But I did have so I came back to Chelsea. We'd done the pre-season. I think where did we go? We went to America. For pre-season, and that's when Shaw Wright Phillips come.
Yeah, no, that was the year after.
Was that the year after?
Yeah.
No, Mourinho. Yeah,
Mourinho come first year.
I can't remember. It's all
it's hard. It's all, but
But it was the year after. Then I think I went to Aston Villa. That was it. I went to Villa on loan because I was told Mourinho told me that I had to go.
Right.
I started the pre-season. And I remember that Mourinho said, "Oh, you need another season, and then we'll bring you back at the end of this one."
Yeah.
So I was disappointed again, innit?
Yeah.
But then I remember being in my garden, and I was walking around, and then my agent says, "Listen, Kerbishley's going to call you," and I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
So he calls me. He goes, "Carl, why aren't you not coming back? You're part of the deal. That we let Scott Parker go. We can have you back for a second season." I didn't know all of this.
Yeah.
So I was, you know what I dig my heels in. I said, "Well, I'm definitely not coming now." I've got to be privy to the conversation. Were you just doing the deal behind my back?
Yeah.
And then saying that that Curbs was expecting me to come back.
Yeah.
I didn't agree to it.
That's why it needs to be signed. Like, all right, okay, we want that as part of the deal.
Yeah.
Colton, we're going to extend your loan for next season. Do you want to do it? Sign there. Like,
Exactly.
You can't just be selling people when they don't know.
And this is a kid that don't want to actually go on loan. I didn't want to go on loan.
Yeah.
I wanted to just chill and then flip and try and learn from the best.
Yeah.
Why am I going out on loan at that time? And I was like, nah, but they just wanted me away.
Yeah.
So I was like, I didn't feel wanted at that time. Do you know what I mean? So anyway, I go to Aston Villa. I said, no, do you know what? I'm going to Aston Villa. Just reluctantly, and I was like, I'm even going to prove that I'm going to go up the motorway and go to Villa because I wanted to get away from London at the time.
Yeah.
And that didn't work out for me because my head went in the game.
Yeah,
I just wanted to come home, man. So I was so headstrong and stubborn.
Really?
I just didn't even use the loan as I should have at that time as an experience to be playing Premier League week in, week out, but I wasn't there mentally. And that's why I always look at how these loans actually work and what you're supposed to do on a loan and what type of support you got on the loan as well.
Everyone goes for different reasons, don't they?
Yeah. So, but I went to Villa because I was being stubborn. I didn't want to go back to Charlton. When really I should have gone back to Charlton, but I wasn't getting advised the right way.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? No, listen, Coley, and no one at Chelsea, because there's so much going on at Chelsea at the time, no one really cared for the youth coming through at that time because everyone wanted instant success.
Yeah.
So you guys were coming in the door, and then I was like on my way out. I just thought, hold on a minute.
Yeah.
I've got ambitions too.
Yeah.
I want to get certain places as well. But what? Because I'm homegrown. I'm out the door. Which was a bit upsetting for me at that time.
What's happened there is, I think, you've come through. You're obviously the star player in the youth team.
Yeah.
Got into the first team. You know, you
and
should have been.
Right as well.
Yeah, you've done well in the first team.
And the thing about if we didn't have the money, if we didn't get to Champions League that year, if we didn't get into the Champions League that year, I would have been. Abramovich would have bought us, and because we was struggling for money as well with Ken Bates and everything. I was going to be put in to be one of the main guys, one of the front three.
I had a rumour, and I don't even know how true it is now, but during that time, if Chelsea didn't get to the... if Roman didn't come into Chelsea, there was two signings that were muted, was me and Scott Parker, who eventually came later down the line. And you're right, it was like, because the money would have come in from the Champions League, but not the Roman money.
No.
So they didn't have a load of money, so they wanted to buy two young, good English players and work with the young players. But I think what's happened with you there is the club was just going through such a transition, and you were just probably...
Oh, yeah, we was focusing on him for a bit, but now we've got all of this.
Yeah.
So the world opened up.
The world opened up. And again, it shows you football clubs how players are just disposable. Yeah. You know, and then... So it really annoys me when they talk about loyalties and things like that because it can be done.
My role at West Ham.
Yeah, tell us about it.
It's quite changed actually now because we just had a meeting, staff meeting the other day it was quite successful.
Yeah.
My loans role. We did get a few players that had player of the seasons.
Yeah.
At their respective clubs, and all in all, obviously, there's always room for improvement and getting better, more organised.
Yeah.
But because we've never really had a proper loan system, and it's getting more and more harder for under 21 players playing in the PL2 to break into the first team. Now we had Ollie Scholes that broke in the first team straight from the youth team all the way up to the first team without a loan.
Yeah.
But most clubs nowadays, even if you do get into the first team, you'll kind of regress, and then the club will probably make a decision on whether he's going to be for next season what we need, or does he need to go out for experience?
Yeah.
And I think that's what's changed as well from our days. Sometimes you'd go out on loan, as you were saying, Bridgie, because you've been naughty.
You're naughty.
So you're going out on a punishment, and or just to come away from the group because you need it, and look at certain a certain way at football and aspects of football that you might need to get, and then see how much it means to other people, and get that experience, gain that experience, and then come back a better person. But we've used it now to try and gain experience so they can close the gap and play first team football with players that actually it means something to them to be playing week in, week out. Otherwise, they're not getting paid, or their life depends on it, or they need to be to get results, because you have to. It's a results within a results business we're in. So I look at it from that perspective and think, it's very vital that you get your loans right, because you can go out and when I look at all of this, and I'm going to ask you guys, is there such thing as a bad loan? Because I think it's all experience.
Yeah.
You know, like you can send a player out on loan, or you are out on loan, and you could be going through a bad time out on loan, which I did when I went to Villa. I had a bad time, even a bit. I could talk about Chelsea when I went to Charlton. Off the field, and but you need to. I look at it as think, if you're going through something bad, are you going to get that at your parent club? Like, because you're quite comfortable there, aren't you? That's all you know. You know the ropes and everything. But I think it gives you experience to know what it is like elsewhere. So if you did move and go to another club, you're ready for it, mentally, emotionally, and physically. You know, and you know, like I played in Championship for Wolves. That was my first ever loan, and that was on a punishment as well. I got sent out. Sent out again. This guy, man. I don't even know that guy anymore. But that was like a punishment loan. But Dave Jones was unbelievable for me. I loved him to bits. And he helped me play. And I saw a different side to football. You know, and it did help me. And when I came back to Chelsea, I think I scored on my first game. I was just buzzing to be back. Like I was like, I've got it good here. I'm gonna have a right go at this. So it does help with that. Depends on how you attack it. But when I went to Villa, I did have a bad experience, and I wasn't happy. And I just couldn't wait. I was just homesick as well. I just didn't want to be up there in Birmingham. Nothing against Birmingham, but it was just weren't for me. And I just felt like I wanted to get home. I had 2 years away as well. And I just didn't feel. I just wanted to get back. I wanted it to be like it was again.
Was it?
And I didn't have the greatest of experience because I wasn't fully committed. But now that's what I'm saying. If there's a bad loan, now I felt that. I felt that feeling where it wasn't great for me, and I was always just trying to be comfortable, and I couldn't get comfortable. So when I come back, I appreciated what I had around me.
Yeah, like, but there's a saying, isn't there? You win or you learn in football and in life, you know. And if you're going through a bad experience, there's knowledge in that for you to learn. Like, how much of your experiences on loan help you when you're helping these young lads out of West Ham? And how much would you have loved to have Colton Cole now looking after the young player?
Oh, definitely. I'd have loved that. But back then, loans wasn't looked at in that way, so there wasn't a team of loan experts. Like, the data weren't there either. You know what I mean? It wasn't data driven like how it is now. So we can now look at, okay, what would be the best loan for a player? Not just because, that's my mate, I'm going to send the player there because I know he'll be looked after. No, that's old school. Now, you've got to now look at the manager. What's he like? What is he actually? What's he his stats on playing younger players, trusting younger players to play games week in, week out. You got to look at the type of football that they're going to go into. What type of what do you want out of this player, and what do you want him to learn so he comes back a better player? Because basically you're building the player up to have more value to the club. For when if you do have to sell him. And I think owners and have cottoned on to that. Owners and people that sporting directors of football have cottoned on to the loans package now to say it's not just a loan to get him away from the club or he's surplus the requirements. It has to be for a reason. And that's where I think the football's changed and it's become more business minded for a loan. So a loan is actually putting value on a player, not just getting him out of the building.
True. I mean, you've had loans in your career, Bridgie. You've not at the start. What were they more? Were they more like?
My one to Fulham was after I broke my leg and ankle, which obviously was a big injury. So I came back pre-season. Took a while to get right. Do you know what I mean? 'Cause you lose a lot of movement in your ankle, and that got to a stage where Mourinho was like, "It's hard to play you." One, because of the quality we've got here. And we just don't know. Like, do you know what I mean? It's playing in a reserve game or playing that. He was just like, I just think you need to go on loan for a few months to get some game time.
How did that make you feel? Did it feel like going back on trial again?
Not really. I think what was good, he had spoke to Fulham, which was only up the road, and he had basically organised that for me, really.
Okay.
So it was up the road, wasn't too far, and he's right at the end of the day. My ankle didn't feel right for a while, so I needed to go and get the game time and know that my ankle would hold up, really. So for me, it was a great loan, I think. I had to start playing football to stay in the England setup, really. So for me, that was one of the loans which was probably just... it was up there with probably a loan that really needed to be done. Oh, mate, don't ask me that now. I think I broke my leg in 2004, so I would have gone in January or Christmas time around 2004, 2005, January time.
I would get my only experience of going to was a foreign loan, going to Lille from Liverpool. It didn't work for me at Liverpool in the first year. They said, I come back for pre-season, they said, look, I was on big money because I come on a free, so it was... basically, like, it ain't worked. I'll tell the whole thing. So I've gone to Liverpool. I'll go back to the start of the story. I'm leaving Chelsea, right? Chelsea have decided they want to go in a different direction. My contract's up. We just won the double. I'd played 25, 30 games. So I wasn't regular, but I'd made an impact, scored the winning goal at Man United at the back end of the season. Not the winning goal, the goal not a title-winning game. So I'd played a role, important, but I wasn't where I wanted. I wanted to be where I was 2 years ago before I done my knee, like where I was playing regularly, like Champions League final season and but they just wanted to go in a different direction. Frank Arneson, I think, who come in and brought them young players. Remember Gal Kakuta and people like that. So it's like they wanted to go, right, we're double winners. We want to now bring the youngsters through. Joe's 29, 30. Had a bad injury. They wanted me out. So it was sort of like, it was pushed out the door, but it was a bit of both. Liverpool come in, and it wasn't the Liverpool of now. They still had Gerrard, Torres, Carragher, Agger, but it was in the Europa League. So I thought, right, I ended up going. I spoke to Roy Hodgson. Then as soon as I got there, I was like, do you know, like the way that Roy wanted to play, you know, I should have really thought it through. Do you know what I mean? That sort of 4-4-2. But playing with Stevie Gerrard, I thought I like playing with him. England, Fernando Torres.
That's the pool.
The pool, and it's Liverpool Football Club. And I thought, right, okay. But then about 4 or 5 weeks after I got there, you figure out that they've changed the ownership, and then they want to go down this data role. So you start hearing whispers about them not wanting you. And anyway, I started getting a few injuries. Didn't go well. And it gets to the end of the season, I haven't played a lot. And they turn around and say, we want to get you rid of you. I'm like, well, no one's going to buy me on this money, so I need to go on loan. And it was like, nobody in England was really jumping at to take me on loan. And I was getting anxious. So we expanded it out to Europe. And then the first club that rung, there was 3 clubs in France that were interested, Marseille, Bordeaux and Lille. And Lille had just got in the Champions League. So I went, let me go and speak to the manager, because I didn't really. When I spoke to Roy, I should have gone with my gut instinct. Do you know what I mean? Like, my gut instinct was, but my head was kettled. I didn't know what I was doing. So I got on the train to Lille, and then when I was on the train, all of these clubs that were turning me down, Villa, they were thinking it might be Newcastle, Fulham, maybe wanted to then take us on loan. But I thought, no, let me go and speak to this guy. But I probably won't go. I thought, because, I'll stay in the Premier League. But when I met him, mate, it blew me away with the presentation. We went into the training ground at about 5 or 6 o'clock at night. He was like, right, this is how we're going to play. And he's just like, boom, boom, boom. We got Eden Hazard, we got Dimitri Payet. We got these players, and we play and we build through. Like he said, I'm going to play you sometimes in the midfield, sometimes I'll play you off the left, but and we're going to play Champions League, and we're going to go. And I'm like, mate, just all over it. Like, and I said to my agent, I said, don't bother. I said, I'm going to come here for a year. I just went with my instinct. Went back to like my instinct of signing for Chelsea. So I went there, and I went, and he was right, mate. He looked after me, and after my knee injury, that season in Lille was the only season where I played more than 40 games, because he let me manage my injuries.
Oh. Yeah.
So on Thursday, we used to do something called a la carte day. So you can come in and you didn't have to train, basically. Some lads could do a bit of training, a bit of finishing. You can go in the gym.
That's what you want.
Mate, and that's exactly what I needed at that time in my career. So I was hitting the games on Saturday, and I was feeling fresh, so I didn't get injured. So I absolutely loved my time there. But I didn't speak to anyone from Liverpool, the whole year there.
Gus Poyet did a little thing like that. During the week, you'd have a thing where you just come in and play little games. It was just little fun games.
Skill
it
games,
wasn't that, stuff like that. It wasn't really intense.
Coley, but how did you feel that? Because back then, obviously, they did have a. It's not a system.
Yeah.
It's just like a loan. So you'd loan, and when you was on loan, how did you feel about your club not even getting in contact with you?
Mate, like I'm not, believe it or not, I'm not that needy. Like I didn't even think about it. But looking back now, not one person.
Just a bit of support.
Not
was
one
it more
person.
like they didn't want you anyway? So
they didn't want me.
Yeah, that's what it was always like for me, I think, apart from when I went to Fulham, but the other ones I went to.
We had this conversation the other day at West Ham. Even if a first team player, because now we're doing. See, our loan system was so good.
Yeah,
they've got us doing first team now.
Right, okay.
Like because we wasn't doing first team as much.
Yeah,
because the way it was set up. But now we get to look after the first team boys if they go out on loan. Now you got to look at it now. First teamers.
Yeah,
they're not going to want much. Naya Fagard, he's over at Real Sociedad.
Yeah.
He's not going to want me to be calling him every day. You're right, you got everything. Like, you don't need that.
Yeah.
But you just need to know that the club is still your club. Touching base, seeing if you're right. Still watching games.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And just keeping tags on you.
Yep. Yeah.
That's all you actually... Some clubs aren't bothered in terms of they've washed their hands you a little bit. You're on loan. Out of the way, you got to that stage with the club where, wow, we don't actually want you. This is the only way of getting you off our hands for a bit is going on loan.
No, but I get that. But I think it's every club have to have due diligence. There's got to be some player care there because we're only humans at the end of the day. And even though we know that we're not coming back to the club, we're still getting paid by the club. We're still the club's property. And I think it's up to the club because that is your asset. That is your asset, and you don't want to leave a bad taste in anybody's mouth, really. I don't know
and I guess because a manager can change as well, and then another manager might fancy you.
So, because another manager might come in, and then the manager, but because the club hasn't looked after you, you're thinking, well, that regime I don't want to be a part of because it's not just the manager; it's the whole thing. And
it's about doing the right thing.
It's about doing the right thing as a football club, and I think that's very, very important for any player that goes out on loan, just to have some base of contact or someone that you can say, pick up the phone to and say, oh, did you come to the game or watch the game or something? Because otherwise you're just like a spare part and you don't want to feel that way as a football player. And I know everyone's going, oh, they're getting paid so much money, but listen, we're still human, you know, and there's got to be that empathy there.
Yeah, very true, very true. I just want to quickly... Listen, it's great the role that you're doing, and I think in my...
And I've got to say, like we've bolstered it up now. So Kev Keane, you know Kev Keane. Kev Keane's come on board now,
right? Okay.
As as a senior loans manager role, and he's come to help because it's got. I think it's going to get bigger this season.
Yeah, of course.
It's going to get bigger this season. As I was saying as well, like most of these boys need the experience to go out on loan, and they need the support. And not every player that goes out on loan is going to be comfortable with you.
Yeah.
So it'll be good to have Kev Keane alongside me now. That has different relationships with different managers. Remember, you called me up when you say you've got a player, and I go, oh, okay, I don't know that manager, but Kev Keane might know him. So you can have. It's always good to have relationships across the board.
I mean, it's certainly an important role. I just think this is one for you, Bridgie. Have you ever moved that fell through, or something that was a bit out there?
No, I've never had one, mate. Never had one that fell through, to be honest. I think the only... Yeah, there was... Obviously, I went to Chelsea and then went to City. I wouldn't say there's any that fell through. Obviously, the City, it was harder to get out. Yeah. Just because of the contract I had signed.
Yeah.
And then it was just like... It was hard work to get out. And I've had 2 loan moves.
Yeah.
But yeah, I wouldn't say there was anything that really fell through. There might have been like whispers of a couple of teams, like Valencia was one, but I couldn't have done that.
Yeah.
I struggle with the English language there. I'm trying to learn Spanish, mate.
Give me a word in Spanish. What do you know?
Gracias.
You got to say
about it, mate.
Gracias. Gracias.
What's that Mexican?
Hombre. Did you say hombre?
my old man.
Mate, I've got no Spanish, honestly. Yeah. I'll just say uno biro. Uno biro.
This guy.
What's that? One beer, please.
I think my aim in Spanish. Just point at it and go, yeah.
I don't know where to go with that.
I'm useless, mate.
I don't know where to go with that. Yeah, Valencia.
What about you, mate? Have you had any that fell through?
Yeah,
not Valencia. Like my old man, my agent went out there. They was interested before I went to Chelsea, and you hear rumours in the papers and clubs making a. You know, I always fancied Spain or Italy. I did, and.
So no, I don't. I get it. I do get it.
Why is he laughing?
This is you, man. Which fancy Spain or Italy?
No. Okay, sorry. Just like
why? Why did you fancy it?
I just no. Because we grew up watching Italian football, right? Okay. And I loved that, right?
I wouldn't want to play in Italian league.
And the Spanish league was where it was at when we was like 20 in our early 20s. Barcelona, Real Madrid, Valencia. Anyway, but when I went to France, right, and I'm thinking, right, I'm gonna embrace the culture, right? So, what do? So, like, got me croissants and my coffees, right? And do you know the paper L'Equipe? That's how I used to learn my French with L'Equipe. I used to sit there. We had a lovely little in the training ground, a lovely little like bit where the players sit. I didn't used to like coffee. Now I love it. I used to have little because the lads.
I see you today with the espresso.
Yeah, espressos. Little with a croissant.
That's where you learn it from.
Reading L'Equipe. I tried to learn the language. Yeah,
I'd love to learn a language, but I'd struggle.
It was a wicked experience. No, you'd
struggle. Although I guess if you're there every day, and then you're having to learn it, and I guess within football as well, you learn. There's certain words you have to learn.
I learned all the bad words from the other teammates.
That always happens, though, doesn't it? If anything, when all the foreign players come over and been in your team, you learn all the swear words.
Yeah, that's it. Straight away.
I love learning. I love learning the language. I love going to new stadiums.
Yeah.
I love the different cultures.
Yeah.
And I just loved it, mate. And I would have stayed. I think we finished second in the league. We got Champions League football, which was the mandate.
Let's talk about the players you played with as well. Like you just named Eden Hazard, and Demi Payet.
Yeah.
Come on, those two,
mate, brilliant players. Payet was struggling. No, Eden Hazard was as clear as day. As soon as I saw him, I was like, "That's a genius of a footballer." I was like, "Wow!" Like because when I was going back to my meeting with Rudy Garcia and he was saying where he was going to play, like he was always had Eden Hazard in the middle of everything, and he was like 18, 19, and I'm thinking,
who's this kid?
Because this kid, like, that's me, I should be there.
I should be there. He was in the way.
And then after about the first game, I was like, yeah, man.
I understand what you're saying.
I was like, and I said to Rudy, like, you was right, what a player. And but Payet was sort of, I think he had a knee injury, so he struggled at the start.
Yeah.
And I wasn't 100% sure. I knew he was a good player, but then by the end of the season, he kicked on, and then he was like, wow. But the sad thing was, I think, if we could have won the league. That's a little bit of regret with that one. We were that good, but we sold our striker Musa Sol to Turkey in January. A selling club. It's a selling club. We had the league in our hands. And if we would have kept the striker, but we didn't. But great time. I loved it. And another question I'd like to ask you: players. I think of all the clubs you played for, players that have signed who surprised you, like whether good or bad, or
there's one that stands out for me at Chelsea.
Go on, Lasana.
Yeah,
mate. Wow, where did they find
player?
Him? Yeah.
And do you know what? I could understand how frustrated he must have been.
Lasana Diarra.
Because, mate, he was some player.
He was brilliant.
Do you know what I mean? He's a midfielder. Ended up playing right back. He was played unbelievable at right back. He had this thing as well where he could, he'd be in a tight spot and he'd shuffle.
He'd put the brakes on. He'd put the brakes on and he'd go... And somehow
he'd be right by the byline, he'd just shuffle around and run off with the ball. He was strong. Mate, he was a player, and I don't know if there was a thing between him and Mourinho, but
it was weird, wasn't it? Why he wasn't playing more?
I couldn't say that he didn't deal with it right or what it is. I don't really know, but you could understand his frustration because he probably. That's really hard, isn't it? You got Macca, and we had such a big squad.
Essien,
but Diarra for me, I was just thought, mate,
he's a proper player.
He's a player.
He's one of my good mates.
Is he?
Yeah. I was his chaperone for when he first come over. I don't know if that was a good or bad thing.
That's probably why he wasn't playing.
So I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing. But listen,
for me, he was one of them
he didn't speak a word of English.
Yeah.
So he was told to be around me. And I can't speak English as well. So he was double messed up. But he was such a good guy as well.
Yeah.
Really honest.
You seen the clubs he's played for?
Oh, mate.
Real Madrid, PSG, Arsenal, Chelsea.
He's gone
ever settled.
He went
anywhere.
levels. He went to levels, man.
Yeah,
and I'm so proud of him as well because he came in as a young player and he was so good. Like you thought, this guy's a different level to anything we've got really at this level. And then obviously the first teamers are the first teamers, but he was knocking on the door every week. Like he couldn't not be able to not play him.
Yeah, Gwyn Williams, I think, signed him. From the league.
Brilliant.
Like he come from similar to N'Golo Kante.
Yeah.
Very similar player as well.
Another one.
Go on.
Chelsea, because I didn't really know much about Robin.
Oh wow.
Oh, Arjun,
when he came on, mate, just used to ghost past people.
What a player.
Just goes past.
He got a big injury.
Had a few injuries.
Yeah, that's why it didn't kick off properly for him.
But when he first came, I thought, there was a goal against Newcastle. He just ran through players and slotted in.
I remember. Don't you think he wasn't really a Mourinho type of player because he didn't really pass?
He couldn't physically. I don't think he could handle the Premier League.
He was another one a bit like Salah sometimes. If he played out on the right, you knew he was going to cut in.
Yeah, that's what it was.
He could keep cutting, and he'd slot it in one of the
corners. He was one of the best at it. He was one of the best at that.
Do you know what he was, Coley, as well? Because we played when it was me, it was Robin Duff, me, and then Shawnee come in later, right? So, but when it was me and Robin on the pitch, right, he had this habit. Jose used to do the team, and it used to be, right, Didier was up top or Ida, and then it will be like, he'd put the thing up and it'll be 10 and 11 or 10 and whatever his number was, 15, and he'd say you could play both flanks, right? I'm thinking, right, well, I can't be playing, what, do we decide if I'm on the right or on the left? But he was like, no, I want you to be free, come inside. But Robin was smart, right? So if we were playing against Arsenal, for instance, and you had Ashley Cole as left back and then Oleg Luzhny on the right back, right? He'd just go, I'll go against him. And I'd be like, oh, cheers, mate. And I'd be like, I'll go right, and I'd ghost over there and I go, yeah, go on, Robert. And he'd go, no. I'll chase Ashley back, all right, you do this.
Selfish.
But listen.
Listen, that's what makes him a wonderful player.
Great player.
You'll always remember him. Arjun was a type of player. I just looked at him and think, well, that's levels.
Yeah.
That's levels there. Yeah. And he just didn't care about his appearance, did he, or nothing. He was just like,
mate,
this is what I do.
Mate,
I'm born to play football, and this is how I play it.
Yeah, he's a great player, mate. He looked about 40 when he won. But God bless you, I love you.
No, but he's such a wonderful person.
Nice
his dad was lovely as well.
His family was lovely. And he just loved football. And he's like, he was...
And it surprised you?
surprised me. Oh, what's happened there? Surprised
Back
me.
to your usual height.
Yeah, oh, come on, Coley. You're better than that. Who surprised me? Mate, I was trying to think. At West Ham, I was so excited to sign when Davor Suker came in because he was like Golden Boot winner. And, mate, his hip was so bad. He kept running towards goal doing a shooting and try and dink the goalie.
Is it?
I'm like, what's this guy not shooting for? It's a Golden Boot in the World Cup. And he was like, coming... Like we signed him when he had a dicky hip. Do you know what I mean?
That was
like,
West Ham. We used to sign anything that moved.
Mate, and he was, mate, he surprised because the Golden Boot winner, his hip had just packed up.
Oh wow!
Typical West Ham signing. Who surprised me?
I'll tell you who else did surprise me at Chelsea.
Go on.
Because I just didn't realise how good he was. I knew he was good, but I didn't realise how good. It was Ida.
Yeah.
Mate, Ida, let me tell you something about Ida. He was, rated higher than the Ronaldo when they was at PSV.
Really?
Oh, my
days. I don't know.
Yeah?
He's a player.
What? So Ida was the young one, and then Ronaldo just come in from Brazil, right? Yeah. Mate, Ida was the Ronaldo before Ronaldo was Ronaldo.
Yeah.
So you got to look at levels. Then he got a bad knee injury.
Yeah.
Bad knee injury, and then that kind of set him back. And then he was playing catch up all the time.
Yeah.
But then Ronaldo overtaken him and started to get recognition for who he was. But Ida was that good.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know Ida was that good. Like I agree. Ida was a top player.
But he had a massive knee injury.
Yeah.
Massive knee injury, and that's why sometimes I look at Ida, I just feel he could have achieved so much more if he didn't get that injury, because that kind of hampered his career all the way through it.
Very good player.
Very, very good player. And you can see some of his touches, man.
Yeah, touches, movement, intelligent player, very intelligent.
He's another one that's been on a night out with us.
Yeah.
He's not been back since. Ida, where are you? And you've been quiet in the group chat.
Yeah, we're getting back over. Next time
he's back out, mate.
What was I going to say? Suarez.
Yeah.
Wow. When I was at Liverpool, when I went back and Suarez was there, right? I've never seen anything like it, Coley, right?
Yeah.
He did, I remember doing a 3-against-3 during the winter because the pitches were frozen and some of us weren't training for whatever reason. It was like me, Carragher and another English person against Maxi Rodriguez, Suarez and one of the South Americans in this little gym. And it was it got quite nasty and, mate, Suarez was just when you look at a street footballer, he's throwing us. I touched him, I bounced about 3 metres that way. And he was like...
That's not hard to do, though.
Yeah, he had he was throwing Carragher into the thing and Carragher...
Wow, Carragher?
Yeah, he was so strong. I couldn't believe it. And he'd do this thing where he'd front you up and he'd do these touches and it looked like he didn't know what he was doing, but he'd always come out with the ball. Yeah. He was so good. He was so good. That's one of my regrets, actually. I wish I could have been a bit more fitter and to have played with him because I think he was a proper genius.
I've got a good one actually,
Go on.
And it's one that people wouldn't. But it's a guy called D. Michaelis came to West Ham. Italian. He came from Palermo.
Yeah.
What a player he was.
Yeah.
Like his movement. He actually reminds me of Chev. Yeah. Same size. Yeah. But he was just like he was quite small, but he didn't look like a footballer.
Right, okay.
If you looked at him, you just think...
Chev's not happy with that.
If you looked at him, you would think, he's an athlete.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But then he gets onto the pitch and then you just see...
Yeah.
Sometimes it could be Zola-esque.
Yeah, really.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's just got these little touches. And he's the only player, the number 10, because he was a number 10, the only player that come up to me, and I was the main striker at West Ham at the time, and he says, Coley, I'm just going to look for you all the time.
Really?
I want you to score. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Because usually it's a competition, isn't it?
Yeah.
We can get more goals, so we can push on. He was like, no, if you're in a better position, I'm passing to you.
Really?
Yeah? And I want you to score. If you have an opportunity, you shoot, because that's how we'll win the game. I'm like, that's
That's
actually what you're supposed to say. But because we're in a competitive environment and everyone wants to get a goal. So if I've got a half chance, but Coley's over there, I ain't passing to Coley. I'm going to have this half chance. So I'm backing myself to score it. And that's where I saw him and I looked at the game a little bit different. It's a bit weird for me. Anyway, because I've played with an array of strikers at West Ham. You know, we've had loads of them. And then obviously through my journey, and then just to have that, I was like, this guy's a little bit different, and he was so good as well. Like, he set up a few of my goals. Another guy that I'd say was similar to those, another Italian, Di Canio.
Yes.
So another Di Michele, Canio. But they just read the game different. You see what I said? What I done there? Yeah?
You're so happy with it.
I'm so buzzing with that. D and D, D linking up with CC, but no, I was just like on the mic. Anyway, but Di Michele's is do you know what else was a good surprise for me as well at West Ham, I'd say. Good. And he, I've got to say, Valon Barami. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
Barami, do you remember?
Swiss midfielder.
Yeah. Played on the right.
Yeah.
I hated playing against him.
Oh, mate.
I was towards the end of... It was when I went to sit or play against him, and I had struggles with injuries since then. But, mate, he was tough.
Oh,
he was
mate.
so quick. Deceptively quick as well. You don't realise how quick he was, mate.
Oh, mate, he could go.
Very quick.
He could go, man.
His work rate. And his work rate was a joke.
He was unbelievable, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was good.
Wow,
really
I didn't
good.
see that coming.
Really good.
Valon Barami, mate.
Okay.
He was a player.
Swiss international, but of Albanian heritage.
No.
He could great guy as well, man. Yeah. Like I used to love him, man. Like, it's just a happy guy.
Yeah.
But on that pitch, he turned into a machine, man.
If he certainly can run, and he
turned into a machine, and he was aggressive. He was aggressive. He was always fiery. He was fiery character. Yeah. And he done so well for us.
Good player.
I think he was underappreciated with us.
Where did he go after?
Oh, mate, he was a player.
I think he went abroad. I think he went to Italy after us. So
I hated playing against him.
Yeah, he was a top. He was a top player.
Okay, right. Well, we'll finish it off with experiences as one of the most nerve-wracking experiences when you go to a new club. The initiations, like best and worst you've ever seen, initiation-wise?
Mine's like one of the worst at Chelsea, I think.
Go on.
Yeah.
What did you do?
I did,
You didn't do the Saturdays?
Girl on your kid.
You done Saturdays?
No.
Listen, you've gone,
you're number one girl on my list. I did that one right.
Sing it again?
No.
No. Sing it again.
After about 30 seconds, the words just went.
Let's do initiation.
No, I'm not doing it.
Let's do initiation.
I don't want to do it now.
Initiations.
And
Come
then,
on.
Shut up.
So how's it go?
I'm not doing it.
What's the music? Girl on your kiss. You're the number one girl on my list.
What song's that? Who's that from?
Yeah, I don't know why I chose it. I really don't know, mate.
Who sang that?
I don't know.
Where's that from?
Is it something Dragon? Hold on, you have to check if I can find it.
Oh my gosh, you don't even know what you're singing.
No, I can't remember now. And then the other one I did, have I done 2 or 3?
Done 2.
No, I done one when I went to Brighton. I did the Saturdays song, to be fair, which I did at karaoke, which I sent you a video of.
You've done the same one. Did you do the moves as well?
Yeah.
Oh, favourite. He loves it.
Do you know what? Because I went there. When I went there, they were just giving me so much stick to Brighton. Like the first my first session was a gym session, and as soon as I walked in the gym, they started blaring the Saturdays.
Did they?
And I was just like, oh, do you know what? I'm just doing a Saturday song from initiation. The lads might like it, but buzz off it a little bit. Those are the ones I've done.
Worst one you've seen?
The worst I've seen. There was one at Chelsea, but I can't remember where it was.
I can't remember.
My brain's one at Chelsea. It was really bad.
My brain's gone blank.
Yeah,
Did you do one, Coley?
Yeah, I sang Maybe It's Because I'm a Londoner.
Which always goes down well at
a London
English
club.
London club, yeah.
How's that go?
Maybe it's because I'm a Londoner and I love London town.
Okay, yeah, go on.
Hold on, let him do one. Go on, do you all believe I could? He won't mind doing it, he loves it. Do you know why? Because he thinks he can sing.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do.
Hold on.
I don't think I can sing.
Right. I've got something for you.
Go on.
Tell the people about your MC career.
Well, I've been known for rocking the mic. You know what I mean?
Rock the mic, right.
No, I used to be MC back in the day.
You can sing though,
I used to
can't
do
you?
house and garage stuff.
Yeah, you can sing though.
He was
Like,
big
I
on
can't
the,
sing.
he was big on the
I
underground.
cannot sing.
He was big on the underground.
I can't
Yeah.
sing.
Yeah?
I'm bad. Well, I used to do radio stations, innit? Pirate radio stations back in the
this
day.
guy, there's nothing he cannot do.
Pirate radio, so I was on Bashment FM back
Was
in the
ya?
day. Yeah.
Hold tight, operator.
Yeah. I used to do like under
Go
18
on, give us
raves
a
and
little
that.
bit. Give us a little bit. Give us a little bit.
I ain't got no lyrics anymore, but I can't even remember them.
What do you mean you're coming out? Next time we come out, you're coming out. I'm getting you on the mic.
Yeah.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you for listening to the Dressing Room Podcast with our Arabiya News.
You're watching Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, and we're pleased to have a special interview to bring you with Wael Al-Sahan, the Chief Communications and Support Services Officer for Saudi Arabian Military Industries. Thank you so much for joining Al Arabiya English.
Thank you, Melinda, and it's a pleasure to be with Al Arabiya English. Welcome to SAMI.
Thank you so much. SAMI is showcasing more than 60 national products and capabilities here at the World Defence Show. So talk us through how you would assess SAMI's progress and development.
Amazing. First, just a small correction, 61 national capability and a product that we're showcasing. I'm very happy to be standing here on SAMI Pavilion in the third participation as a national strategic champion partner for the World Defence Show. I had the pleasure to be with SAMI in all the three participation, and I would call this an exceptional participation for multiple reasons. And I will start with, first, SAMI is going through a unique and amazing transformation. Started with the change in the leadership with His Royal Highness Prince Khalid bin Salman chairing the board of director of SAMI. With his guidance and leadership, we are going through a transformation from a company to a strategic holding company and laser focused individual subsidiary for special needs. Each company will be focusing on a unique specification and need more closer to their client. And let me start with what we have announced. SAMI Land company will be focusing on working with the land forces and the end user in the land sector for developing combat land system, armored vehicle and turret system and etc., and doing the design, manufacturing and also maintenance, repair and overhaul. Also, we are very proud to announce the start of the operation for SAMI Land Industrial Complex, a unique facility designed under the 4.0 technology. A lot of robotic system that's been used, and SAMI Land Complex is fully operation to serve our clients. Under all of this, we unveiled a new project under SAMI Land, which is heat program with an indigenous capability, fully owned IP to SAMI, 4x4 and 8x8 vehicle, amazing vehicle that took the attention of the World Defence Show. Moving also, if I may have some time, we announced SAMI Autonomous System Company to be focused working on the autonomous system on the multiple platform, land, air and sea.
There is a lot of attention, a lot of focus from SAMI on these future technologies, highly capable advanced technologies. Why is that a particular focus? I mean, battlefields are changing so quickly. Is that the reason that these high-tech focus is something that Saudi Arabia is interested in?
We work in a very big ecosystem, and not only SAMI to be a national champion and to be an international OEM, we have to be focused on the future technology, but also our end user and our client are very interested in the new system and the new technology and the latest trends that they need to upgrade their system, to have. If I don't be ready to match my client need and specification, actually we need to be ahead of the game, proposing and bringing to them the latest technology, but not to forget that we have to localize all of these know-how and transfer these technology, if not being developed by Saudi talents.
How is that localization going as part of Vision 2030? I mean, there are a lot of international partnerships, of course. How has that transition gone?
International partnership is important in the defense ecosystem and the defense industry, and something well known across the globe in different international OEMs. But back to your question, I think we are very focused on the target of Vision 2030 under the guidance of our regulator, the General Authority of Military Industry, and they announced amazing numbers of crossing 24% of the target, which is 50% local military procurement by 2030, which inshallah I think we will participate heavily as SAMI Group to achieve that. Also, adding to your question about local content, it's very important to share that SAMI proudly announced in this participation a unique program. It's called Rukun. Rukun means the cornerstone, and this is the cornerstone of the supply chain. So we launched SAMI Local Content Program, fully automated across all our subsidiary. Any partner, any future supplier that want to work and integrate within SAMI ecosystem, they can log in through our website, go to Rukun, click on Rukun, and go through the step to register as a supplier within SAMI Group.
There have been so many memorandums of understanding, joint cooperation agreements signed here on the sidelines of the World Defence Show. Why do you think international partners, countries and companies are so interested in doing business with Saudi Arabia?
I think we under the transformation and the Vision 2030, we are not only the focus of the Middle East, we're the focus of the world. There's a lot of opportunity in Saudi, and there is a lot of opportunity across all domains and sector, not only defense and security, in technology, in AI, and robotics, in machine learning, and so on. And we're very, very proud to live in this unique era, okay, where Saudi is going to these future goals, and inshallah we will achieve it. Speaking specifically about this industry and how it all came together as an ecosystem, all of the end user, the regulator, the R&D, the university, the industries working together, which made all of the international partner. We want to be part of this unique ecosystem that work in seamless way together toward peace and prosperity.
Just finally, sir, I know that SAMI has a very ambitious goal of being amongst the top 25 defence companies in the world by 2030. How do you assess that progress going? I would say that we are more focused on a unique goal, which is keeping our client and end users happy, equipped, fulfilling their needs, and if we do so, we will reach the 50% localization goal, and we will reach the top 100 defense company. A company that was announced in 2017, started the operation in 2018, to be in the top 100 list in just 2 years. It's remarkable. Indeed. Well, El Sahan from SAMI, thank you so much for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you so much, Anne. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Welcome to this special coverage from Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from the World Defence Show in Riyadh. we have a special interview to bring to you because we've been speaking a lot during the Defence Show about globally how countries are increasing their defence spending. One of NATO's top financial contributors is Estonia. So we are pleased to welcome the Defence Minister from Estonia, Hanno Pevkur, here on Al Arabiya English. Minister, thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much for inviting. It's a great pleasure.
First of all, the Estonian delegation has quite a presence here at the World Defence Show 2026. A strong focus on digital resilience and cybersecurity, intelligence systems. Can you talk me through the role that Estonia is playing in contributing to defence and security, particularly in the cyberspace?
Well, first of all, we, as a small nation, we cannot afford to build like airplanes or something like that, but what we can afford is that we are making those, let's say, legacy systems smarter. So this is why our strength has always been cyber, we mentioned already, but automation, robotics, AI, drones, all this what actually, brings a change to the battlefield, what we see in Ukraine. And this is why, also this focus here has been on this, but not only. Estonian defense sector has grown rapidly, so the turnovers have grown like in a couple of years like threefolds. Our Defense Industry and Space Association has grown to 200 companies. So we are growing, and the most important is that we try to explain to our partners why it is important to focus on the AI, on the cyber. And this is our strength. And then, of course, when we talk about the ammunition production, although we are also doing that, this where old European countries and many other countries in Europe have, or in the world, have a lot of experience. So we will bring this new understanding, those, let's say, cutting-edge technologies to the battlefield.
I mean, those grey zone tactics in warfare are becoming ever present. As you say, we see it a lot in Ukraine. We've been seeing cyber security, cyber attacks being much more of a focus. I mean, the battlefield is a very different place. The battlefield is often online. So does Estonia consider itself really at the cutting edge? And do you think perhaps other European partners, it's an area that hasn't been focused on enough until now?
Well, 4 years ago, when the full-scale war started in Ukraine, nobody believed that we will see today what we see on the battlefield. So it still started as a blitzkrieg, then it evolved to the mass army fight, tanks, troops, all that, a bit of fighter jets. So then the Bayraktars games, then the FPVs game, and now when you take all this evolution of the battlefield, then probably what we need to do is the first understanding is that the next conflict, wherever it will be, or it will be a war or not, will be a bit different what we see in Ukraine. But the main understanding from Ukraine war is that you need to be agile and you need to be ready to change your approach very quickly. So even with drones, the Ukrainian experience says that they are changing the configuration and many things basically in every week, every 2 weeks. So this is what we have to consider, this what we have to take into account.
Before we get on to Saudi-specific partnerships, let's continue on with NATO and European defence. I understand that Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania have established a joint military sort of mobility area, I suppose. Can you talk me through the importance of that, why that's so necessary now?
Well, again, one of the things we see that, yes, in Europe we have a lot of countries. It's not like it is in the United States, it's one country. Or in Ukraine, you have a massive territory, but you have one country. In Europe, when you take also the battlefield comparing to Ukraine, so the Ukrainian battlefield is at the moment like 1,200 kilometers. So this 1,200 kilometers is from Estonia to Lithuania. And this is why we clearly understand that we need to redefine also how we look at the military mobility. So we have a clear understanding that it's not only the question of the Baltics, but there has to be a military Schengen in Europe, that when you bring something from Portugal to Estonia, then this has to be very quick. When you want to launch it, then this has to be interoperable and interchangeable. So these are the changes we need to see and we need to make. And this is why we established that, let's say, small circle of countries with military mobility and then digital military mobility. We have even already the software for that, it's a DMSS. But the point is that all the countries have to understand that, as I said, you need to be agile. To be agile and to be quick and flexible, you have to take away all the burdens, all the bureaucratic obstacles what you have in your systems.
Do you consider it? Do you think it will expand then in that case?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, I see that. So we have a clear understanding also. I will meet later this week also with the European Commissioner, Defense Commissioner Kubilius, and we will go specifically into the details with military mobility.
Airspace violations have been a risk for Estonia, not only in 2025, but recently again in January. How much of a concern is that for you and for the citizens of Estonia?
Well, the reality is that we cannot change our geography. So our neighbor in the east is very hostile. So Russia is very hostile, not only towards us, but towards the European Union, towards Ukraine. There is no question. So the war is still ongoing. And we have to address that. And the only way to address that is to deter Russia. When you want to deter Russia, you need to have credible deterrence. To have the credible deterrence, you have to show the force. So this is why we have allies in Estonia. This is why we are investing more than 5% into our own defense. This is why we have NATO. But when we take also these airspace violations, then my suggestion has always been that please take it calmly. We know that we can react if necessary. We cannot overreact, because this is exactly what Russia wants to see, that we will overreact.
You're not calling for the planes to be shot down or drones to be dramatically...
When there is a need for that, or if there is a need for that, then NATO as an alliance is ready for that, of course, to defend. But as I said, you need to be very calculative and you need to assess the situation. You cannot go just to shoot down everything what flies into your territory. You have to see that is it a threat or not. So and we have very good measures for the threat assessment and also air policing to understand, to define whether it is a real threat or just a show off by Russians.
Staying on Estonian border threats, I suppose, Estonia has announced that it is closing 2 of its border crossings with Russia during the evening hours because of, and I quote, irrational behaviour is what is being alleged towards border guards. Can you explain your concerns there, and do you consider that particular region to be a particular border threat?
Well, it goes, let's say, it's the next step from the airspace violations, that Russia doesn't respect the international law. So it all starts from this, because we have the international law, we have the regulations, we have the border line or control line with Russia. So when Russia is violating that, then we need to react to that. And obviously we will take some of the border guards from the border stations to put onto the border line. And this is our reaction to that. When Russia doesn't make any stupidities, then of course we can revise that. But this was our response at the moment. And obviously we are ready to do more if necessary. But as I said, we are not escalating. So the only one who is escalating everywhere, in Ukraine, in Europe, even further inside of Europe, this is Russia. So we need to show that we are responding to that, and this was our response.
If we focus now on the region, if we can, before I need to let you go, talk me through the cooperation between Estonia and Saudi Arabia specifically. I know there are some long-term collaborations and partnerships. Talk me through how that is developing and where you see that going into the future.
Well, yes, in numbers, the cooperation has not been extremely big at the moment, but it is growing steadily. And it's good to see. I had very good meetings today also with the GAMI and SAMI. And we already also signed some of the MOUs with some of the companies. So what I see, business-to-business relations are growing, and we have more companies as ever here. Business-to-government is growing. And today we spoke also, and then I will leave from here to see the minister, that how we can bring it also to the more strategic level. because at the end of the day, we all want to see better technologies helping us to defend ourselves. So this is the same goal for each country, to defend our countries and our nations.
Just finally then, how interconnected do you see security and perhaps the threats and challenges of this Gulf region and Europe? How interconnected are they?
We have a clear understanding that the world's security is one. So 360 approach, what we've had in NATO, is, let's say, inevitable. So it's something we need to have. We clearly understand that what happens, for instance, in South China Sea, in Taiwan, that reflects also to Europe. What happens in Europe, in Ukraine at this very moment, has clear implications to other parts of the world, because I'm quite confident that every dictator in the world is looking very closely at the moment how the end game for the Russian invasion to Ukraine will look like, and then draw the conclusions from this. So this is why it doesn't matter. Is it the Gulf region? Is it the South China Sea? Is it Arctic? Is it Ukraine? All is connected. So and also look around here in the World Defense Show. You have all the countries here.
Defence Minister of Estonia, Hanno Pevkur, thank you so much for joining us for this special interview here on Al Arabiya English.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Minister. I appreciate your time.